The Case of Blumell Family. Roger Blumell, born on January 17, 1965, grew up in a large, close-knit family grounded in strong values. Even during high school, he was motivated and ambitious. He worked in transportation and later uncovered his skill in sales, where he thrived. Friends said he could sell anything to anyone due to his warm and upbeat personality. He was consistently cheerful and enjoyed making others happy. Roger lived a rewarding life and shared a close relationship with his family, but one thing was missing: a partner to share his life with. That changed one day when he met the right woman. Although the specifics of their first meeting remain unclear, a close friend remembered that Roger was instantly captivated by a young woman and confidently announced his plan to marry her before the night ended. The woman who drew his attention was Melissa. Born on January 1, 1960, in Wichita, Melissa was raised in a loving family of 6 siblings, though she tragically lost a younger sister during infancy. Melissa was a compassionate, hardworking, and supportive individual who consistently put others before herself. She began her career as a bank teller and steadily advanced through the ranks, earning promotions through dedication, teamwork, and a strong work ethic. Her professional path was marked by achievement, eventually leading to her appointment as vice president of the bank. The first meeting between Roger and Melissa marked the beginning of a lifelong union between two like-minded souls, who were married in 1991. On the surface, the Blumells appeared to have everything. Melissa's swift ascent within the banking industry, combined with Roger's charm, allowed him to successfully establish his own business venture. With a natural gift for connecting people, Roger flourished by sharing joyful moments with friends and spreading happiness to those around him. In Melissa, he had found the perfect companion to share his life's adventures. Additionally, the couple's strong sense of social responsibility motivated them to take part in and contribute to various charitable, athletic, and community-based initiatives in their area. The Blumells lived an ideal life, but it was missing one thing: a child to bring laughter and happiness into their home. After many years of trying to have a child, they chose to adopt. A social worker introduced them to Kesha, who was placing her 2 sons, Tony and Chris, up for adoption. The Blumells wanted a closed adoption, but Kesha preferred an open one. Ultimately, the Blumells proceeded with the adoption, and Tony and Chris became members of their family, beginning a new chapter. Tony was astonished by the routine of daily family dinners. The boys adjusted quickly, doing well in elementary school and beyond. They succeeded in high school, formed diverse friendships, and excelled in sports such as wrestling and football. Tony's talent in wrestling earned him 2nd place in a divisional competition, suggesting a promising future for the family. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Tony's family life took a dramatic turn for the worse during his senior year of high school. Up until that point, he had been a well-behaved child, but he suddenly became defiant and frequently argued with his parents, resentful that they favored his younger brother, Chris. He began drinking, breaking curfews, and even smoking marijuana, creating turmoil at home and making it appear that all hope for him to regain control was lost. Tony had always dreamed of joining the United States Air Force after graduation, but his behavior destroyed that possibility. In 2013, he was arrested for a violent crime and later for driving under the influence, which meant his record would prevent him from pursuing a career in military aviation. Tony's life spiraled out of control after these incidents, lacking any sense of direction once high school ended. He rejected education and employment, choosing instead to sleep late and get high on marijuana. Melissa lived in constant fear of his violent episodes, and there was another secret the family was unaware of. Since 2013, Kesha had been contacting her biological sons through social media. Tony was eager to reconnect, but Chris appeared distant and uninterested. Kesha was heartbroken after giving them up and relieved they had been placed together with a loving family. Re-establishing contact with Tony made her happy, but she harbored resentment toward the family for supposedly turning Chris against her. Furthermore, when Kesha learned about Tony's conflicts with his adoptive parents, she recognized an opportunity to reconnect with her son and quickly invited him to come visit her. At the adoptive home, matters continued to deteriorate. Tony's anger escalated, and he punched a hole in the wall. This was the breaking point. The family realized that neither they nor Chris were safe anymore. After unsuccessful efforts to manage Tony's behavior, Roger and Melissa made the difficult decision to ask him to leave. He initially wandered without purpose, but soon realized he needed to find a way to support himself financially. He took jobs at fast food restaurants and, to earn extra cash, also sold marijuana. Despite not having a permanent place to stay and sleeping at different friends' houses each night, he eventually became involved with a group of young people deeply immersed in drug abuse. Amid these bleak circumstances, a lifeline appeared for Tony when Kesha invited him to move to California and live with her. Tony eagerly accepted, and the reunion took place in September 2013 at Kesha's home in California. He arrived with his high school best friend, Braden, who had dropped out during his junior year to pursue drug dealing. Tony was hopeful and sought Kesha's help, as she was experienced in the drug trade, to start a large-scale marijuana operation in the area, and even discussed entering the medical cannabis market. The reality, however, was that they moved into a small, one-room apartment. It was easy to see how tensions quickly developed, especially since Sean, Kesha's partner, worked 2 jobs and was the sole provider covering the expenses of 5 people. Kesha only contributed part of the social assistance she received for her daughter. Kesha, Tony, and Braden spent their days using drugs, while the woman's younger daughter was constantly exposed to that negative influence. Sean reached her breaking point when she discovered Tony and Braden selling marijuana near her home. She ordered them to stop, pointing out the danger this posed to her as the property owner. She then gave them an ultimatum: get a job or leave the apartment. Instead of complying, the group united against her and eventually left to stay at a nearby hotel for 2 weeks. However, without any income, they could not pay the hotel bill. They did not consider finding legitimate work due to their financial difficulties. Their original plan was to return to Kansas, possibly because Tony was familiar with the area from his drug activities. After nearly a full day of driving, they decided to stop in Arizona and spend the night at a hotel. It was during this stay that Tony shared an idea with his companions to murder his adoptive parents in order to inherit their money. After they arrived in Wichita and settled into a hotel room they had rented for a month, they concentrated on finalizing the details of the plan. Tony had created a simple strategy. He would murder Roger and Melissa, collect the insurance money, sell their possessions, and use the profits to start a larger drug operation. Tony was convinced that his biological family would make a fortune by growing and selling marijuana. He even selected the perfect day to carry out the crime: Friday, November 15, 2013. The date worked ideally for him, since his brother Chris would be out of town, attending a wrestling event connected to his training. As a former wrestling standout, Tony still kept ties with some team members, which is how he learned about his brother's plans that night. Tony devised a scheme to invite Roger and Melissa to a meeting under the pretense of discussing their past conflicts and reconciling. While they were gone, Braden would bring Kesha to the empty house, where she would steal valuables. Tony knew where his adoptive parents kept an emergency cash stash in their home. The plan was to make everything appear like a failed burglary. When Roger and Melissa came back, Kesha would kill them. At first, everyone believed the plan was solid, but Braden later lost his nerve and refused to take part. He did, however, agree to assist by acquiring the required firearms. As an alternative, he suggested his friend Andrew, a former high school acquaintance, who could drive Kesha to the house and act as support during the crime. Braden obtained 2 handguns from other criminals as promised. It is important to note that there was never any intention to share the money with Andrew, who was hired to drive and serve as backup for Kesha during the robbery in exchange for $11,000. Kesha would ultimately be the one to carry out the robbery. In early November 2013, Kesha posted a photo of herself with Tony on social media, along with a caption that read, "A bond that cannot be broken." Then, on Friday, November 15th, Tony's prediction came true. His adoptive parents agreed to meet with him, exactly as he had anticipated. The meeting itself went calmly. At the Blummel home, however, a very different scene unfolded. After Roger and Melissa left for the meeting, Kesha and Andrew slipped in, broke into the garage, and began searching the house. They took the opportunity to steal small valuables and the emergency cash the couple kept on hand. With the first phase of their plan completed, Kesha and Andrew hid near the quiet house, waiting for their victims to return. Tony called, saying the meeting was over and that he had been dropped off at the hotel. The wait did not last long. When the Blummel vehicle pulled up, two attackers appeared. Kesha positioned herself near Melissa, while Andrew aimed at Roger. Melissa, still in shock, recognized the biological mother of the adopted children. She barely managed to say, "Oh my God, Kesha," before a gunshot to the head caused her to collapse. Roger, panicked, tried to help his wife. Kesha moved toward him with her gun pointed, but it jammed. She tried again, as Roger stood frozen beside his wife's body. The gun finally discharged, and he fell beside her. After carrying out the deadly plan, Kesha and Andrew fled quickly in the vehicle they had arrived in. The Blummel couple remained at the scene until around 9:15 p.m., when Chris returned from his event and discovered the horrifying scene. He immediately called 911, reporting that he had just arrived home to find his parents semi-conscious inside their van. He described Roger as coughing and Melissa as moving her head up and down, both with visible gunshot wounds to their heads. The dispatcher instructed him to attempt life-saving measures while emergency responders arrived shortly afterward to take over. Remarkably, the Blummels were still alive, their lives hanging by a fragile thread, and they were rushed to the hospital without delay. Meanwhile, back at the hotel where they were staying, Kesha appeared to experience a panic attack, stating that she urgently needed to take an illegal substance, which she then did, accompanied by the other boys. At the same time, Kesha handed over the used firearm along with a wallet holding stolen cash and micas, instructing that they be thrown away in a nearby stream. Andrew disposed of the evidence in a pond located in a nearby park. The following day, Tony used the money to begin selling marijuana, making his first profit of $100. Tragically, that same day, Melissa lost her fight with illness and died at the age of 53. Tony visited his father in the hospital, unaware that he had already been removed from the Blummel family's will and insurance policies. As it turned out, the two horrific crimes had been committed for no reason. In the days that followed, it came to light that Andrew had not been paid and was not even aware that Kesha had taken cash from the Blummel family home. Eventually, their luck ran out. During the initial examination of the Blummel residence, police noticed that the garage door had been forced open, and upon entering the house, they found it in complete disarray, with belongings scattered everywhere. It was confirmed that money, jewelry, and other valuables were missing. Authorities initially believed the attack on the couple may have occurred because they arrived home while the burglars were still inside. However, since the deadly assault had taken place before the couple entered the house, this early theory was quickly dismissed. In the van where Roger and Melissa were attacked, no usable fingerprints were discovered, although investigators did find a book casing. Authorities then redirected their attention to the victims' workplaces, suspecting that an unhappy client might have sought retaliation. This theory was also ruled out, leaving investigators to focus on interviewing people close to the couple. Tony was first on the detectives' list, as he was the last person known to be with the victims while they were alive. He strongly denied any involvement, insisting that he knew nothing about what had happened. He stated that after dinner, he had gone straight back to the hotel where he was staying with his mother. Hotel staff confirmed this alibi. The next person questioned was Chris, who had discovered the bodies, but he was quickly cleared after confirming that he had been attending a dinner with the wrestling team at the time of the incident. However, investigators noticed something unusual about his behavior. He did not seem especially distressed, instead appearing deep in thought. When police followed up on this and asked him about his parents' disappearance, Chris immediately said that one person came to mind. He stated that the only person who might hold resentment toward their parents and possibly be capable of such a crime was his older brother, Tony. With this crucial lead, authorities received a fortunate break in their search for those responsible. A man contacted police and reported that a young associate of Tony's had approached him attempting to purchase a gun. Detectives focused on this individual, and after investigating his background, uncovered a lengthy history of drug-related crimes. They also learned that he had traveled to California with Tony. The suspect was identified as Braden. Shortly afterward, Braden received a message from his family warning him that Sheriff's Office investigators were looking to question him regarding the Blummel case. The next morning, Braden voluntarily went to the police station. According to a press report, on his way there, Braden stopped at a pond to discard an item, allegedly the gun used in the crime, which had not been properly disposed of earlier. As it turned out, he was already being watched. When police searched the water, they recovered an unused handgun inside the bag he had thrown away. Braden was interrogated for 3 days, during which he initially denied having any role in the incident. Eventually, he broke under pressure from investigators and confessed to everything he knew, revealing that the plan for the attack originated with Tony. Tony Blumell, 18, and his biological mother, Kesha, 35, were arrested at their hotel on November 19, 2013. Andrew, also 18, was taken into custody, and Braden, another 18-year-old, was arrested the following day. At first, Kesha denied any role in the robbery and the other offenses, while the 3 young men admitted guilt. On November 25, 2013, the defendants made their initial court appearance through a video conference, facing the same set of charges: first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, burglary, and theft. Bail was established at $500,000 for the 3 young men and $1 million for Kesha. On December 21, Roger's heart ceased beating, and at only 48 years old, he was reunited with his cherished Melissa. After Roger's death, the circumstances for the woman and the 3 young men worsened significantly, as they now faced the prospect of being charged with capital murder, a charge that carried the possibility of a death sentence. On January 3, 2014, the 4 individuals in custody were officially charged with 1 count of capital murder for allegedly killing more than 1 person during the same incident. Kesha also faced extra charges, including 2 counts of aggravated robbery, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. The preliminary hearing was held on July 17 of that year, by which point Braden had reached an agreement with authorities, consenting to serve as the prosecution's key witness in return for leniency in sentencing. In 2015, after a year of negotiations, Braden and 2 others involved in the crime entered into plea agreements with the prosecution. Under these agreements, the defendants agreed not to challenge the charges filed against them, and in return, they gave up their right to appeal their sentences. In exchange, the prosecution agreed not to seek the death penalty and to drop certain charges. In a series of separate hearings beginning in mid-2015, each defendant formally confirmed their intention to plead guilty. Kesha received life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for capital murder, along with an additional 10 years for aggravated robbery. Her sentences were ordered to run consecutively. In court, she expressed remorse and respect toward the victim's family, yet denied any involvement in the crime. She remains incarcerated today in a high-security prison. Tony Blumell, known to everyone simply as Tony, received the same sentence as his mother. During the hearing, his Aunt Christina delivered a victim impact statement, thanking authorities for delivering justice and referencing the love Roger and Melissa had shown Tony. Tony sat quietly as tears filled his eyes. Christina told him that he had chosen his own path, and that one day he might comprehend the consequences of those decisions. Tony is now housed in a correctional facility and has accumulated numerous disciplinary infractions. A week later, Andrew was found guilty of first- and second-degree murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment plus 155 months. Lastly, Braden, who had made a deal with prosecutors, was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 242 years. His first opportunity for release is May 28, 2035, though he has amassed 71 disciplinary reports for misconduct. The district attorney expressed satisfaction with the outcome of the case. Despite having waived her right to appeal, Kesha attempted to do so and was unsuccessful. What remains undisputed is that the lives of Roger and Melissa Blumell ended in tragedy. Kesha's excess-driven lifestyle led to disaster, triggered by a descendant's rejection of her. For his part, Tony repaid the couple's love and care with bitterness, jealousy, and violence, choosing an unjustifiable path of substance abuse that ultimately drove him to commit a double crime. As a result, Kesha's younger daughter was forced to grow up in foster care. By contrast, Chris Blumell, with the help of his family, was able to overcome the trauma and go on to build a meaningful life. Moving on to the next case. The case of Kimberly Antonakis. Kimberly Antonakis was born in 1974 in New York, United States. She was the sole child in her household. Even though she was raised with affection and financial comfort, she was never spoiled. Her parents came from modest backgrounds. Even so, her father Thomas succeeded in reaching notable success. He founded his own business, which operated in the computer field, earned money, and he was glad to spend it on his beloved daughter and her wishes. When Kimberly was still very young, her parents separated. The child remained living with her mother. However, this did not weaken the bond between the little girl and her father. He took her on weekends and devoted all his free time to her. When Kimberly's mother met another man and decided to relocate to Florida, she was faced with the decision of staying with her mother or living with her father. Since she did not want to move, the young woman chose to live with her father. Kimberly was extremely close to him and enjoyed sharing her life with him. As she matured, she grew into a polite, outgoing child and later a beautiful young woman with a bright smile that consistently lifted her mood. She possessed a strong sense of humor and an optimistic outlook. Kimberly was brought up in a protected environment, surrounded by affection and care, which shielded her from the harsh truths of life. Because of this, she saw only the good in people and was mostly unaware of life's darker sides. Sadly, her trusting and gentle nature would later bring her much pain. In 1994, Kimberly enrolled at the College of Staten Island. Soon afterward, she told her father that she felt prepared to live independently. Although Mr. Kimberly was concerned about her choice, he respected her autonomy and chose not to oppose it. He vowed to himself that he would do everything possible to guarantee her safety and comfort in her new home. Kimberly purchased a pleasant apartment for his daughter, situated in an affluent part of the city, and installed an alarm system to protect her. He also bought a parking spot in the garage across the street, so she would not need to park far away. To remain in contact, he supplied her with a cell phone and a pager. Kimberly did everything he could to safeguard his daughter's well-being. His worries about her safety were justified, considering his wealth and her lack of life experience. Kimberly was a hard-working student who also held a part-time position as an accountant at a respected firm. She had turned down her father's offer to work in the family business, choosing instead to create her own future. Kimberly lived a normal student life, attending parties and spending time with friends. She rejected her father's invitations to move back home, wanting to preserve her independence. This resulted in an unforeseen situation when she allowed her friend Liz Pace and Liz's family to stay with her while their apartment was under renovation in early 1995. Kimberly, being kind-hearted, welcomed the young people into her home. They spent their days enjoying themselves together. One day, Kimberly and a friend went to a party, getting dressed and ready. After an enjoyable evening of dancing, Kimberly drove them back but did not go upstairs, explaining that she had unfinished matters. They hugged goodbye, unaware it would be the last time they saw one another. After going to the police, Mr. Kimberly's father, went to the parking garage near her building, only to discover that her car was gone from its space. While searching the area, he noticed a shiny object on the ground near the wall, a small gold earring. He remembered giving his daughter earrings like it, and just to be safe, picked it up. However, Kimberly could not be found inside the apartment. Instead, he encountered her guests, including a friend, her boyfriend Joshua Torres, and their 2-year-old child. Although Kimberly knew about Kimberly's choice, he did not agree with it. The residents were concerned about the hostess's disappearance, and Joshua offered to help look for her. He said he was searching for Kimberly and would assist further later. Kimberly went back to the police station, stating that his daughter had likely been involved in an accident, but the officers were not convinced. Kimberly then chose to speak with Liz Pace, the last person who had seen Kimberly, and showed her the earring he had discovered. Liz Pace confirmed that she had seen Kimberly wearing those earrings on the night she vanished. Kimberly then visited locations his daughter often frequented, speaking with numerous people, but he did not obtain any meaningful information. Joshua proposed searching not only for Kimberly, but also for her distinctive car. Kimberly went to the police station for the 3rd time, insisting that he would not leave until they started a search. A detective eventually answered his request, agreeing to take over the case despite standard procedure. To gain a clearer picture of the events involving Kimberly Antonokos, investigators began by reconstructing her actions on February 28th. Kimberly started the day by going to college, then worked for several hours. After finishing work, she went back home and ate dinner with friends before going to a party with a friend named Liz Pace. The night ended with their return home at about 4 a.m. After arriving back, Kimberly went to the parking garage for reasons that are still unknown. Both her apartment and the garage were carefully examined, but no evidence of a struggle or unfamiliar fingerprints was discovered. This absence of clues indicated either a thorough cleanup or that a possible intruder had worn gloves. The most baffling detail was the disappearance of both Kimberly and her car without leaving any trace, aside from one earring that had been found. A review of Kimberly's bank records showed that her final transaction took place the night before she disappeared, eliminating the theory that she had voluntarily run away. Based on the available information, detectives believed that Kimberly had most likely been abducted. The investigation was expanded to involve more officers. Because there were no solid leads, authorities also considered information provided by a psychic. Witness interviews began with Liz Pace and Joshua. They disclosed that 6-5 calls had been made from Kimberly's landline on March 1st. Joshua stated that he placed these calls in an effort to find Kimberly, whom he considered like a younger sister. Liz Pace's statement helped establish what Kimberly was wearing, and a composite image was created, emphasizing her unique tattoos, including a scorpion and an infinity symbol. At the same time, efforts to locate the missing car were underway, including checks at scrap yards and other places where the vehicle could have ended up. Unfortunately, these searches produced no results. An examination of Kimberly's cell phone also led nowhere. Police advised Kimberly to remain alert for any letters or phone calls he might receive, as they could be from kidnappers seeking a ransom. The Kimberly family stayed in a state of uncertainty until March 4th. At around 2 a.m., emergency responders were called to a reported fire at a large, abandoned house located at 86 Woodhaven Avenue in Queens. Several fire crews worked to contain the flames until the fire was finally put out. During the investigation, a badly burned body was found in the building's basement. Further examination by forensic specialists determined that the victim was a woman between 20 and 25 years old, with traces of long black hair still present. There were also indications of tape and evidence that her legs had been restrained, with her hands tied behind her back. Most disturbing of all was the finding that she had been alive when the fire started, as shown by smoke found in her lungs. Detectives initially believed the body could belong to Kimberly, who had been reported missing. To verify her identity, dental records were needed. At the same time, an analysis of the debris and air detected the smell of gasoline, strongly indicating that the fire had been deliberately set to eliminate evidence of a serious crime. Although little additional evidence was found, the burned body remained, and closer inspection revealed tattoos that matched those of the missing woman. Dental records later confirmed the investigators' suspicions, leading to the identification of Kimberly Antoniakis' body. As more information surfaced, an eyewitness came forward who regularly walked his dog in the area. The dog had behaved oddly in the days leading up to the fire, appearing anxious and repeatedly barking at the house without any clear reason. It was only after the fire and the discovery of the body that the cause of the dog's behavior was understood. She had tried to escape and cried out for help, but no people heard her. The dog's sharp hearing, however, allowed it to pick up sounds coming from the basement, which explained its unusual actions. When questioned by police, the property owner stated that he had visited the house several times in the days before. He was attempting to sell the property and would routinely check its condition, gather mail, and collect receipts. However, he stated that he only examined the house from the exterior and never entered the basement. The homeowner asserted that he did not hear any suspicious sounds, and if he had, he would have checked them out. Investigators chose to question Joshua again, as they had certain doubts about him. They also found it oddly coincidental that his name began with the letter J. This time, Joshua brought up someone he had been unable to reach on the day Kimberly disappeared, a young man known by the nickname Psycho, a Russian national who had previously been in a relationship with Kimberly. Detectives followed up on this new lead and learned that the Russian had moved to the United States with his parents at an early age. As he got older, he became involved in gang activity and had a record of illegal behavior. This resulted in the identification of the first suspect, who was soon apprehended. During questioning, Psycho was informed of the death of his former girlfriend, but his response stunned the investigators. The young man not only denied any role in the crime, but also displayed sincere emotional anguish. Detectives brought him to the crime scene to monitor his reactions, and it became apparent to everyone that they had detained the wrong individual. Later, his alibi was verified, once again bringing the investigation to a dead end. The victim's family turned to the psychic for assistance once more. This time, she claimed she saw 4 individuals involved in the crime. According to her, the abductors had originally planned to make contact, but were unsuccessful. The kidnapping did not appear to have been intended to end tragically. The psychic concluded that new details would soon come to light. A few days later, Mr. Kimberly, hoping to obtain some useful information, announced a $10,000 reward for any tips that could help identify the culprit. Mr. Kimberly could not stop thinking about the psychic's words. He reflected on her statement that the kidnappers had wanted to communicate. What did that imply, and what had stopped them from doing so? After returning home, he sat at the table and stared at his phone for some time. He suddenly remembered a small detail from the day Kimberly disappeared. He had listened to all the messages on the answering machine, expecting his daughter to reach out to him. However, there were no messages except for 2 blank recordings filled with complete silence. At first, he assumed it was a technical malfunction or an issue with the connection. But it later became evident that this was not the situation. 5 days after her body was discovered, police found her car in a quiet part of the city, not far from where her remains had been located. Investigators hoped to recover fingerprints from the vehicle, but it had been completely cleaned. The only evidence uncovered was her hair and a second earring inside the passenger area. Although this appeared to be a significant development, it did not lead to any new conclusions. Kimberly's father was connected to a local mob hit due to his wealth and business success. However, detectives found no proof to support these claims. Kimberly, devastated by the death of his daughter, denied any involvement and was shown to conduct his business in an open and lawful manner. In July 1995, a burglary suspect was arrested at a residence in New York City. Unexpectedly, he provided information related to the Kimberly case. The suspect stated that an acquaintance had told him that his friends had kidnapped and murdered her by setting her on fire. Upon hearing the unnamed individual's name, officers began to piece together the details of the crime. The man referred to was Joshua Torres, Kimberly's roommate who had taken part in the search for her. Detectives focused their attention on the young man and summoned him for additional questioning. Although he denied any participation in the crime, a long discussion exposed a possibly incriminating remark. He stated that if he had been the kidnapper, he would have fed the victim, Kimberly. This comment aroused suspicion because there had been no public reference to the victim being hungry, thirsty, or cold, and even her father did not know these details. To reinforce their case, investigators reviewed the suspect's background, uncovering a criminal history and a pattern of obsessive behavior. He was unemployed and financially reliant on his roommate, while also caring for her child, which gave him unsupervised time to plan the crime. Being familiar with Kimberly's daily routine enabled him to abduct her and conceal her in an empty house. It remained unclear why no ransom demands were initially made. An analysis of the suspect's phone calls showed that he had lied about contacting Kimberly's acquaintances. The numbers he dialed belonged to random people who had no connection to Kimberly. Suspicious messages on his pager further implicated the suspect, Joshua. He had long been viewed as a suspect by detectives, and they eventually collected enough evidence to arrest him. During questioning, they told him that Kimberly's former boyfriend was no longer considered a suspect. Pressured to provide more information, Torres revealed that he believed his friends were responsible for her killing. Torres claimed he thought his friends only planned to kidnap Kimberly for ransom and then release her unharmed. He admitted to being an accomplice in the kidnapping, but insisted that he did not believe his friends would turn to violence. According to Torres, the plan was to demand a ransom and then free Kimberly, but events did not unfold as intended. The kidnappers grew frustrated when their ransom demands were met with silence from Mr. Kimberly. Unknown to them, their calls had been answered by Kimberly's father, and a ransom message had even been recorded. However, because of a technical malfunction, the recording was not saved on the answering machine. Feeling ignored and angered by the lack of response, the kidnappers decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. It later emerged that the group feared public exposure, and the psychic had claimed that the suspect's name began with the letter J. This information was published and broadcast on television, setting off a chain of events. Joshua was released on bail after speaking with police, but then disappeared. Around the same period, Jose was shot while walking with his wife. Jose's wife later informed investigators that her husband did not trust Joshua and had been collecting evidence against him. She stated that Jose felt remorse about kidnapping Kimberly, but not about setting the house on fire. He wanted to confess to the police, just as he had confessed to her. Pager messages and suspect statements helped investigators reconstruct the details of the kidnapping and the crime. 4 men were involved: Joshua, Julio Negrin, Jose Negrin, and Nicholas Brett, also known as Jay. Notably, Julio had previously dated Kimberly and had proposed to her, but she rejected him. The group was bound together by friendship and a shared criminal background. However, their actions were far exceeded by the horrific treatment of her at the hands of the men. Nicholas had recently been released on bail due to his mother's intervention and had received a lenient fine for a crime that could have led to a prison sentence of more than a year. Joshua had a record of serious crimes, including child abduction, violence against a minor, and illegal possession of weapons despite his young age. Nevertheless, he too had received an unjustifiably light sentence for his offenses. It was clear that Joshua was the ringleader responsible for organizing the group. After Kimberly left the party, the men seized her in the parking lot, apparently having followed her and waited for the perfect moment to strike when she was alone. A gun was used to threaten Kimberly. When she resisted, the attackers bound her hands and covered her mouth, eyes, and ears with duct tape. They then placed her in the trunk of a car and drove her to an abandoned house, where she was taken to the basement and tied to a chair. To stop her from making noise, they removed her shoes. The kidnappers told Kimberly that her father owed them money and that she would be freed once he paid the debt. Julio was assigned to look after Kimberly, bringing her food and water twice a day and keeping her warm. However, fearing the consequences, Julio left the house, abandoning Kimberly without food, water, or warmth for 3 days. After Julio left, the kidnappers informed Joshua, who made an audio recording demanding a ransom of $775,000. Then the kidnapper called Kimberly's father, leaving 2 blank messages. The kidnappers waited for a reply, genuinely confused as to why Kimberly's father did not contact them. Meanwhile, Kimberly, left without supervision, suffered from dehydration, losing consciousness several times, yet she continued struggling to survive. The kidnappers became angry and frightened of being discovered because no ransom had been paid, so they decided to free Kimberly. When they went into the basement, they found her unconscious and presumed she was dead. To remove evidence of the hostage, they planned to dispose of her. During the investigation, officers learned from Liz Pace that Joshua had used his roommate as an alibi, directing his accomplices while remaining at home with his child. Liz Pace initially stated that she did not know about Joshua's role in Kimberly's abduction. However, during the trial, she testified against him. She said that after being questioned, Joshua came to her and confessed to all of his crimes. He then became violent, physically attacking her, silencing her, and making death threats before fleeing. Some time later, Joshua was arrested by law enforcement. In an effort to advance the investigation, authorities decided to bring the former friends together, informing them that Joshua had denied any involvement in the killing. After learning of Joshua's denial, Julio chose to cooperate with investigators, providing critical information. This cooperation played a key role in securing Torres's conviction for Kimberly's murder. Ultimately, the trio were charged with murder, arson, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment. During the trial, evidence showed that Joshua had repeatedly attempted to mislead investigators and avoid punishment. After deliberating for about 10 hours, the jury reached a decision. Joshua Torres was sentenced to 58 years in prison. Nicholas Brett received the same sentence as the others. Julio Negrin was found guilty as an accessory after the fact and was sentenced to 2 to 6 years in prison. Tomas Kimberly, a member of the victim's family, was satisfied with the court's ruling and did not want the perpetrators to receive the death penalty. In his view, the death penalty would have been too mild a punishment. Nicholas Brett was repeatedly abused and assaulted in prison and died of AIDS after serving 2 years. Julio Negrin was released after completing his 2-year sentence. Joshua will not be eligible for release before 2053. Tragically, sadly, Kimberly's father, Kimberly, died of cancer in 2005. His family believes that the stress and sorrow caused by his daughter's death contributed to his illness. The life of Kimberly Antonakis, a beautiful young woman, was ended in a shocking and devastating way. Moving on to the next case. Case of Michaela Jarrecht. Sharon Murch and her husband, Rod Jarrecht, had been trying to conceive a child for 5 years. After numerous doctor visits and fertility treatments, they were overjoyed when their daughter, Michaela Jarrecht, was born on January 24, 1979, in Oakland, California. Her parents affectionately called her their miracle child due to the struggles they endured in conceiving her. Following Michaela's birth, the family soon welcomed two more children, a daughter named Libby and a son named Alex. In 1986, the family moved to Hayward, where they established their home and raised their children. As a child, Michaela was known for being intelligent, lively, and well-behaved. She listened attentively to her parents and followed their guidance closely. Sharon was a caring and attentive mother, sometimes to the point that others perceived her as overprotective. Given the increase in child abductions in California during the 1980s, her caution was understandable. She always kept her children close to home and ensured they remained under adult supervision. On Saturday, November 19, 1988, Michaela finished breakfast with her family. Her best friend, 9-year-old Katrina Rodriguez, stopped by to ask if Michaela could accompany her to the local grocery store to buy snacks. Initially, Sharon refused permission. However, Michaela persisted, assuring her mother that they would be safe and return quickly. Eventually, Sharon relented and allowed her to go. As a precaution, Sharon reminded them to be careful, gave Michaela $5, and watched as the girls eagerly grabbed their scooters and left. Michaela expressed her love for her mother before departing. As Sharon returned inside to clean up the breakfast dishes, her husband Rod went outside to work on the car, unaware that the next few minutes would change their lives forever. Michaela and Katrina eagerly rode their scooters to the Rainbow Market on Mission Boulevard and parked them outside the store. The girls entered the market to purchase snacks. They bought 2 Mountain Dew sodas, 2 beef jerky sticks, and 2 cherry toffees before exiting the store. Engrossed in a conversation about holiday plans, they initially forgot about their scooters. As they prepared to leave the parking lot, they realized the scooters were missing. The girls decided to split up to search for them. Michaela spotted her scooter, which had been moved about 3 parking spaces away and was now beside a car. Without hesitation, Michaela rushed over and bent down to grab the handlebars. In a sudden and violent turn, a man leapt from the car and grabbed Michaela around the waist, forcefully pushing her into the back seat. Katrina froze momentarily, her eyes fixed on the chaotic scene as her friend struggled against the abductor. The car sped away, accelerating down Mission Boulevard toward Union City. Regaining her composure, Katrina ran back into the store and alerted the cashier, Rona Ronalyn, about the kidnapping. Rona immediately called the local police, who quickly arrived at the crime scene. She also contacted Katrina's father to inform him of the abduction. Sharon was in the kitchen doing dishes when she heard frantic shouting from outside. Rod burst through the front door, telling her that Michaela had been kidnapped outside the Rainbow Market. Along with Katrina's father, they rushed to the store and found police questioning customers and staff. Katrina, extremely upset, went home with her father. Rod and Sharon remained, hoping for information. As Sharon waited anxiously, a growing sense of fear gripped her. She recalled a poem Michaela had written and an unsettling incident from the previous week, both of which now weighed heavily on her mind. Specifically, Sharon had woken up early one morning to find Michaela sitting at the breakfast table, writing during the early hours. Michaela's mother asked her what she was working on, and Michaela vaguely responded that she was writing a poem. Sharon asked repeatedly what the poem was about. Michaela eventually explained that her poem was inspired by the noises she had heard coming from the attic that morning. She had been thinking about people who were kidnapped and held captive, and her poem described their experiences. She clarified that the poem actually referred to individuals who were being detained against their will, rather than those who had been kidnapped and killed. Sharon found Michaela's poem disturbing and out of character, as her daughter was usually a happy person. In hindsight, Sharon believes that Michaela may have written the poem as a type of prophecy or premonition. The police were given a description of the man who allegedly kidnapped Michaela. Rona, a cashier, reported that the suspect was a white male in his 30s with a mustache. She also stated that he drove a car that was either burgundy or maroon, but could not provide details about the make or model. According to Rona, the man had parked his car and gotten out, but instead of entering the store, he looked through the window, observing the girls and other customers without going inside. She suspected he might be planning to rob the store. A sketch artist produced a composite image, which was then distributed to local police stations and news outlets. Investigators found the scooter used in the abduction and collected it as evidence. They obtained a handprint from the scooter handle, which was added to their database to identify the kidnapper, but it did not generate any leads. The day after the kidnapping, the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) joined the investigation, suspecting a connection to a series of local child kidnappings, although this was ultimately unconfirmed. Police soon realized that Katrina could provide more information about the suspect, as she was the main witness to the abduction. 2 days after the incident, investigators visited her home. They spoke with her and her parents, and the information she provided shocked them. Her description of the kidnapper differed significantly from that given by the store cashier. Katrina described him as a young white male in his early 20s with dirty blonde hair, severe acne scarring, and blue eyes. Katrina vividly remembered the suspect's eyes, describing them to investigators as fox-like. She explained that despite him looking directly at her, he did not seem to recognize her. Additionally, she told investigators that the suspect's car was beige or tan, box-shaped, and had noticeable body damage. The new description raised concerns because it meant the crucial 48 hours to find a suspect had been spent pursuing the wrong person. Investigators reprinted posters with the new suspect description and redistributed them throughout the area. Armed with this updated information, they began visiting local sex offenders, inquiring about potential leads. Many volunteers joined, going door to door and distributing posters that detailed Michaela's clothing: a white Metro t-shirt, rolled-up blue denim jeans, black Mary Jane shoes, and pearl-colored feather-shaped earrings. After searching nearby suburbs without finding Michaela, police expanded their search to include Garin National Park and Niles Canyon, which were a short distance from the she home. This decision was prompted by a tip from 3 hikers who claimed to have found footprints in the forest belonging to 1 adult and 1 child. Following the tracks, the hikers discovered a blanket and empty fast food containers. A psychological analysis of the kidnapper suggested they would likely take Michaela to a secluded location. To aid the search, helicopters were equipped with infrared thermal cameras to detect heat signatures in dense wooded areas. Police officers also combed the area on horseback and on foot, but these efforts produced no results. Unfortunately, Michaela and her kidnapper appeared to have vanished without a trace. The search for Michaela made national headlines, and her case was featured on prominent television programs such as Unsolved Mysteries and America's Most Wanted. Her photo was also distributed on milk cartons, and the Missing Children's program sent over 50 million mailing cards to homes across the country. These cards included a picture of Michaela, a description of her clothing, and a composite sketch of the kidnapper. San Francisco 49ers quarterback Joe Montana publicly expressed his support for the Michaela family and urged the public to provide any information. A $70,000 reward was offered for any information related to Michaela's disappearance. Within the first year, the police received over 5,000 tips, the majority of which proved to be unfounded rumors. Despite this, the community remained committed to finding Michaela. Sharon conducted her own investigation and uncovered some leads, some taking her as far as Russia, but none produced results. A significant break in the case occurred between 1991 and 1992 when an inmate in Indiana provided authorities with crucial information regarding Michaela's disappearance. Roger Haggard, serving an 11-year sentence for burglary, claimed to have helped a friend bury Michaela's body in a gladiolus field in Union City. Initially, investigators were skeptical and did not consider his claims credible enough to pursue further. Undeterred, Roger reached out to the media for assistance. In 1992, he wrote a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, stating that he knew who had kidnapped Michaela and where her body was buried. He offered to lead investigators to the location. Investigators brought Roger to California to testify before a grand jury. Roger repeated his previous claims under oath and promised to lead authorities to Michaela's burial site and the home of her killer. The following day, a team of investigators accompanied Roger to the field where he claimed Michaela's body was buried. After 8 hours of searching, Roger admitted that his claim was false. He explained that his intention had been to give the Michaela family a sense of peace after all these years. This confession had serious consequences for Roger. He was charged with perjury and received an additional 6-year prison sentence, along with an order to pay $6,000 in damages to Michaela's family for giving them false hope. This development would not be the only one to shake the investigation. Authorities also monitored another individual, Lawrence Binder, 43, a wastewater treatment plant worker who appeared to be an ordinary man, married with a family. However, suspicions arose when investigators received a tip from East Bay area parents regarding his disturbing behavior. These parents claimed he had been sending gifts and money to young girls to befriend them. Furthermore, some of the letters he wrote were written in reverse, requiring recipients to use a mirror to read them. As investigators examined Lawrence's past, they discovered he drove a distinctive light blue van with the license plate, "Love You." The van's interior was unusually decorated with photos of small children, children's drawings, and biblical verses. Additionally, Lawrence had a prior arrest for attempting to lure two young girls into his van, although the charges were ultimately dropped. Lawrence often inserted himself into investigations of missing children. For example, following Michaela's 1988 disappearance, he contacted her mother, Sharon. He also reached out to Kim Schwartz, the mother of 7-year-old Amber Schwartz, who went missing in June 1988. In both cases, the mothers eventually told police that they felt uneasy about Lawrence's persistence in contacting them and trying to stay informed about developments regarding their daughters. After uncovering a series of unusual circumstances, investigators began to suspect Lawrence of being involved in a series of child abductions. When Amber disappeared, Lawrence wrote to the police predicting that the next victim would be a 9-year-old girl. This prediction proved accurate when Michaela went missing. Lawrence further raised suspicions when he sent a Christmas card depicting a girl holding up 4 fingers to an FBI profiler. This incident took on a more ominous tone when 4-year-old Amanda Campbell went missing on December 27, 1991, and it was later linked to the disappearance of Eileen Mischelhoff, a 13-year-old girl from Dublin, California. As Lawrence's name became associated with the string of child abductions, he faced intense media scrutiny. His unusual behavior and fascination with the cases attracted widespread public attention, leading many to suspect his involvement. As a result, Lawrence and his family endured harassment and public backlash. However, after Lawrence sued the city of Fairfield for defamation and won, investigators began to reassess his role in the case. It became apparent that he was not as involved as initially believed, and many thought he was merely attempting to insert himself into the investigation. Despite the mystery surrounding Lawrence, the case remained a complex and challenging puzzle for investigators. In addition, a new suspect emerged, Curtis Dean Anderson. He was arrested in August 2000 and subsequently linked to a series of heinous crimes. Following his arrest, Anderson confessed to the 1999 abduction and murder of 7-year-old Ziana Fairchild from Layhook, California. During a 2007 FBI interview, Anderson made a shocking claim. He admitted to murdering 13 additional women and girls. He also confessed to abducting and killing 7-year-old Amber Schwartz, whom he had seen standing on a street corner. However, Curtis's life ended abruptly on December 9, 2007, when he died from kidney and liver failure. This untimely death prevented investigators from obtaining further information about Curtis's past crimes. Following his confession, authorities examined Curtis's background and discovered a coincidence. In 1989, he had been pulled over in a brown 1977 Chevy sedan, matching the vehicle description provided by a witness named Katrina. Despite Curtis's death, his confession reignited interest in a more notorious case, the kidnapping of Michaela. The renewed investigation brought new attention and generated fresh leads. However, a new development in August 2012 shed additional light on the case. Wesley Sherman, a teenager and one-half of the notorious Speed Freaks duo, reached out to the Stockton Record after his accomplice, Loren Herzog, had taken his own life in January of that year. Wesley pointed out that Loren bore an uncanny resemblance to the suspect depicted in Michaela's composite sketch. The resemblance was further supported by Katrina's observations, which indicated that Loren shared very similar characteristics to Michaela's kidnapper. Following a lead from Wesley, investigators began excavating a well in Linden, California, where he and Loren were believed to have disposed of Michaela's remains. The excavation uncovered thousands of bone fragments, some of which were likely Michaela's. Although investigators never lost hope of solving the case, the mystery continued to confound them. It was not until 8 years later that a useful clue finally emerged. The circumstances surrounding Michaela's disappearance were horrifying and had a profound effect on the public. However, even more shocking revelations were yet to come. On December 21, 2020, the Hayward Police Department and FBI announced a significant development in the Michaela case, revealing a surprising breakthrough. Despite initial suspicions focusing on Loren and Wesley, investigators eventually charged 61-year-old David Garrick with Michaela's kidnapping and murder. Advances in technology were crucial in solving the case, linking David's fingerprints to those found on Michaela's scooter 32 years earlier in 1988. David Garrick has been charged with Michaela's murder and is currently in custody at Santa Rita Jail in Alameda County. Examination of David's past reveals a disturbing pattern of criminal behavior dating back to his teenage years. Born on February 19, 1961, in Chicago, Illinois, little is known about David's upbringing. By the age of 16, however, he was already involved in criminal activity. In 1977, he was convicted of breaking into a house and sexually assaulting a maid at knife point. He was arrested and sentenced but was paroled just a year later, in 1978. David's legal troubles continued thereafter. In February 1979, he was arrested on charges of false imprisonment and assault with a deadly weapon, which were later updated to assault with intent to rape. Despite this, he became eligible for parole in September 1981. Years later, in May 1988, David was arrested for burglary at a San Leandro grocery store. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison and 1 year of probation. In November of the same year, he was released from custody after serving 6 months. However, his luck eventually ran out in December 1988. That year, a tragic incident occurred involving his longtime friend, Margaret Ball, who was 38 years old. She had often helped him in times of need, but the nature of their relationship took a drastic turn. Margaret's dead body was discovered by her stepdaughter in a pool of blood, brutally beaten and stabbed. The crime scene was particularly gruesome, with Margaret's front tooth found several feet away from her body due to the severity of the beating. Police identified David as the primary suspect after discovering evidence linking him to the crime. He was arrested and eventually convicted of Margaret's murder. While David was already serving time for Margaret's murder, new evidence led to additional charges against him. In 2018, he was sentenced to 18 years to life for Margaret's murder. A DNA analysis later implicated David in 2 murders that occurred in Fremont, California, in 1986. 2 young women, Michelle Xavier, 18, and her best friend, Jennifer Dewey, 20, had gone out to celebrate a family member's birthday dinner on February 2, 1986. After leaving the restaurant, they stopped at a convenience store. Shortly after midnight, their bodies were discovered on the side of the road by a motorcyclist. The scene revealed a disturbing and violent crime. The women had been stripped naked, stabbed, and shot. An autopsy later revealed that they had also been sexually assaulted. Michelle's car was discovered 6 miles away from the crime scene in a grocery store parking lot. Michaela's case had been forgotten for many years due to a lack of clues and information. However, 32 years later, advances in DNA technology led detectives to a suspect, David Garrick. He is currently serving time and faces additional charges, including 3 counts of murder and 1 count of abduction, which could carry the death penalty. Chief Hayward vowed to continue the search for Michaela's body and remains hopeful that she will be found. Michaela's father, Rod Jarrett, traveled over 100 miles to attend a recent press conference. He expressed a sense of relief knowing that the police have apprehended a suspect. Authorities now have a person to question and hope that this individual will provide information about Michaela's whereabouts. Sharon, Michaela's mother, was unable to attend the press conference due to her ongoing battle with metastatic cancer. Police Chief Hayward read a statement on Sharon's behalf, revealing her struggle to accept the reality of her daughter's fate. Over the past year, she had come to accept the likelihood that Michaela was no longer alive. However, she found comfort imagining her in a peaceful afterlife, sitting on clouds, walking on golden streets, dancing on hills, and sewing a ring among the stars. Bernie Castillo, David's attorney, has been vocal about the case and strongly criticizes the investigative methods used to charge his client. He dismisses the evidence as junk science and finds it implausible that a handprint match could be discovered after 32 years. Bernie believes that the police are attempting to pin the blame solely on David as a convenient means of closing the case. Meanwhile, Katrina, Michaela's close friend and a witness to the case, has been carrying guilt and still remembers the tragic incident that occurred that Saturday morning. She feels that it should have been her, as the scooter that was moved belonged to her. This burden of guilt has caused Katrina to suppress memories of her childhood. In contrast, Sharon, Michaela's mother, dedicated her life to finding her daughter. Initially, she waited anxiously for news by the telephone and later turned to the internet for answers. However, after David was charged with Michaela's murder, Sharon's fight for justice began to wane due to her cancer diagnosis. She eventually passed away in May 2022, finding solace in the belief that she would soon be reunited with her daughter. A new twist has emerged in the complicated case of David, who is currently awaiting trial for his alleged involvement in the kidnapping and murder of Michaela, as well as the murders of Michelle and Jennifer. The search for justice for Michaela has been ongoing for decades, but it now faces a significant obstacle. It appears that David, the suspect, might not face the full severity of the punishment for the allegations against him. In contrast, David's defense attorney, Ernie, viewed the development as validation, stating that each case against David relies on questionable forensic tactics. Bernie was not surprised by the decision, as it confirmed his long-held belief that the prosecution's case contained significant weaknesses. Others, however, disagreed with the decision. Chuck Euler, a retired lieutenant who worked on another case involving David, believed that he should receive the maximum sentence for his crimes. David is currently awaiting trial for 3 counts of murder and 1 count of kidnapping. His case is closely tied to the mysterious disappearance of Michaela, a story filled with unexpected twists and turns. However, the investigation was hampered by an initial case of mistaken identity, which led police to waste valuable time in the first 2 days. As a result, Michaela's family was left searching for answers for decades. Moving on to the next case. Natalie Holloway, Aruba, an island situated in the southern Caribbean Sea close to the coast of Venezuela. This small, self-governing territory is part of the Netherlands and primarily depends on tourism. The main attractions include diving, windsurfing, and underwater tours of the coral reefs. The local recreational areas are famous for their sand, which does not burn the feet even in the hottest weather. The local inhabitants, pink flamingos, are often seen wandering near the water in full view of the astonished public. It truly is a paradise. Unsurprisingly, it attracted a group of young people, graduates of Mountain Brook High School. On May 26, 2005, 124 students accompanied by 7 chaperones traveled to the island to celebrate the beginning of their adult lives. Since all were already 18 years old, the chaperones maintained order and discipline only nominally. It was well understood that the students had come to relax and enjoy themselves. The future college students stayed in comfortable rooms at the Holiday Inn. They had access to beaches, palm trees, restaurants, and local entertainment venues. They thoroughly enjoyed themselves, swimming in the ocean, sunbathing on the beach, dancing until dawn. Naturally, the fun was accompanied by alcoholic drinks and gambling. Thus, the youth spent 5 unforgettable days in Aruba. On May 30th, the day of their return, the only one who did not arrive at the national airport was Natalie Holloway. In the first hours, everyone searched for her. Her belongings, including her phone and passport, were found in the hotel. However, she was nowhere to be found. Her mother, Elizabeth Twitty, was the first to raise the alarm. She called one of the chaperones and reported that she could not reach her daughter. Later, the woman recalled that at that moment, her heart sensed something was wrong. Her daughter was obedient and always stayed in contact. Moreover, she was very punctual. Therefore, her delay was a bad sign. Natalie's mother and stepfather decided to fly to Aruba immediately to search for her. Upon arriving in Aruba, Elizabeth was able to obtain much more information than the police did. The police seemed in no hurry to begin a search and ignored the worried mother's message. After all, cases like this were not rare, and authorities treated them lightly. They stated that people often miss their planes or liners. Typically, they are found in a bar drinking Caribbean rum or in bed with a new acquaintance. Mrs. Twitty last heard that Natalie was seen on May 30th around 1:30 a.m. She left the bar accompanied by Jeroen van der Sloot. The pair got into a car where 2 other young men were present and drove away. After that, she was not seen again. During the vacation, her daughter's group often visited Carlson Charlie's nightclub and the associated casino. Known for their bad reputation, these venues were quite popular. It was there that Natalie met local regular, 17-year-old Jeroen, who offered her a drink. Afterwards, he invited her to see the lighthouse and the sharks living nearby. She agreed. As they left the club, a silver Honda car with the Calpo brothers inside was waiting for them. For hours later, Elizabeth contacted the police again. This time, she had information that caused concern. After that, the trio was detained. Initially, Vandersloot denied knowing Natalie, but later admitted he had indeed left the bar with her. According to him, they drove around for a while, visited the beach, and later dropped her off near the hotel. The 18-year-old Deepak and 21-year-old Satish Kalpo confirmed their friend's account. It is worth noting the young men were interrogated together, which seemed quite unprofessional on the law enforcement side. Later, their statements were repeatedly changed. Natalie was born on October 21, 1986, in Clinton, Mississippi. She was the eldest child of Elizabeth and David Edward Holloway. Her father worked as an insurance agent while her mother was a speech therapist. The parents loved each other deeply and had been together since their youth. However, domestic life eventually took its toll on their marriage. After 13 years, the couple divorced. Following the divorce, Natalie and her brother, Matthew, stayed with their mother. Despite this, Mr. Holloway did not lose contact with his family, providing them with emotional and financial support. In 2000, Elizabeth remarried an Alabama businessman named George Twitty, which brought Natalie to Mountain Brook. The transition was smooth and uneventful. The children continued to see their father frequently, visiting him during holidays. Natalie was very sociable, which made it easy for her to make new friends. Her family was quite devout, spending every Sunday in church. This strongly influenced Natalie's upbringing. Relatives remembered her as very kind and modest. She did not attend parties or go on dates, even though she was quite popular. Her beauty was striking, and her smile radiant. At the same time, she was an excellent student, engaged in dance, and participated in various clubs. She dreamed of pursuing a career in medicine and had chosen a local university where she hoped to receive a substantial scholarship. Clearly, she had promising prospects in life. At that time, she was especially excited about an upcoming trip. Although her parents were hesitant to let her go, she managed to persuade them. Unfortunately, what was meant to mark a new beginning for Natalie turned out to be the end of her life. Elizabeth maintained that her daughter would be unlikely to trust a stranger, let alone get into a car and go somewhere with him. It seemed that something had been slipped into her cocktail, clouding her judgment. Surveillance footage from the bar confirmed the mother's suspicions. On the night of May 29th to 30th, Natalie had been sober. She was dancing and socializing, and her behavior was neither provocative nor compromising. However, after drinking a beverage offered by Joran, her gait and facial expression changed, indicating she was indeed under the influence of some substance. The young woman's mother also spoke with the staff of Carlos and Charlie's. Employees spoke highly of the young woman, which could not be said for Vandersloot. He was a person of interest. In his leisure time, he often behaved poorly, indulged in gambling, and consumed forbidden substances. At one of the hotels, he and his friends rented a room where they frequently invited foreign women. Everything that happened there, Joran secretly recorded on video and uploaded to the internet. Nonetheless, he was never held accountable for this. None of the charges against him ever went to court. And here is why. It turned out that Paulus Vandersloot, the young man's father, was a well-known lawyer aiming for a judgeship. Apparently, not only tourism but also corruption thrived in Aruba. The outrageous incident drew the attention of not only the local community, but also American correspondents. Many news channels reported the case, and some continued to monitor developments. Fearing a global scandal, the island authorities began extensive searches for the missing young woman. Volunteers, divers, and specially trained dogs were deployed. To expand the search area, the government even declared a public holiday for civil servants. Additionally, 50 Marines thoroughly combed the coastline. An airplane equipped with a thermal imaging camera scanned over 40 kilometers of terrain. The search for the young woman continued relentlessly, but Natalie seemed to have vanished. Soon after, David Holloway arrived in Aruba. He joined the investigation led by his ex-wife and journalists. Public pressure gradually increased. Moreover, it was discovered that the hotel's surveillance cameras did not capture the suspect's car on May 30th. There was no footage of the young woman entering the building, indicating that Joran and the Kalpo brothers' statements were false. The police called them in for questioning again. This time, the younger Vandersloot unexpectedly remembered that he had dropped the young woman off not near the hotel, but a little before reaching it, at a location without surveillance. He also added that he noticed a figure in black moving toward Natalie, apparently one of the Holiday Inn's security guards. On June 5th, the hotel security staff who had been on duty that unfortunate night were detained. Investigators believed they might have intercepted the young woman along her route. On June 9th, detectives finally arrested the suspicious trio. Sharing a cell with the Calpo brothers, one of the security guards learned a crucial detail. Satish confessed to him that he and Deepak had lied to cover for their friend. In reality, they had left Uran alone with Natalie on the beach and had left themselves. The security guards were released to go home on June 13th. On June 17th, another suspect was detained, Steve Gregory Cruz, a DJ who handled music at yacht parties. Somehow, the police suspected his involvement in the young woman's disappearance. On June 22nd, Paulus van der Sloot was also brought in for questioning and was detained that same day. However, by June 26th, he was released along with Steve Cruz due to insufficient evidence. Days later, during another conversation, Uran offered a third version of the events. Learning that the Calpo brothers had told their version, he tried to shift the blame onto them. He claimed that he had parted with Natalie near his home, and she had left with the brothers. However, his story was not taken seriously. In defense of Satish and Deepak, a lawyer provided a rebuttal. As a result, on July 4th, after a brief trial, the Calpo brothers were released. Meanwhile, the custody period for Joran van der Sloot was extended by another 2 months. All leads pointed to him, yet the police seemed blind. Little is known about the young man. Joran van der Sloot was born on August 6, 1987, in Arnhem, Netherlands. His father, Paulus van der Sloot, was a lawyer, and his mother, Anita van der Sloothugen, was an art teacher. Uran was one of 3 brothers in a large family. In 1990, the family moved to the island. From childhood, the boy was a good student and even excelled at the International School of Aruba. As he grew up, he became interested in soccer and tennis, even achieving some success in sports. He planned to attend St. Leo University in Florida in the future. He was closer to his father during childhood, while his mother considered him an incorrigible liar, which resulted in a strained relationship between them. Anita, being a creative spirit, valued true virtues in people and was very disappointed that she could not instill them in Uran. She also recalled that he grew up rebellious and often ran away from home. Over time, he fell in with a bad crowd and developed a penchant for gambling. However, he appeared differently in front of friends. He presented himself as cool and fearless. Even one of Natalie's friends mentioned that Uran made a good impression when they met. At first glance, he did not arouse suspicion, which is why Natalie was easily left alone with him. Locals were wary of the young man. They believed such permissiveness would not lead to anything good. Yet he was popular with the girls, which he often took advantage of. Overall, the young man elicited mixed opinions from different people. While the investigation into the suspects was ongoing, the search for Natalie continued. U.S. authorities became involved. They could not directly conduct their own investigation, but closely monitored the progress and provided substantial financial support to help find the American citizen. The Aruban authorities were not fond of the scrutiny, but were willing to accept the funding. The Holloway family was desperate. Hoping to find their daughter alive, they announced a monetary reward. Initially, the amount was $50,000. As hope dwindled, the reward increased to $1 million. Additionally, $100,000 was offered for information leading to the location of her remains, which later increased to $250,000. During this time, the investigation hit several dead ends. However, after the reward announcement, new witnesses emerged. One claimed to have seen Uran with the Calpo brothers at a local night spot between 2:30 and 3 a.m. Another witness claimed to have seen several suspicious men hiding a woman's body at a dump on the afternoon of May 30th. Yet these statements led the investigation astray. After numerous checks, their claims were not corroborated. On August 26th, the police once again detained the Calpo brothers and another young man. However, these actions were unrelated to the case. The arrest of these young men was more about intimidation and an attempt to get them to talk. Ultimately, on September 3, 2005, all 4 were released on bail. A week and a half later, the court lifted all restrictions and prohibitions, as none had provided any substantial leads for the investigation. Overall, Joran van der Sloot spent approximately 3 months in custody. Once free, he basked in the notoriety. Most people would shy away from such heightened public attention, but Joran eagerly gave interviews and appeared on television shows. According to his accounts, after meeting Natalie Holloway, she behaved flirtatiously. He claimed she offered intimacy, but he declined due to lack of contraception. On one show, the host asked, "Why should we believe you?" In response, Joran threw a glass at the interviewer, displaying his impulsiveness and aggression to the world. It seemed quite possible that Natalie could have fallen victim to such an uncontrollable outburst of anger. The journalist, who had been the target of Joran's thrown glass, held a grudge and did not forgive his rude behavior. With his assistance, a bug was placed in one of Joran's friend's cars. Eventually, intriguing information emerged. The younger Vander Slut confessed to witnessing Natalie's death. He claimed they had indeed been intimate on the beach, but afterward something happened to her. She began shaking and lost consciousness. He attempted to revive her and even performed CPR, but sadly she passed away without regaining consciousness. Consequently, Joran and a friend took her body out to sea and disposed of it. It was a sensational confession, yet once again, he managed to avoid consequences. After the recording was played during an evening show, he quickly recalibrated. Joran contacted another show's organizers and issued a denial, explaining that he had only told his friend what he wanted him to hear. In April 2007, Vander Slut released a book titled The Case of Natalie Holloway, my own account of her disappearance in Aruba, co-written with a Dutch journalist. In the 351-page book, he presented his perspective on the situation and offered an apology to the missing girl's family. In his narrative, he continued to assert his stance. By this time, the investigation and official search efforts had nearly ceased. In 2008, Aruban authorities announced 2 new witnesses in the case. The first witness reported seeing Joran and his father around 4 a.m. on May 30, 2005, on the beach near the Holiday Inn. The younger Vander Slut appeared disheveled, shirtless, wearing wet pants and one shoe. According to the Observer, the young man ran toward a snack bar, but just 10 minutes later, the father and son were seen arguing in a car before driving away together. The witness's statement was checked, and Paulus Vander Slut had an alibi for the night of Natalie's disappearance. The second piece of information came from Joran's former girlfriend. She recalled that he once offhandedly remarked, "Who knows? Maybe you're sitting next to someone you don't really know, someone who could easily dispose of another person's body." However, this was hardly a solid lead, as the young man was known for his lies and exaggerations. Amid these developments, Joran and the Kalpoe brothers were detained a few more times, but were eventually released after each questioning. Seeing no breakthrough in the investigation, the Holloway family hired a private investigator, Tim Miller, who, along with Natalie's father, interviewed local residents and searched the entire landfill. During this time, they uncovered numerous oversights by the island's police, including the failure to interview Natalie's classmates or even her hotel room neighbors. It was later discovered that someone had used Natalie's electronic room key multiple times on the night of her disappearance. It was also unusual that she had left behind her mobile phone, a rare and expensive item back in 2005. Male DNA was found on her toothbrush after examining her personal belongings. Mr. Miller's involvement demonstrated that the Aruban authorities had been negligent in their investigation. Paulus Vander Slut never achieved his ambition to become a judge. He succumbed to the immense shame and stress and died from a heart attack in February 2010. After burying his father, Joran took another appalling step. He contacted Mr. Holloway, offering to reveal the truth in exchange for a reward of $250,000. He framed his blackmail and extortion as a desire to help and ease his conscience. The family clung to this new opportunity. Subsequently, the family's lawyer, John Kelly, met with Joran in Aruba. Moving on to the next case. The case of Nikita Bergenstrom. Nikita Bergenstrom, born on June 13, 1965, in Pori, Finland, experienced a difficult childhood. His mother struggled to manage his behavior, especially at school where he was recognized as a bully. He possessed a very hot temper, and he frequently clashed with those around him. By the time Nikita reached young adulthood, he was already facing problems with the law. This included encounters with the police and a prison sentence at just 19 years old. It was during this period that Nikita met 17-year-old Marita Radulami. Marita also endured a miserable life. The two of them committed crimes together, breaking into houses and stealing from stores across Finland, Sweden, and Denmark. The couple's dynamic was turbulent, with Marita describing Nikita as controlling and violent. After serving time, 22-year-old Nikita was released from a prison in Turku, Finland, on May 1, 1988. Marita had been eagerly awaiting his release. The couple soon focused on traveling to the Mediterranean, a long-held dream of Nikita's. Before embarking on their journey, the couple took 2 Angora rabbits with them, which Marita was particularly fond of and took special care to protect while traveling. On July 3rd, they arrived in a mall in Sweden, near the Finnish border. During the evening, Nikita committed a burglary and stole a shotgun from a house, intending to use it for an armed robbery. Following the burglary, they broke into another nearby home and were later observed fleeing the scene on a bicycle they had stolen from the homeowner. Stan Nielsen, 40 years old and father of the family, had his house broken into, and his 15-year-old son, Frederick, pursued Nikita into a nearby cemetery after he stole their bicycle. When Stan demanded that Nikita return the bicycle, Nikita refused. Instead, he pulled out a shotgun he had stolen moments earlier and aimed it at Stan. With the shotgun pointed at Stan, Nikita pulled the trigger, and Stan fell to the ground, dying instantly from a single gunshot wound. Frederick, standing beside his father, cried out in horror alongside Marita and pleaded with Nikita not to fire again. However, Nikita ignored their pleas and fired the shotgun a second time, killing Frederick instantly. Then Ewer, Stan's wife and Frederick's mother, went to search for the pair. She came upon an old car that Nikita and Marita had stolen and were now using as shelter. Ewer approached the car and tapped on the window. Nikita responded violently, seizing Ewer and killing her with a knife. The precise manner of Ewer's death, whether stabbed or having her throat slit, remains unclear due to conflicting sources. An 11-year-old boy who was camping in the backyard with his friend was the only family member to survive the attack, remaining unaware of the horror unfolding just a short distance away. After committing the murders, Marita and Nikita fled the scene. Their getaway car eventually broke down, prompting them to steal a replacement vehicle. Marita was determined to keep the rabbits they had with them as they continued their escape. They discarded the shotgun used in the crime and the clothing they had been wearing. The murder weapon was later discovered by the authorities. As news of the crime rapidly spread across the country, local law enforcement urged anyone with information to come forward and report. Marita felt overwhelmed and expressed her desire to return home to Nikita, but he threatened to harm her rabbits and then herself if she refused to follow his orders. However, it is reported that the trail of rabbit droppings left at each abandoned vehicle the couple used played a key role in their identification. Because the authorities were aware of Marita and Nikita, they were eventually charged. Their photographs were distributed nationwide. Marita and Nikita managed to evade capture for about a week by slipping past roadblocks and police patrols. Eventually, they were apprehended in Denmark just over a week after the murders. During their trial, Nikita refused to confess, but Marita gave a full confession, ultimately incriminating herself. Both Marita and Nikita shifted blame onto each other, but the court found Marita's account more credible. A psychiatric evaluation initially deemed both Marita and Nikita fit to stand trial. However, a forensic psychiatrist later diagnosed Nikita with antisocial and narcissistic personality disorders. This condition caused uncontrolled bursts of aggression and a lack of empathy for others. Notably, this was not the first time Nikita had encountered legal trouble. It was actually his 12th offense. Consequently, Nikita received a life sentence for the 3 murders with the possibility of parole. In contrast, his accomplice, Marita, was sentenced to 2 years for her role in assault, battery, and theft. She served only 1 year before being released. Upon her release, she relocated to a different town, changed her name, and began a new life. Meanwhile, Nikita was transferred to Finland to serve the remainder of his sentence. Over the years, he carried out numerous escapes in 1991, 1994, 2002, and 2004. In 1994, Nikita took a teacher hostage, and in 2002, he was assisted by his wife. Following his recapture, Nikita attempted to end his own life. He also briefly escaped in 2006, evading capture for 2 days before being apprehended in Helsinki. Despite his repeated attempts to flee, Nikita was ultimately granted parole in February 2008 after spending 19 years behind bars. That same year, he changed his name, moving from his birth name Juha Valiaka to Nikita Fokinton. He later changed his name again in 2013, adopting the surname Bergenstrom and becoming Nikita Bergenstrom. 2 months after his release, Nikita was arrested once more for violating the terms of his parole. The reasons for his rearrest included drunk driving, operating a vehicle without a license, and running a taxi service without a license. He was later released in February 2009. After 2009, Nikita's life became unstable and fragmented, as he repeatedly found himself in and out of prison due to various minor offenses. In 2011, he successfully escaped from prison yet again. 3 years later, in 2014, Nikita was allegedly involved in a violent altercation with 2 inmates who were possibly instructed or bribed by a prison guard. However, an investigation failed to uncover sufficient evidence to confirm this claim. Nikita continued his pattern of escape and rearrest. He fled prison once more in 2015 and resurfaced in 2018, receiving an 80-day prison sentence for drunk driving. At present, his exact whereabouts remain unknown, though it appears Nikita is no longer incarcerated. His past is filled with petty crimes, yet the motivations behind his commission of 3 murders in a single night remain unclear. The severity of his actions on July 3, 1988, is especially disturbing. Moving on to the next case. The case of Rola Paspiragou. Rola Paspiragou was born in 1989 in Patras, Greece. She had a younger sister named Dimitra, who was 8 years her junior. The sisters primarily grew up with their grandparents. Rola was known for her spirited personality and was often described as a mischievous girl. She pursued a medical education to become a nurse, but never worked in that field. Throughout her life, she tried various professions, but her true passion was football. While working as a football referee, Rola met her future husband, Manos Daskalaki, who was a goalkeeper at the time. Rola, 22 years old, was deeply in love with 19-year-old Manos. They began dating, and soon after, Rola became pregnant and they decided to marry. Manos' parents opposed their relationship, feeling embarrassed by Rola's unusual behavior and the fact that she was 3 years older than him. However, this did not stop Manos. They got married in 2012, and soon after, their daughter Georgina was born. Like her mother, Georgina also developed a love for football, and Rola took her to training sessions. In 2015, Melina, Manos and Rola's second daughter, was born. Although on the surface they appeared to be a happy family with 2 children, in reality, many problems still existed within. They frequently argued, and Rola struggled with depression, having attempted to end her life twice without success. A tragedy struck on April 13, 2019, when their 3.5-year-old daughter, Melina, died. She had been hospitalized with symptoms of a rare form of leukemia, which doctors assured them was fully treatable. Melina had overcome the disease and was set to return home. Everything seemed fine. On that fateful day, Rola was at the hospital with Melina. The little girl was in a cheerful mood, enjoying shashlik that her parents had brought. However, everything changed abruptly after her father, Manos, stepped out of the room. According to Rola, they settled down for a nap shortly after he left. About an hour later, a nurse came in to administer medication, and just 10 minutes after that, at 4:40 p.m., Melina began trembling, wheezing, and having a seizure. Rola cried out for her daughter, but when that did not help, she ran to summon the nurses. They rushed to assist Melina, but it was too late. A forensic expert later determined that the cause of death was liver failure and pulmonary edema. The family was deeply affected by their grief. Manos and Rola reunited, and their marriage grew stronger. In 2021, they welcomed their 3rd child, Irita, and they felt happy again, believing that nothing could disrupt their joy. Tragically, just 6 months later, the baby passed away. She died in her sleep at their home in March 2021 while sharing a room with her mother, Rola. According to the forensic examination, she died of sinus nodoplasia and heart cell degeneration, leading to cardiac arrest. This disease usually occurs in the elderly and is rarely seen in children. However, doctors believe that this was a congenital disease. On that tragic night, Rola's sister Dimitra was not staying over, leaving Rola alone with the baby. Around 7:30 a.m., Irita woke up, and Rola gave her a pacifier before they both tried to go back to sleep. When they checked on Irita at 11 a.m., she was unresponsive. In a panic, Rolla called Manos for help and attempted to perform CPR. After several unsuccessful attempts, she decided to call an ambulance. An hour later, the paramedics arrived and confirmed Irita's death. Her body had already begun to cool and stiffen. The loss of their second child, Irita, raised many questions about Rolla's actions. Why did she not call an ambulance right away instead of trying to resuscitate her child and contacting Manos? Valuable time was lost, and there were concerns that Irita might have been saved. Rolla explained that she was in shock and realized an hour later that she needed to call an ambulance. The family was left with one child, their eldest daughter Georgina. Before Irita's death, the relationship between Manos and Rolla was already strained, and the loss only increased the emotional distance between them. Their problems became increasingly stressful, and divorce seemed imminent. Georgina also suffered from many health problems. Just 15 days after Irita's passing, she was hospitalized due to convulsions. The medical team tried their best to resuscitate her, and thanks to their efforts, she survived. However, she was diagnosed with heart failure, which led to the implantation of a defibrillator and a pacemaker. Following this, she was closely monitored by doctors and had to be rehospitalized multiple times for encephalopathy, the cause of which remained unknown. She experienced seizures, and despite thorough examinations, the reasons for them could not be identified. The doctors decided to transfer her to a different clinic for further evaluation. Tragically, on January 29, 2022, 9-year-old Georgina passed away. This news shocked everyone, especially since she had seemed healthy. As doctors were trying to save the girl, her mother, Rolla, suddenly declared her dead. She asked them to stop, saying that it was pointless and that she would not come back to life. She also stated that Georgina had endured a lot of pain and suggested that it would be better for them to let her rest in peace. Rolla's calm demeanor during this moment surprised the medical staff. A few hours after Georgina's passing, Rolla shared a post on social media expressing her feelings. She stated that she had given life to Georgina, but was upset that Georgina had left her. Rolla highlighted that Georgina brought her joy and was a source of strength in her life. In her farewell message to her daughter, she wished Georgina to enjoy her reunion with her sisters. Rolla also expressed that, in her heart, Georgina would always be with her, and she affirmed her love for all three of her children. In memory of her children, Rolla got tattoos. She got her first tattoo after Georgina was born, and the others were done after the deaths of her two daughters, Melina and Irita. The circumstances surrounding the deaths of her three daughters raised suspicions. They all died within 3 years, one after the other. In each case, their health conditions appeared to be stable, and doctors were initially optimistic about their recovery. However, doctors were shocked by the tragic outcome. This caused many doubts and speculations. Some people believed the Paspiriga family was cursed, and that these deaths were the result of supernatural forces. Doctors were skeptical of Rolla's explanation for her daughter's death and contacted law enforcement to investigate. The focus was on the eldest daughter, Georgina, as they had her medical records and her body for further examination. Investigators interviewed 20 doctors from 5 hospitals in Athens and Patras who had treated Georgina. A discrepancy arose between what the doctors reported and what Rolla claimed. Initially, doctors suspected Georgina had heart problems, but later tests revealed that the little girl did not have any heart issues. Rolla frequently reported seizures and neurological issues, but examinations did not show any evidence of these conditions. Instead, Georgina was diagnosed with gastroenteritis and psychological issues stemming from the deaths of her 2 younger sisters, and the little girl was discharged. However, the little girl was readmitted due to seizures, and her condition remained unclear. Plans were made to transfer her to a hospital with better monitoring capabilities, but unfortunately, she died before that could happen, despite appearing healthy at the time. Before her death, Georgina told doctors she felt as if there was a bomb in her stomach about to explode. She was concerned and tried to understand the deaths of her younger sisters, Melina and Irita, fearing something similar might happen to her. She shared her concerns with the doctors at the hospital. Manos and Rolla initially denied any involvement in the children's deaths. They did some interviews and finally cleared the doubts about them. They spoke of the traumatic experience they faced, often using the word suddenly, to stress that their children died unexpectedly and without warning, even though there were no signs that anything bad was imminent. According to Rolla, Georgina had difficulty breathing. However, toxicology tests revealed no issues. The doctor confirmed that Georgina had no heart problems and mentioned her sudden death. However, the investigation is still ongoing. It was discovered that Rolla was present with her 3 children at all 3 incidents, but she asserted that this said nothing. Rolla declares that she is the children's mother and that she has always been there for them. She did not understand why that surprised everyone and told them to stop talking nonsense. Manos blamed the doctors and was confused because all tests showed the children were healthy before their sudden deaths. He believed the treatment may have been wrong. Although toxicological tests performed after the girls' deaths yielded no findings, they were only conducted for the most common substances. It was therefore decided to perform more extensive testing that would not normally be done. In the case involving Irita's death, Rolla called an ambulance too late. Similarly, in the case of Melina, Rolla delayed seeking help and only contacted the nurses 35 minutes after Melina had died, by which point her body had started to cool. Why did it take Rolla so long to ask for help? A forensic expert observed small scratches on Melina's nose, indicating that there might have been a struggle. In addition, tests showed that the concentration of ketamine in Georgina's body was very high, 6 times the normal amount used for anesthesia. Ketamine is not available at regular pharmacies and is hard to obtain, indicating that it could not have entered her system by accident. The drug was injected into Georgina's body just 20 minutes before her death. The question arises, who could have administered the ketamine if the doctors did not? The medical staff had last checked on her shortly before she died. Since Rolla was the only person present in the hospital room when the little girl passed away, Rolla became a suspect in the murder. Later, the bodies of the 2 other girls, Melina and Irita, were exhumed. While no ketamine was found, experts concluded that both Melina and Irita died of suffocation, and their deaths were classified as murder. A bloody handkerchief was discovered next to the baby's body. This handkerchief had been taken from the house. Rolla had requested its return, but was denied. On March 30, 2022, police arrested 33-year-old Rolla Paspirigu at her younger sister's house in Patras. Rolla had a medical degree and was capable of obtaining the drug. She knew her actions well and did them consciously. Investigators established that several years ago, she attended seminars related to criminology. Rolla's younger sister, Dimitra, refused to believe that Rolla could be responsible for the children's deaths. She stated that she did not believe Rolla would have harmed her daughters and that if they did not die of natural causes, then someone else was to blame and should be punished. Dimitra confirmed that she did not see anything unusual while in the house during the time of Irita's death. However, others described Rolla as cold and emotionless, suggesting she could potentially be responsible for the tragedy. During the investigation of Georgina's notebook, a piece of paper was discovered that said her mother, Rolla, is very evil. Neighbors reported witnessing Rolla physically abuse Georgina when the little girl was just a baby. They informed the police, and the complaint was forwarded to social services, which monitored the family by making regular visits to their home. A message was found on Rolla's phone that she sent the day before Georgina's death, stating, "See what happens tomorrow." This message became a crucial piece of evidence against her. After Rolla's arrest, her husband, Manos, learned about the evidence and became convinced of her guilt, leading him to file for divorce. He was shocked by her actions and did not understand what her motive was. Manos mentioned that she was pregnant at the time of Georgina's death, but he suspected the child was not his since they had not been intimate for a long time. Following Georgina's death, Rolla quickly ended her pregnancy. Manos believed she might have been seeing another man to provoke jealousy, and he also questioned whether their middle daughter, Melina, and youngest daughter, Irita, were his biological children. When Rolla learned about the divorce, she became very angry. She sent a message to her friend, expressing her desire to cast a spell on her husband, Manos, to prevent him from leaving her. 2 weeks before Georgina's death, Manos proposed a divorce, prompting her to consult fortune tellers in hopes of keeping him. Unfortunately, this did not help. So what could Rolla's motives be? Initially, there was speculation that she might have Munchausen syndrome. This is a condition in which caregivers intentionally harm or create health problems for the person they care for in order to gain attention or sympathy. However, this theory was later dismissed. It was then revealed that Manos had a mistress. Rolla was aware of the infidelity and was contemplating divorce herself. She desperately attempted to hold on to her husband, possibly seeking to regain his attention and rebuild the family. Rola's younger sister, Dimitra, does not accept this hypothesis. She asserts that she advised Rola to divorce Manos due to issues in their marriage. Although Rola understood the problems, she hesitated to divorce for the sake of their children. Dimitra found it hard to believe that Rola could be capable of such actions. A psychiatrist who evaluated Rola concluded that her thoughts were entirely centered on her husband. She was obsessed with him, exhibiting intense jealousy towards other women. After Rola was arrested, about 500 people gathered outside her home, expressing outrage and demanding the death penalty for killing her 3 children. At that time, her mother, younger sister, and other relatives were inside the home. The trial in this case is still in progress. Rola is currently in custody, housed in a solitary VIP cell that includes various amenities. She does not interact with other inmates, and for her safety, she is under constant surveillance due to concerns that she may attempt to take her own life. Rola is charged with the murder of 3 children, but she continues to deny all allegations. She insists that she is a victim who has lost both her children and her freedom. She believes this is a misunderstanding and is confident that she will be acquitted, released from prison, and able to repair her relationship with Manos. She has not yet accepted the reality of her divorce. Rola's ex-husband, Manos, wants nothing to do with her. He is in a new relationship, planning a wedding, and hoping to have children. On March 29, 2024, Rola Paspiragou was sentenced to life in prison by a jury in Athens. The jury unanimously found her guilty of the murder of her eldest daughter, Georgina. The court agreed with the prosecutor's recommendation for the sentence. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sharon Collins. On September 26, 2006, police were notified of a burglary at a business located in Westgate Business Park, Ennis, County Clare. The office was owned by Downs and Howard, a property investment company run by Howard Howard and his sons. He was thought to be a wealthy man. Police received a report of a robbery in rural Ireland, which was sadly not unusual. However, when officers arrived, they discovered the scene was atypical. There were no indications of forced entry, such as smashed doors or windows. The office locks had been opened using keys, and the alarm had been disabled using the correct code the previous night at 9:24 p.m. Items taken included a laptop, a desktop computer CPU, computer cables, and an old Irish currency poster. Oddly, the office safe had not been touched, further deepening the mystery. Later that same evening, police received a call from Robert Howard, one of Howard's sons, stating that an unfamiliar man had appeared at his home and demanded money. What initially seemed like a routine robbery report was now developing into a strange and unsettling case in Irish criminal history. Just days after the burglary, a suspect named Robert, an Egyptian national residing in Las Vegas, was arrested in Ennis along with his wife, Teresa Engel, who was American. Robert claimed that a man called Tony had come to his house, demanded money, and threatened his life, as well as the lives of his father and brother. Tony allegedly said the contract killing could be cancelled if Robert paid 100,000 euros. Robert refused, contacted the police, and Tony was subsequently arrested. On February 26, 2007, Sharon Collins, Howard's partner and the alleged surrogate mother to his 2 adult sons, was arrested. This arrest followed information uncovered on 2 gateway computers seized during an FBI investigation into Tony. The computers contained a series of emails exchanged between 2 individuals, with one using the email address lyingeyes98@yahoo.ie to arrange the contract killing of the Howard men. The emails also referred to a FedEx package sent to a Las Vegas address containing a down payment of 15,000 euros for the hit. Further investigation revealed that Sharon had indeed withdrawn 15,000 euros from her credit union and bank accounts. Sharon strongly denied ever having contact with Tony. She admitted sending the money, but claimed it was the result of blackmail, possibly by a woman she had met online. Howard wrote to the Director of Public Prosecutions requesting that no charges be brought against Sharon, maintaining that she had no involvement in the murder plot. Several people, including Sharon Collins, contacted the DPP regarding the case. Sharon wrote to them on 3 occasions, outlining her situation. She described her life, explaining that she married at 19, had 2 sons, then separated and later divorced. In November 1998, she met Howard, and they moved in together with her 2 sons before Christmas. This concerned her because they lived as a married couple but were never legally wed, as Howard feared his sons might lose inheritance rights to his business and wealth. In Ireland, a spouse is legally entitled to 1/3 of an estate regardless of the contents of a will. Sharon pushed Howard to have a church wedding because her previous marriage had been annulled and Howard was a widower. They were advised that such a marriage could result in a claim on Howard's estate. Instead, they chose to exchange vows in a church in Italy, signing a document confirming it was not a legal marriage. Despite this, they behaved as a married couple and held a reception when they returned home. Sharon led guests to believe they were legally married. Howard and Sharon generally had a good relationship, but they both had strong personalities and frequently clashed. In December 2005, Sharon mentioned that she had met a woman named Maria Marconi online. Sharon confided in Maria about the arguments she was having with Howard. Their initial contact occurred when Sharon completed an online form about working from home. Among many emails she received, one stood out to her, an invitation from a well-known author offering assistance with writing a novel. Sharon completed the form and sent it back. Soon afterward, Maria Marconi contacted her and offered to mentor her. Over time, Sharon and Maria developed a friendship, and Sharon began sharing more personal information with her. Sharon stated that she had not told Howard about Maria, as she wanted to see how things developed before mentioning her book project. During this time, she found the writing exercises to be helpful and therapeutic. Sharon stated in a letter to the DPP that in April 2006, she and Howard had an argument, which led her to send an email to Maria in which she vented her anger toward Howard by calling him names and saying that she hated him. Sharon met Maria Marconi in June 2007 while on holiday in Ireland. Maria was a woman in her late 40s, with straight brown hair, sallow skin, and of average height. They traveled around Clare together, and Maria used a computer in Howard's office at Balabec House. The following month, Maria contacted Sharon to tell her that her home had been burgled and her laptop stolen. After this event, Sharon began receiving unusual emails from a man who threatened to harm Howard and his sons if she did not pay him money. The man knew intimate details about her life, which terrified Sharon. She was then instructed to hand over 20,000 euros to stop a letter to Maria Marconi from being sent to Howard. She received repeated phone calls and emails demanding the money, so she decided to send it in the hope that it would resolve the situation. The night after sending the money, on August 16, 2007, she traveled to Spain believing the matter was finished. However, she continued to receive further demands for money through phone calls and emails. She went to an internet cafe to contact Maria, but when she logged in, she discovered that all of her emails and contacts had disappeared. When she later learned that Howard's office had been broken into and the computers stolen, she recalled that her password had been saved on one of the computers, suspecting this was how her emails were deleted. She also told the DPP that when she was brought in to speak with police, they read emails they claimed were sent from her to a man named Tony. She said she recognized portions of the emails and believed that some of what she had written to Maria may have been copied word for word and altered to make it appear as though Sharon herself was plotting the murder of the Howard men. Sharon's next 2 letters were significantly shorter than her earlier correspondence. In those letters, she stated that she would never have used her real name, her own computer, or the computer in Howard's office. Sharon believed that these facts made it impossible for her to have committed the crime. She admitted that she had been naive, deceived, and manipulated. In retrospect, she acknowledged that she should have come forward much sooner and told the truth. Sharon expressed regret that she had not informed Howard about the situation when it first happened. She also stated that she had nothing to gain from the murders of the Howards. She was not legally recognized as a nanny and would not have had any claim to Howard's estate since they were not married. In reality, Howard's death would have meant the loss of her financial support. She begged the DPP not to pursue charges and to believe that although she had acted foolishly, she had never intended for anyone to be killed. The DPP did not follow either Howard's or Sharon's wishes. On June 26th, district court proceedings commenced. This court sits 9 times each year, but on this occasion it was filled with photographers and journalists. Sharon, aged 44, was due to appear before the court. It was also reported that an Egyptian national living in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, was present in court. He had been accused of attempting to extort 100,000 euros, robbery, and handling stolen property. Those charges were dismissed earlier that morning. However, as he exited the courtroom, he was immediately rearrested on charges of conspiracy to commit murder. Tony was escorted by police to Kilkee to face these charges alongside Sharon. Both were brought before the court and officially charged with conspiring to murder Howard and his two sons, Robert and Neil. It is important to note that each of the defendants was granted free legal aid, meaning the cost of the case was borne by the state and ultimately by the taxpayer. With 12 solicitors present, along with the accused, police involved in the investigation, family members, and the press, the courtroom was completely full, and the judge was visibly displeased. As a result, the following week the case was transferred to a much larger venue. Sharon faced 3 counts of conspiracy to murder and an additional 3 charges of soliciting Tony to murder the 3 men. Tony was recharged with making an unwarranted demand for €100,000 from Robert Howard, trespassing on the Howard business premises, theft, and handling stolen property. Both defendants pleaded not guilty to all charges. The jury was told that investigators had gathered a significant amount of information and evidence with assistance from the FBI in the United States, while Tony was being investigated for similar offenses. According to the prosecution, Tony, also known as Tony Luciano, had been asked by Sharon to kill the Howard men. Sharon had also obtained a proxy marriage certificate from Mexico for herself and Howard, paying €1,000 for it without Howard's knowledge. She used this document to apply for and obtain an Irish passport under the name Sharon Howard. Sharon had mailed the keys to the Howard business offices to Tony, and he used them to gain entry and steal the computers that contained evidence of Sharon's communications with him, along with the keys she had sent, photographs, and money. Robert had gone to the offices of the family business and noticed that the door was unlocked and the alarm was no longer activated. He discovered that 2 computers were missing. Later that night, at approximately 10:30 p.m., he received a phone call at home from a man he did not know, who said he had heard that Robert had lost a couple of computers. 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and when Robert answered it, he encountered a man calling himself Tony, who was holding one of the computers. Robert brought the computer inside and told his brother Neil, who was also in the house, to contact the police. When Robert returned to the front door where Tony was waiting, Tony revealed that he had been hired to harm Robert, Neil, and their father Howard for €130,000, but that he was willing to cancel the contract for €100,000. The Howard family agreed to pay. Tony showed Robert photographs of the Howard family and a piece of paper containing various directions to their homes. Robert was shaken and hoped the police would arrive before Tony attempted to leave, which he eventually did. Robert followed Tony but lost sight of him at a crossroads. Later, at around 12:30 a.m., Robert received another phone call from Tony asking whether he had begun gathering the money, followed by several similar calls the next day. Arrangements were made to meet at a hotel in Ennis, so Robert could hand over the money, and Robert informed the police. On the evening of September 27, 2006, Robert went to the hotel bar. He received another call instructing him to meet a woman near the hotel bathrooms, as she would be collecting the money. The woman was Teresa, Tony's wife. When Robert reached the bathrooms, a woman asked if he had the envelope, and at that moment a plainclothes police officer passed by, causing the woman to flee without the money. An undercover female police officer followed Teresa and observed her speaking with a man outside the hotel. They then separated, with the man heading toward a pub across the road from the hotel. Police approached the man and arrested him immediately. He was Tony. Teresa was arrested in the hotel car park. Howard supported Sharon throughout the investigation, arrest, and trial. While giving evidence, he said he could not understand why Sharon would be involved, stating that she was not a greedy person and had never asked him for anything. He said that shortly after the office burglary, Sharon had told him she was being blackmailed by Maria Marconi. Howard explained that he had asked Sharon to travel to Las Vegas to hire a private investigator to locate Maria Marconi, but she was unsuccessful. He also stated that he did not book the 2 flights from Las Vegas to Shannon Airport that were charged to his American Express credit card, which coincided with flights taken by Tony and Teresa. Howard said Sharon had access to his credit card details and managed the payments. However, her purse containing those details was stolen in Spain, either in August or September 2006. He suspected that Teresa was responsible. After completing his testimony, Howard stepped down from the witness stand, crossed the courtroom, and kissed Sharon on the lips. This created a sensation in the media. He then exited the courtroom and did not attend the remainder of the trial. On Thursday, June 12th, Teresa Engel took the stand, and it was confirmed that she had been granted immunity for her testimony. Her background was reviewed, revealing that she had met Tony in 2003 or 2004 at a casino in Detroit near where she lived at the time. In June 2006, she moved to Las Vegas to live with Tony, and they were married. She, Tony, and another woman named Lisa, Tony's first wife, all lived together. Teresa stated that she had visited Ireland before, explaining that Tony had sent her there in response to emails he received from a woman seeking 3 men to be killed. She recalled receiving a cash payment of €15,000 delivered via FedEx. While in Ireland, she met Tony's friend Ashen Ennis, who was supposed to poison the alcohol in Howard's office to kill the Howard sons. However, Ash ultimately chose not to carry out the plan and left. When the FBI were investigating Tony in the United States for fraud and extortion, they discovered evidence related to racing being conducted in the house where he lived. This information was presented in the Irish court. The fraud and extortion case in the U.S. bore similarities to the one in Ireland involving Sharon. Teresa explained that a woman had told her that her partner's ex had arranged a hit on her, threatening her life if she did not send $20,000. Rather than pay the money, Teresa went to the police. It was revealed that the ex-girlfriend had actually paid $17,000 after finding Tony listed as a hitman on a website he had set up. Teresa pleaded guilty and was eventually sentenced in 2008 to 8 months in prison. The next part of the story involved a well-known radio personality, Jerry Ryan, who has since passed away, and the producer of his show, Sierra Ben Hoff. Sharon had sent an email to the show outlining her relationship with Howard. Only part of this email was recovered, so Jerry Ryan and Sierra Ben Hoff were called to testify. They stated that they received over 2,000 emails a month and did not remember seeing the one from Sharon. The email claimed that Howard visited prostitutes and individuals Sharon described as transvestites. It also stated that he asked her to engage in sexual acts that made her uncomfortable. Sharon mentioned his terrible moods when he did not get his way and said she could no longer tolerate it, though she was afraid to leave. Personally, I think she was reluctant to abandon the lifestyle she was accustomed to, though that may be a cynical view. In her letter to the show, she said she wanted to create a situation that would allow her to end her current relationship. The email suggested 2 possibilities. Either Sharon was genuinely unhappy in her relationship, which could provide a motive for murder, or she was fabricating the story to damage her partner's reputation and gain sympathy. Perhaps Sharon was concealing her true nature. The prosecution argued in their closing statement that calling Jerry Ryan to testify was unnecessary and irrelevant, claiming it was simply a tactic by Sharon to attract attention. On July 1st, the day everyone had been waiting for arrived, and Sharon was called to the witness box. Next, the prosecution cross-examined Sharon. She denied everything put to her, including organizing the break-in at Howard's office, paying the €15,000 down payment for the hit, claiming the money was for a blackmailer, and that the Lying Eyes 98 email address did not belong to her. She was accused of inventing Maria Marconi to cover her tracks. Sharon insisted that the phone calls she had were with a woman, not a man. She remained composed throughout the cross-examination, smiling at the jury and presenting herself as innocent. However, the following day, Sharon appeared as a different woman in court. She looked drawn and lacked the confidence she had shown the previous day. The prosecution rigorously questioned her, examining her actions in detail. Sharon struggled to provide clear explanations regarding the communications between the Lying Eyes account and the hitman, followed by the rapid switch to her personal email from the same computer. She was also unable to clarify the searches conducted on her laptop at Balabec House relating to inheritance, mortgages, and women's aid. Furthermore, she had no explanation for the €15,000 tracking number used immediately after interactions between the Lying Eyes 98 account and the Hitman account. The defense contended that the police had been biased in their investigation, selectively seeking evidence to portray Sharon as guilty. They pointed to phone data and records that were never thoroughly examined, which might have shown that someone else was in the house while Sharon and Howard were away. After the judge summarized the case, the jury deliberated for hours. Each counsel made requests to the judge. The jury discussed the case and was then sent to a hotel. The following day, the judge recalled the jury and deliberations continued. On the 3rd day, a verdict was finally reached. Early in the afternoon, the jury returned to the courtroom and delivered their decision on 7 charges. Sharon was found guilty on 3 counts related to soliciting the murder of the 3 men, Howard, Robert, and Neil. She was also found guilty of charges relating to demanding €100,000 from Robert to cancel the contract to kill all 3 men, but was acquitted of the robbery of the Howard offices. Sharon broke down in tears as the jury retired to deliberate further on the remaining charges. By 3 p.m., the jury returned and found her guilty of the conspiracy to murder counts. By 6 p.m., they returned once more, unable to reach a verdict regarding Tony's guilt or innocence on those counts. Both were reminded to remain in custody awaiting sentencing, and for the first time, Sharon faced prison. On Monday, November 5th, Sharon and Tony appeared in court for sentencing. Sharon maintained her innocence before the judge. Howard also spoke, expressing continued support for Sharon and insisting that he did not believe she could have plotted to kill him. It was noted that Sharon had no prior criminal record, though it was also clear that she had never admitted guilt. Sharon was sentenced to 6 years in total, with 4 years and 9 months to be served. Tony also received a 6-year sentence and accepted it with composure. Comparatively, our prisons seemed, in his view, almost like holiday camps. The sentence was backdated to 2006. Howard spent nearly €200,000 hiring a private investigator to gather fresh evidence for Sharon's appeal, but these efforts proved unsuccessful. Sharon was released in September 2012, and in 2015, after moving to Belfast, Northern Ireland, she gave an interview to the Irish Independent. Throughout, she continued to assert her innocence and considered writing a book to share her perspective, but ultimately chose a quieter life, aiming for peace. While in prison, she obtained certification in sports massage therapy and now works professionally as a dog walker. She had only intended to stay in Belfast briefly, but formed strong friendships and decided to remain. Howard supported her throughout her prison term, but after her release, their relationship faded, and they went their separate ways. Howard relocated to Spain to recover and spends most of his time there, while his 2 sons continue to manage a successful business. In 2016, Eve gave an interview to the Sunday World, then returned to his native Egypt to become a cattle farmer, offering harsh criticism of Sharon. He remarked that her statement that everyone deserves a second chance only applied to those who admitted their wrongdoing. Tony was extradited back to the United States to face extortion charges. After serving his sentence, he attempted to rebuild his life. He eventually fell ill, and when no one visited him in the hospital, he realized his life in the U.S. was over after 32 years and returned to Egypt. It is difficult to believe that Sharon fell for the scam, as she considered herself intelligent and a computer expert, having completed a course in 1982. Yet the computers of 2006 were a different challenge. Metadata, cell data, browsing history, and similar technology were just emerging. Today, most people understand that digital data is retained and movements can be tracked. Still, there are individuals who make mistakes, leaving behind a rich trail of evidence. The case of Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins. On the morning of August 27, 2015, 36-year-old Amanda Colley returned home to find her house in complete chaos. Someone had broken into her residence while she was away. Her house was in disarray, with boxes overturned, trash cans emptied, and numerous items broken or damaged, with shards of glass scattered everywhere. Amanda panicked and checked her phone, which contained many missed calls and messages from her ex-husband that she did not want to answer. At 5:30 a.m., she called her boyfriend and the police for assistance. She had recently begun dating a man named Lamar. At that time, Lamar was driving his pickup truck along a route that led to her house. Meanwhile, the police were en route to the scene. One officer arrived to evaluate the danger of the situation. He was to speak with Amanda and assess the damage to her property. The police examined the scene and departed after Amanda chose not to file an official complaint. Before the officers left her home around 9 a.m. that morning, someone came to Amanda's aid. The first visitor was Lindy Dobbins, Amanda's best friend. At 39 and a mother of 3, Lindy had taken the morning off work to be with Amanda and offer support. Lindy was a compassionate person who consistently helped others in difficult circumstances. After a while, their mutual friend Rachel Hendricks joined them. She had dropped her children off at school and decided to support Amanda since she had some free time. By that moment, Lamar had already arrived at Amanda's house. The four of them gathered at Amanda's home, observing the chaos and discussing what had transpired while contemplating their next steps. Amanda remained in shock from the incident and realized that she needed to consult a lawyer before reporting her ex-husband, whom she believed was responsible. Eventually, Amanda's ex-husband called her again. This time, she chose to answer, leading to a 14-minute conversation. While they were in the living room, they suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. A few minutes later, a police officer stopped Lamar on the street. He was running frantically, not paying attention to where he was going, trying to flee from Amanda's house. According to him, he left the living room as soon as the shooting began, went down to the laundry room, and then escaped through the garage, which was partially open. Lamar reported that, unexpectedly, gunfire erupted at Amanda's residence. He informed the police officer that he believed the shots were fired from outside the house. He did not observe anyone inside being struck by bullets. He was unable to provide the police with specific details. Lamar was certain that the attacker was targeting him, leading him to believe that the women inside the house remained alive. The situation was critical. Minutes after Lamar left, the other women attempted to escape. Rachel ran through the living room and out the broken glass front door. She spotted the neighbor's house next door and quickly ran over to hide. After fleeing, Rachel called 911 to report that she had escaped but had injured her arm. She suspected that an armed attack had occurred at her friend's house and knew precisely who was likely responsible. Realizing the danger, Rachel instinctively ran when Lamar told them to hide. She was shocked as the gunfire continued. While speaking to the police, Rachel expressed concern for her friends and urged the authorities to arrive quickly to rescue them. In the next few minutes, 2 additional calls were received at the police station, one from Amanda and one from her friend Lindy. However, during these calls, they only screamed as gunshots echoed in the background. The police immediately proceeded to Amanda Colley's house to rescue her. Gunshot wounds to Lindy's arms and legs indicated that she had tried to defend herself from the attacker. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. The assailant had fired an entire magazine at her, indicating a clear intent to kill. Lindy was discovered at the end of a long corridor, lying in a pool of blood. It appeared that she had attempted to escape, but was killed before she could get away. Rachel stated that just seconds before the shooting began, she had looked toward the backyard of the house. There, along the garden path, she saw the outline of a man who then drew a weapon through the glass door. A group of people stood behind him. The glass was thin, preventing her from seeing clearly who was there. The police corroborated her account by analyzing the locations of bullet holes in the backyard. On the path, they found several unused cartridges, which were identified as deli-caliber bullets. Lamar returned to Amanda's house. When the police arrived, he felt confident that they would take control of the situation. Lamar mentioned that he had heard gunshots from the backyard and believed himself to be the perpetrator's target. At that moment, he urged everyone to run. Although he did not see the perpetrator, he suspected that the assailant was Amanda's ex-husband, who had spoken with her on the phone just minutes before the attack. Rachel explained that they did not have enough time to react as quickly as Lamar, so she and Lindy decided to hide in the pantry. She heard Amanda on the other side, probably trying to find a place to hide and possibly running toward the bathroom. Seconds later, Rachel heard the front door being broken down. At that moment, the intruder entered the house. He approached the pantry, attempted to open the door, and discovered that it was locked from the inside. The attacker wanted to know the location of Amanda's boyfriend. Rachel and Lindy replied that he was not there while continuing to hold the door. The intruder then fired through the door, striking Rachel's arm and causing her to lose her balance. Lindy's leg was now injured, causing her to scream in pain. Amanda was also injured but remained alive, screaming near the bathroom. In that brief moment, Rachel jumped up and ran from the house. According to Rachel, the attacker could have been Amanda's ex-husband, James Terry Colley. She recognized his familiar voice behind the door. A few minutes later, James' father called the police to report that his son had just confessed to him that he had caught his wife with a friend. At that point, the police arrived at the house. After the attack, James fled the scene. 9 units were deployed to track James. They followed his scent to a nearby street. During the search, a cell phone was discovered, likely left behind by James. Unfortunately, the police were unable to identify the vehicle in which he had driven away. He had disappeared from the crime scene. The area was searched using specially trained dogs and helicopters, but these efforts produced no results. Despite an extensive search lasting several hours, James remained at large, posing a threat to public safety. Fortunately, police arrested James later that evening while he was driving his sister's car. During a search of the car, police found a shotgun and 2 Delroy and PGO caliber handguns in the passenger seat, along with a large quantity of ammunition. A subsequent examination of the firearms confirmed that the bullets matched those recovered at the crime scene and in Amanda's and Lindy's bodies. Additionally, glass fragments identical to those found in Amanda's home were discovered. Following his arrest, James refused to cooperate with the investigation, claiming he could not recall anything from the time of the tragic events. Further investigation revealed that James and Amanda had been married for over 8 years and had 2 children. Their relationship later began to deteriorate, ultimately leading to their divorce. James moved to his sister's house, 20 km away from their family home, where Amanda and the children continued to live. As the divorce proceedings continued over the subsequent months, they encountered many difficulties regarding child custody and property division. The two eventually decided to begin new chapters in their lives. James started dating a co-worker named Emmy, while Amanda pursued a relationship with Lamar, another co-worker from the sporting goods company. Even though their marriage had completely collapsed, James remained possessive of his ex-wife Amanda. He suspected that she was seeing someone new and called her several times to determine who it was. Amanda did not disclose the truth because she feared it would lead to serious consequences. As a result, James grew increasingly angry and aggressive. He called her frequently, becoming so intrusive that Amanda felt compelled to seek a restraining order through the court to protect herself. The weekend before the attack, Amanda's neighbor and close friend took a photograph of a man mowing the lawn in front of Amanda's house. The man was identified as her new boyfriend, Lamar. When James discovered this, he attempted to contact Amanda, insulting her and demanding to know the identity of the man she was seeing. Amanda lied, claiming that the man in the photo was merely a landscaper. James became enraged because Amanda had found someone new. Early on the morning of August 27th, he planned a horrific act. Surveillance cameras from nearby homes did not capture the moment James, her ex-husband, entered Amanda's house. This was not surprising, since he had lived there for a long time and was familiar with the areas not covered by the cameras. He approached the house undetected from the backyard, just as he had intended. James entered the house around 3 a.m., but found it empty. Frustrated, he began creating chaos, tossing items around and emptying the trash bins from the kitchen. He broke the TV and damaged several expensive appliances. This destruction appeared aimed at upsetting Amanda. As he caused this damage, he was also preparing for the terrible actions that were to follow. James was searching for evidence that Amanda was involved with another man. Eventually, he discovered something that confirmed his suspicions and made him even angrier. At 4 a.m., he went to Mike's house, who lived across the street. James knocked loudly, shouted, and swore, speaking about Amanda in an angry tone. Mike showed James everything he had found in Amanda's house, including some intimate toys that James had never seen before with his ex-wife. Mike knew that James had been given a restraining order prohibiting him from accessing his home or contacting his ex-wife. However, James had violated the order. This could have resulted in a court hearing and possible arrest. Mike tried to calm James by offering him a drink and suggesting that he go home and rest to avoid making further impulsive decisions. Unfortunately, James ignored this advice and decided to go to court to address the issues related to his first restraining order violation. On the way, he called his father to tell him about the damage he had caused at Amanda's home. His father reprimanded him and urged him not to act foolishly again. James was arrested and charged with 2 counts of premeditated murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, robbery, and aggravated stalking for violating a court order. James maintained his innocence, claiming amnesia, and was taken to the county jail to await a hearing. The prosecution needed to prove that James attacked Amanda, her friends, and Lamar. Although there was no direct evidence linking him to the crimes, multiple witnesses were present who confirmed that he was the perpetrator. Police reconstructed James' movements on the day of the attack. James arrived at Mike's house around 4 a.m. and stayed until 4:45 a.m. After leaving, he went to his sister's house, where he lived with his sister and father, approximately 15 minutes from his former home. After returning to his sister's house, he retrieved a gun and ammunition before committing the crime. Prosecutors allege that the motive for the attack was a photograph he had taken of Lamar at Amanda's house. Police examined James' cell phone and computer and learned that at approximately 5 a.m., he began texting Amanda. He had attempted to call her just 1 minute before the first gunshots and had called Amanda 22 times prior to that. Up until that point, Amanda had avoided answering his calls. After seeing the state of her house, she decided to answer the phone. During the call, she accused James of robbing and vandalizing her home. Amanda asked James to leave her alone. It was evident that she had done everything possible to avoid contact with him. She even suggested that she would remain silent about the vandalism if he would finally leave her life. The defense team is determined to challenge the charges. They argue that James had been prescribed medication to treat anxiety and depression, which was intended to help him but, when combined, caused unpredictable side effects. This reaction was exacerbated the night before the attack, particularly after he had consumed beer and strong alcoholic drinks. On the evening of August 26th, after returning home, he took another medication that was intended to help him sleep. He fell asleep but awoke a few hours later. The defense argued that the combination of the drugs he had taken, along with the alcohol, contributed to his uncontrollable behavior. However, James had ample time before the incident. The effects of these substances should have worn off, and he even attended the trial that morning without arousing any suspicion. After leaving the courthouse, he began calling and texting Amanda. Before arriving at his ex-wife's house, he filled his car with gas. The prosecutor's office believes this indicated that he was preparing to flee the state, suggesting that he had planned ahead. During a search of the car, police discovered a shotgun, 2 handguns, and a large quantity of ammunition of various calibers. These items were scattered throughout the vehicle, suggesting that they had been hastily discarded. Police also found the same drugs mentioned by the defense. Attorneys prepared expert witnesses in pharmacology and psychiatry to demonstrate that the combination of drugs James was taking could impair his capacity to think rationally and make decisions. According to the attorneys, this impairment ruled out premeditated intent, suggesting that James's actions could have been a spontaneous outburst of aggression beyond his control. The pharmacologist stated that the combination of these drugs was likely to cause amnesia. Therefore, James might not actually remember the incident. During police questioning, Mike provided detailed evidence of James visiting his house that morning. James had been acting somewhat strangely. Mike understood that James was struggling to cope with Amanda's new relationship after their divorce. Mike could not comprehend why James still wanted to possess her even after their separation. James became obsessed and sent pictures of Amanda's new boyfriend to her, which contributed to the tragic outcome. Police carefully examined text messages exchanged between James and Mike, which appeared to corroborate Mike's account. James harbored resentment not only toward his ex-wife, but also toward her friends. He specifically blamed Amanda's best friend, Lindy, for turning Amanda against him, which fueled his hatred for her. Evidence indicated that James had collected a weapon just before leaving the house, according to the prosecutor's office. Police also noted that James' father had attempted to intervene and prevent him from doing so, but his efforts were unsuccessful. The key defense witness was James' sister, Rhonda, who lived with him at the time. However, she was on vacation in Italy during the attack and returned 2 weeks later. Rhonda disputed the prosecutor's claim that James had been planning the attack. She contended that the 2 guns found in the car were there by chance, as she had been carrying them for some time. The defense argued that this suggested the attack was impulsive and unintentional. In contrast, the prosecution believed Rhonda was merely attempting to protect her younger brother, with whom she had always shared a close relationship. The prosecution highlighted inconsistencies in Rhonda's testimony, particularly regarding the type of handgun she reported having in the car, which raised the jury's suspicions. James faced the possibility of the death penalty for the assault. James' defense team aimed to reduce the severity of his sentence. The only certain way to spare his life was to challenge the premeditated murder charges, which could have carried a sentence of life imprisonment without parole. However, the prosecution was determined not to negotiate and refused to offer a plea deal. They argued that James, who had taken 2 lives and seriously injured 2 others, deserved the death penalty. The defense contended that James had no intention of harming Amanda or her friends. Nevertheless, when he arrived at Amanda's home, an incident occurred that provoked him. It is believed that an argument between the men may have caused James to begin shooting. However, surviving witnesses, Rachel and Lamar, stated that no conversation had occurred and that no one provoked him. On the other hand, the prosecution argued strongly that James did not arrive at the home by accident. Instead, he had returned to his sister's house to retrieve weapons and ammunition for the murders, suggesting that his actions were premeditated. The key piece of evidence in the case was a phone call between James and Amanda that took place shortly before the shooting began. This call, which lasted 14 minutes, was played to the jury in court. During the conversation, Amanda attempted to end her relationship with James. She cried and pleaded with him, trying to intimidate him by referencing the restraining order and threatening to call the police if he continued to stalk her. It was clear that she had endured his harassment for an extended period, but he paid no attention to her suffering. After both sides presented their arguments, the jury began deliberating their verdict. 2 hours later, they reached a unanimous decision, finding James Terry Colley, 38, guilty on all 7 counts, including burglary. However, the case was not over. 2 weeks later, the same jury reconvened to decide whether James should receive the death penalty. The defense team remained hopeful. They aimed to prove that the combination of drugs he had been taking could have caused side effects, such as memory loss. Experts, including a forensic psychiatrist and a pharmacist, supported this claim, asserting that James suffered from parasomnias, which meant he could not have been aware of and could not remember the events that had occurred. Psychiatrists explained that people with parasomnias can walk, drive, and perform deliberate actions. However, the prosecutor's office disputed these claims by presenting court records, showing that James had attended court the morning before the attack. He had interacted with multiple people and displayed no unusual behavior. James appeared calm, showing no signs of slowing down, confusion, or depression, which are common indicators of parasomnias. The prosecution successfully convinced the jury of James's guilt in causing the deaths of Amanda and Lindy. The jury unanimously decided that he should receive the death penalty. A third hearing then took place, during which the court gave the defense one last opportunity to present compelling evidence that might reduce the death sentence. During this hearing, James took the stand for the first time, describing the incident as a terrible accident. However, his account lacked credibility. The defense attorneys also failed to present any substantial evidence, leading to James Terry Colley's death sentence being upheld. He is currently in prison awaiting execution by lethal injection. Moving on to the next case. The case of Amy Leon Hall. The story of Amy Leon Hall is a heartbreaking tragedy arising from a sequence of events that transformed a devoted mother and respected community member into someone responsible for an unimaginable act. These pressures ultimately culminated in a devastating incident on November 1, 2018, shocking her family and community. This article explores the life of Amy Leon Hall, the circumstances that led to the tragedy, its aftermath, and raises questions surrounding mental health, family relationships, and the justice system. Amy Leon Hall was born on March 12, 1985, in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. From an early age, she showed a strong desire to help others and make positive contributions to her community. Throughout the years, she assumed various roles that enabled her to form lasting relationships. Through her work, Amy launched several programs focused on empowering disadvantaged individuals and supporting youth development. With her dedication, determination, and clear vision, she became an inspiration and role model for many. Amy was married to Hanato Tolliver, and together they had 3 children. Their eldest child, Kason Tolliver, was born on August 14, 2000, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Kason was a senior at Beggs High School, where he performed well academically and served as the quarterback of the football team. After graduating high school, he planned to attend college to major in architecture, later become a firefighter, and continue playing football. Outside of sports, he enjoyed fishing and swimming. Chloe Tolliver, the second child of Amy and Gennaro, was born on June 7, 2002, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. At the time, she was a junior at Beggs High School and aspired to become an obstetrician-gynecologist, motivated by her strong love for children. Along with her interest in learning, she enjoyed makeup, shopping, and nail care. Chloe shared an especially close bond with her youngest sister, Nicole, and the two frequently shared their hobbies and happiness together. In 2016, Amy and Hanato separated, and became involved in a bitter custody dispute that lasted 2 years. In May 2016, Amy filed a petition for a protective order, alleging that Renato had threatened to kill her and engaged in abusive behavior. These allegations were later determined to be unsubstantiated. By June 2016, in divorce and custody filings, Renato sought custody of the children, accusing Amy of emotionally abusing them and using protective orders as a tool against him. He also claimed that Amy had been diagnosed with mental health issues, further intensifying tensions between them. 2 years later, on November 1, 2018, a tragic crime occurred within Amy Hall's family. Early that morning, Amy entered Kaysen's bedroom and struck him on the head while he was sleeping. Tragically, he died at the scene. She then went into the bedroom of her 2 daughters, Chloe and Nicole, and attacked both on their heads. Nicole, although suffering injuries to her head and neck, survived. She managed to escape into a bathroom and convinced her mother to surrender the weapon. Chloe, however, sustained critical injuries. Despite being transported to the hospital for treatment, she never regained consciousness and was pronounced dead 4 days later. Police were called to the scene at approximately 6:30 a.m. by a friend of Kaysen's who had been staying overnight. A deputy from the Okmulgee County Sheriff's Office arrived first and found Amy attempting to flee in her car. A high-speed chase followed, reaching speeds exceeding 110 miles per hour, before police eventually stopped her vehicle and arrested her. Immediately after her arrest, Amy was taken to the police station for questioning. During her first questioning, Amy told authorities that she did not understand why she had assaulted her children. Later, she asserted that she thought she was safeguarding them from her former husband, Renato, whom she alleged had abused them and committed other serious offenses during their bitter divorce. Amy said that a part of her believed the act was required to save her children from the danger she thought Renato posed. Amy also acknowledged to police that her initial plan was to kill her children and then take her own life. However, her youngest daughter, Nicole, intervened by seizing the weapon from her hand, preventing her from following through with the plan. Ultimately, Amy admitted to her crimes and showed deep regret, saying that she was extremely sorry for what had occurred. On November 28, 2022, Amy pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder and 1 count of assault with intent to kill. As part of the plea deal, Amy acknowledged that on November 1, 2018, she had attacked and killed her 18-year-old son, Kaysen, and her 16-year-old daughter, Chloe. She also admitted to using a weapon with the intent to kill her then 14-year-old daughter, Nicole. Prosecutors stated that if Amy had not accepted the plea agreement and agreed to a life sentence, they would have dropped the federal case against her so that state prosecutors could move forward and seek the death penalty. Oklahoma U.S. District Court Judge Ronald A. White sentenced Amy Leon Hall, age 43, to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of Kaysen and Chloe. In addition, she was given a 20-year prison sentence for assaulting her youngest daughter, Nicole, who survived the attack. All 3 sentences will run concurrently, meaning they will be served at the same time. Amy will remain in the custody of the U.S. Marshal Service until she is transferred to a facility run by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, where she will serve her life sentence without parole. The motive behind the incident remains under investigation, but police revealed that they had been called to Amy's home multiple times in the past because of family problems, although no arrests were made during those incidents. Additionally, Amy had pleaded guilty to petty theft in 2014, raising more questions about the circumstances that led up to this tragedy. After the trial, U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Oklahoma, Christopher J. Wilson, said that Amy's horrific violence against her children was unimaginable and nothing could ever make things right. He also stated that justice requires careful consideration of all the facts, including the interests of the surviving victim, Nicole. Based on these factors, the United States recommended that a life sentence be imposed in this case. The case of Amy Leon Hall stands as a reminder of the complexities of divorce, which can result in devastating outcomes. As Amy begins her life sentence, there is hope that the surviving family members, especially Nicole, will find comfort and support to cope with this profound loss. It is essential for the community to become more aware of the importance of early intervention and support for individuals dealing with mental health and family issues to help prevent similar tragedies in the future. Moving on to the next case. The case of Andres Mendoza. On May 14, 2021, 34-year-old Reina Amador went missing. She was last seen north of Atizapán de Zaragoza in the state of Mexico. Before her disappearance, she had informed her husband, Bruno, that she was going to Zocalo Square in the historic center to buy mobile phone parts. She was accompanied by a family friend, Andrés Mendoza, a 74-year-old man whom she had known for many years. When Bruno returned home at 8 p.m., Reina had not yet come back, and only 2 of their daughters were at home. He tried calling her, but she did not answer. At 11 p.m., Bruno went to Andrés's house to inquire about her, but Andrés claimed he had no information about Reina and had not seen her all day. As a former police chief, Bruno immediately decided to report his wife missing and went to the police station to file a report. No one anticipated that this case would become one of the most notorious and tragic in Mexico. On Saturday, May 15th, Bruno requested to see security camera footage. The recording showed his wife, Reina, walking down the street where Andrés lived, but she never left Andrés's house. This was the last time she was seen at 8:40 p.m. Bruno returned to Andrés's house, accompanied by his brother-in-law. They knocked on the door, but Andrés insisted he knew nothing about Reina. Bruno asked him to open the door to ask a few questions. Andrés opened the door slightly, and then Bruno forced his way inside. Andrés told him that he would not find anything there, but Bruno sensed that something was wrong. The lights were off, and everything in the house seemed normal at first. However, Bruno discovered cardboard boxes in Andrés's room. His intuition told him to move the boxes, and beneath them was an entrance to the basement. There, he was shocked to find body parts in several buckets. On the dining table, there were also remains, including a face and scalp separated from the skull. Upon closer inspection, Bruno found Reina's belongings and realized that the remains were hers. As this was happening, Andrés attempted to escape. He rushed out of the house, but was quickly apprehended, prompting Bruno to call the police. 2 police squads, stationed nearby, quickly arrived at the scene. Confused neighbors, not understanding why Andrés was being handcuffed, tried to intervene. Officers brought him back inside and seated him on a chair. Bruno questioned Andrés about his actions. One police officer contacted the prosecutor's office, as a search warrant was necessary. During the investigation, a dismembered body was discovered, and authorities suspected there might be more victims. This incident quickly became a hot topic nationwide. Friends and acquaintances of Andrés were shocked. They insisted he was a calm and peaceful individual, even serving as president of his neighborhood civil council. When police executed a search warrant at Andrés's home, they involved specialists from various fields, including criminologists, anthropologists, doctors, and forensic experts. They focused on the room with access to the basement. In addition to the bed, there were other items in the room, such as clothes, a wardrobe, and a few photographs. When police descended into the basement, they discovered the dismembered body of a woman, with her feet resting on a chair. Nearby, they found knives, a saw, and a machete. On a table, there were severed limbs and a pool of blood. Additionally, plastic containers held body parts and organs, with some preserved in salt. The remains of a face and scalp with the hair removed were also found in the basement. Initially, investigators believed there was only one victim, but they uncovered additional evidence, including 12 cell phones, 12 SIM cards, cosmetics, women's clothing, wallets, shoes, necklaces, and various other women's accessories. Several videotapes and multiple notebooks with gruesome notes were discovered, including lists of women. In addition, police recovered 9 sets of keys, 2 scales, election documents, and more than a dozen photos of the victims. The most alarming discovery was the well-preserved faces and scalps with hair removed. This evidence led police to suspect they were dealing with a serial killer. Andrés was then taken to Barrientos prison, where he was held prior to his trial. He expressed a desire to tell the truth and confessed to killing Reina. She worked at a cell phone store just a short distance from Andrés's house. He often visited her at work and assisted her, leading many neighbors to believe they were related, with some even spreading rumors that he was her uncle. On the day she disappeared, they had arranged to meet and purchase supplies for Reina's business, as they had done previously, which earned her trust. At 5 o'clock in the morning, she told her husband Bruno that she was going shopping with Andrés. According to Andrés's testimony, Reina came to his house, and they began to argue. He stated that he loved her and asked her to have sex with him, which led to an argument. When she refused, he took a knife and cut her neck. After she fell to the floor, he began to beat her. Although she was still alive, he stabbed her in the chest multiple times. After killing her, he dismembered her body and placed it in boxes to move to the basement. In the basement, he removed the face from the skull, stating it was so beautiful that he wanted to keep it forever. He soaked the remains in salt to prevent flies from appearing. This is something he admitted. He also claimed he buried 4 other women in the basement. However, notes in his notebook and photographs indicated otherwise. One of Andres' handwritten notes, dated December 17, 1974, described one of his victims who lived on Colonia Hank Gonzalez Street in Ecatepec. According to the note, she passed away at 5 a.m. The note detailed the weights of various body parts. The head weighed 4.5 kilograms, the chest 1.5 kilograms, each rib and the right arm 14 kilograms, and the pancreas, liver, and heart weighed 4 kilograms. This victim was 28 years old. The gruesome details left a deep impression on investigators, who had no idea how significant the case would become. Additionally, at the crime scene, police discovered a videotape filmed by Andres, recording each murder. Many could not comprehend his mindset. For numerous investigators, this case was the most horrifying they had ever encountered. The developments in the incident were unbelievable, like a horror movie. A few days later, police began dismantling the foundation of the building to determine if there were indeed graves in the basement. Civilian experts joined the police to assist with excavation, continuing to search for remains and related evidence. Excavation initially began in the backyard near the kitchen, where numerous bones were discovered. Digging then continued in the main room, measuring 30 square meters, believed to be the entrance to the basement. During this process, several skulls and bones were found. A report indicated the discovery of 1,137 bone fragments belonging to at least 4 individuals. The investigation continues daily, with experts surprised by the new findings. During this time, Andres confessed to occasionally consuming parts of his victims' bodies. This has led to rumors that he engaged in cannibalism, alarming neighbors. They recalled that Andres had previously sold meat, which explained how he was able to meticulously cut up the bodies of his victims. Neighbors said that after the butcher shop closed, Andres would occasionally go from house to house in the area selling meat, allegedly sourced from Iztapalapa. They began to suspect that he was lying and was actually selling the meat of his victims. They noted that he sold this meat at unusually low prices and often gave them more meat than they had asked for. Andres was born in Oaxaca on November 29, 1947. Neighbors recalled that he moved to Atizapan in the 1980s. He lived in the same house as his sister, who asked him to collect rent from the tenants. He was known for being calm and reserved. 9 years before the investigation began, he opened a butcher shop, which allowed him to meet many people, including politicians. He served as the president of the Civil Council of Atizapan and was a member of a political party. He was generous and caring toward the residents of the area. He often visited people's homes to understand their needs. Neighbors viewed him as a role model, and no one suspected him. There was another perspective to consider. Some people described Andres as depraved and having an unpleasant appearance. He frequently visited women's homes, saying he wanted to help them, but often had more intimate intentions. He was known as an older man who spent time in bars, drinking and socializing with women. In the building where he lived, one room was rented to a couple with a small child and another to a doctor. None of them noticed anything suspicious about him. Among the documents found in the building was a file for Norma Jimenez, who had been missing since August 6, 2011. She had light brown skin, a healthy figure, wide hips, a bruise on her right cheek, and a vertical scar on her abdomen from surgery. She was 39 years old when she went missing. On the day Norma disappeared, she went to work as usual in Barragan from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. At around 10:15 p.m., she called her family to say she was on her way home. Unfortunately, she never returned home. The reason was that Andres invited her to his house, promising a good payment. Instead, he stabbed her in the heart, dismembered her body, and buried the remains in his backyard. Another of his victims was a 20-year-old woman who worked at the Marina Bar. She was similar in appearance to Norma and was also short. She was last seen leaving her home on April 7, 2012. Andres stated that in the same year, he met 2 girls named Adrenaline and Gardena, who also worked at the Barragan Bar. He confessed that he took them to his home, and when they refused to have sex with him, He killed them and buried their bodies in the basement. In 2016, Flor Vizcaino, a 38-year-old woman, left her home and never returned. She disappeared on October 16th, and since then, there has been no information about her. It was only when police searched Andres's home that they found her documents. Flor was a mother of 2 teenage daughters and worked as a waitress. She was divorced, and her daughters were staying with their father that weekend. She left home at 11 a.m. and sent messages to her daughters on Facebook that same day. As hours passed without her return, her family reported her missing. Flor's portraits were posted on social media, but nothing resulted from that. At work, she met Andres, who often invited her to lunch and gave her gifts. However, she refused to start a relationship with him, which is believed to be the reason he killed her. At Andres's home, documents belonging to Rubashili Gagos, 32, were also found. She went missing on July 20th, 2019, and was last seen at a restaurant, a moment captured on a security camera. She had a 5-year-old son and worked at a bank. In her free time, she also worked as a delivery person for Uber Eats. That day, despite having the day off, she chose to make deliveries to earn extra money. Her family became concerned when she did not meet her older sister at the airport as planned. When her sister went to her apartment, she found only her son, who had been left alone for 5 days in a locked apartment. A missing person report for Rubashili was filed on July 27th. Her motorcycle was later found in the Shang Avier area, but there were no signs that she had been there. Andres chose attractive women as his targets. If they rejected him, he would lure them to his home, claiming he wanted to help them. When they arrived, he would gain their trust first, then secretly pull out a knife and stab them in the heart and neck. Once they stopped moving, he would dismember them. Because the women were beautiful, he removed their faces and scalps to keep them. He also cut up parts of their bodies to consume later, using his skills as a butcher. The remaining parts were soaked in salt and buried in various locations around his house, such as the kitchen, backyard, or basement. He covered the graves with a thick layer of cement to mask the smell. After weeks of investigation, the police discovered 3,787 skeletons. Forensic experts determined the skeletons belonged to at least 17 people. Authorities then began reviewing 600 folders related to missing persons cases from Oaxaca and nearby areas over the last 31 years. The skeletons underwent a thorough cleaning process, after which investigators could determine which parts of the body they belonged to, allowing an approximate number of victims to be established. While the investigation continued, Andres was transferred from Barrientos prison to Gudalbea prison due to threats from other inmates who wanted to kill him for his crimes. Several days later, relatives of one of the missing women provided DNA samples to compare with the remains found. On December 2, 2017, March Duranta, 33, left her home a few blocks from Andres's house at 8 a.m. She went to a bank branch to make transfers and took public transportation to the El Campanario area. That day, her eldest son, aged 15, called her twice, and she answered both calls, also giving her location. Afterwards, she stopped responding. Hours later, when she did not return home, her husband and 3 children reported her disappearance to the police. Since that day, they have had no information. Marta had met Andres a few months earlier when he offered her a job as a cleaner at the Civic Council office. When her family learned of her disappearance, they feared the worst, believing she had fallen victim to Andres. Among Andres's victims were Maria Maras and her 7-year-old son, Edgar, who went missing on December 24, 2014. Neighbors had not seen them since. Her sister, Matilda, explained that Maria was a single mother selling candy from a cart with her son. Andres had offered to let her keep the cart at his house. The day Maria and Edgar disappeared, they left home, telling their family they would not be gone far. Hours later, the family began searching for them in the streets. The family gathered information from local residents, and only one person reported seeing them on the day of their disappearance, Andres. He even offered to accompany Matilda to the police to report Maria and Edgar missing. A neighbor who ran a grocery store recalled that years earlier, Andres had offered her tickets to a local festival and tried to convince her to go. Another neighbor remembered that Andres promised to buy her a cell phone if she visited him, but she declined. In total, 4,300 skeletons were found, including 18 women and 1 child. This figure was released after the completion of excavations at the crime scene. These skeletons allowed investigators to identify 19 victims. Experts conducted extraction, purification, quantitative assessments, and genetic typing to create profiles for the victims. This genetic material was compared with DNA samples from at least 11 families. The analysis resulted in matches for 6 cases, confirming at least 6 victims, while 13 other victims still await identification. Investigations continue, and police are searching another house owned by Andres for additional victims. On March 18, 2022, Andres Mendoza was sentenced to life in prison. In Reina Amador's case, he was also ordered to pay more than $1.5 million in compensation to her family. Although 19 victims' remains have been found, it is believed there may be more, as Andres claimed to have killed at least 30 women. It is important to remember that serial killers often act normally, so as not to arouse suspicion. They can easily gain people's trust, are often well-liked, and hide their true nature behind a friendly facade. Stay vigilant. Moving on to the next case. The case of Angel Sawyer. Milton Sawyer was born in 1963 in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, where he spent his entire life. He grew up as a typical child, playing in the woods and building small shelters. However, he developed a strong interest in collecting valuable and rare objects, a characteristic he inherited from his father. This passion for collecting eventually led him to open an antique store as an adult. Known as a treasure hunter, he bought and resold jewelry and other items, which helped him live a comfortable life. He had a talent for discovering rare valuables. Despite this success, Milton's personal life was not as stable. He married in 2000 and had 3 children, but his marriage did not endure. The couple eventually divorced. After the separation, he dedicated all his affection to his children. He frequently took them with him everywhere, both during work and in his free time. He was widely known as a father who loved his children deeply. For many years, he remained single and showed little interest in dating until 2011, when he met Angel Kiesinger, a 28-year-old woman, while dropping his child off at school. They began talking, even though at that time Angel was married and had 4 children. Angel assured Milton that she was in the process of divorcing her husband. Although he was 10 years older than her, they connected through their shared experiences of raising multiple children in failed marriages. Milton had already resolved custody arrangements, with his children alternating between him and their mother, while Angel was just beginning to organize shared custody. After their initial meeting, their relationship grew closer. By 2012, they were married. Angel quickly became involved in Milton's business, and when she first visited his antique shop, she noticed that the shelves were disorganized. She thoughtfully rearranged the items throughout the store. Milton loved the changes. He observed that the shop looked better, and sales improved after the rearrangement. However, the family's main responsibility was not only organizing the antique shop. Together, they had 7 children, and they needed to learn how to coexist as a blended family. They managed well until August 2, 2018, when a mysterious attacker took the life of Milton, the city's most well-known antique collector. At 2 a.m., Angel knocked on her neighbor's door, appearing extremely shaken. She told the neighbor that an intruder had broken into her home and killed her husband, Milton. She said she had been tied up and was unable to call for help on her own. The neighbor immediately called emergency services by dialing 911. She told the dispatcher that Angel was crying and claimed that Milton had been murdered. There was blood on Angel's face, and she said the attacker had a gun. She also stated that the intruder had tried to steal money and jewelry, but Angel managed to escape. While waiting for police to arrive, the neighbors stayed with Angel. When law enforcement officers reached the house, they found the front door locked, but noticed that the back door was open. They entered through the back door and went to the bedroom, where Angel said Milton had been injured. Inside, the room was completely disordered. Cabinet contents were scattered across the floor, and a large amount of gold and silver jewelry was spread everywhere. The disorder made it difficult for the responding officers to locate Milton immediately. After some time, Milton was found in the bathroom. He was a large man, occupying most of the floor, and showed no signs of life. Doctors pronounced him dead. However, further investigation left police unable to immediately determine the cause of death. Milton's hands were taped behind his back, and he was lying face down in a small pool of blood. Officers quickly noticed that there was very little blood, indicating that he had not suffered severe injuries. Only minor wounds were present on his body, none of which were life-threatening. To determine what caused Milton's death, a thorough examination of both his body and the crime scene was required. Meanwhile, Angel was taken to a medical facility for treatment, with police remaining nearby for her protection, as there was concern that the attacker might return. Milton's family was notified of the incident at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. They were stunned by the news and could not understand how Milton, who was always kind, could have had any enemies. At the crime scene, police found indications of a robbery. All the drawers of the furniture had been pulled out, and belongings were spread across the floor. Milton had no injuries to his head, and no shell casings were discovered. The position of his body suggested there had been a struggle, and in such circumstances, an attacker would normally leave behind DNA. Forensic specialists searched carefully for any evidence, including fingerprints. After performing an autopsy, forensic experts determined that Milton most likely died from asphyxiation. The position of his body, with his hands bound behind his back and pressure from a hard surface against his chest, made it difficult for him to breathe. If he had been unconscious, that position could have caused his death. During the investigation, police questioned neighbors but were unable to obtain any meaningful information. Residents reported hearing a loud noise followed by silence. Detectives found no physical evidence at the scene. They noticed that a key was still in the lock of the back door, which was unusual because keys are typically kept in a secure place. However, Angel explained that she had left the key outside on the porch so her children could use it if she came home late. It was possible that the intruder found the key and used it to enter. Detectives collected the key as evidence, since it could contain the killer's fingerprints. Angel suffered a minor injury on the right side of her forehead, which was not serious. She stated that on the night of the incident, only she and Milton were home, while their 2 children were staying with friends. Around midnight, she went into the kitchen to get a snack. When she opened the bedroom door, she saw a man dressed in black standing in the hallway. He approached her and demanded to know where the valuable jewelry was, saying he knew there was a large amount kept in the house. She believed the crime was targeted, since her husband Milton was known as the city's top gold jewelry dealer. After taking the valuables, the intruder struck her on the head, leaving her dazed. She fell, disoriented and unsure of how to react. He then took advantage of her condition and bound her hands and feet with tape. Several hours passed, but Milton never came out of the bathroom. She could not see what was happening with him. After some time, she managed to loosen the tape, free herself, and stand up. She immediately ran to a neighbor's house to ask for help. She also told detectives about a suspicious individual. Around 7 p.m. that evening, a young man had come to sell a television. However, Milton, being an experienced antique dealer, suspected the TV was stolen and refused to buy it. The young man became upset and left, possibly holding a grudge against Milton. Angel recognized the man and said his name was Dylan. He had arrived with his girlfriend, and Milton had done business with him several times before. She suspected that Dylan and his girlfriend were involved in drug use. She gave detectives a detailed description of both individuals. However, as investigators searched for Dylan and his girlfriend, they began to notice several strange aspects of the case. They reviewed surveillance footage from cameras near the home and found no suspicious individuals approaching the property. Oddly, a large amount of money and jewelry had been left behind, including items that were clearly visible. This behavior was unusual for a robbery, as thieves typically take everything they can, especially when they know valuable items are present. The selective nature of the theft suggested that either no outsiders had entered the house or that the motive behind the crime was not simply financial. Dylan and his girlfriend were later arrested and charged with trafficking illegal substances. During questioning, detectives pressed Dylan and his girlfriend about the attack on Milton, but they appeared confused and did not seem to understand what was being discussed. They seemed genuinely surprised. Investigators then directly told them that they were suspected of killing Milton, but they provided an alibi, stating that they had been selling TVs that evening. They confirmed that they had met the buyer during that time. However, this did not connect them to the subsequent tragic incident. According to them, they had sold the TV to someone else and even immediately handed over their mobile phone so police could verify their account. After checking the geolocation on the phone, investigators confirmed that Dylan and his girlfriend were indeed in a different area at the time of the attack. Around midnight, they were far from the crime scene, confirming their alibi. With this, all suspicions against them were removed. Detectives returned to the beginning of the investigation, still unable to determine who had attacked Milton. However, the following day, new information arrived from the forensic expert. The specialist reviewed the case carefully, consulted with colleagues, and concluded that the initial assumption of positional asphyxia was incorrect. Milton could not have suffocated under his own weight. It was evident that he had been intentionally strangled. A fractured rib cage discovered during the investigation supported the forensic expert's conclusion. However, this evidence conflicted with Angel's testimony, raising many questions and doubts. Police conducted a thorough investigation into Angel and Milton's marriage and found that it was not as perfect as it appeared. Conversations with Angel's friends and family did not indicate any wrongdoing, as they described the couple as having a long and seemingly happy marriage. No one believed Angel had a motive for the attack. Yet some of Milton's relatives described Angel as a very selfish woman. She was attractive and charismatic, but always considered herself superior to others. This attitude had drawn Milton, who admired her confidence. He was willing to give her expensive jewelry from his antique shop, buy her cars, and cater to her every whim. Milton's brother, David, informed detectives that after 5 years of marriage, Angel's demands began to escalate. Angel increasingly showed no appreciation for the gifts and luxuries Milton provided. Milton felt confused and had discussed with David the possibility that his wife might be unfaithful. In late 2017, suspicions arose when Angel was involved in an accident. Although she sustained only minor injuries, she reported shoulder and hip pain and visited a local physical therapy clinic, where a 38-year-old doctor, Isaac Melcher, prescribed daily exercises. At first, she attended her appointments in regular clothing, but after a few sessions, her behavior changed dramatically. She began taking great care in her appearance, showering thoroughly before each visit, wearing expensive perfume, dressing in her finest clothes, and applying makeup. This change led Milton to suspect that she was preparing for a date with Isaac. He attempted to confront Angel about her unusual behavior, but she consistently denied any wrongdoing, insisting that she always dressed nicely because she wanted to look her best in all situations. Milton's suspicions grew. He was a sensitive and religious man who valued family, honesty, and trust. Dr. Isaac appeared similar, attending church regularly and being regarded as a devoted husband and father of 3. Those who knew him vouched for his character. When police approached Isaac about new details in the case, he revealed that Milton had been visiting the clinic frequently and had argued with him several times regarding Angel. Milton was an extremely jealous husband who often raised his voice during phone calls. Although Isaac denied having an affair with Angel, police requested access to his cell phone for their investigation. He claimed an unbelievable story, that his phone had fallen into water just before the robbery at Milton's house, forcing him to dispose of it. After Milton's murder, Isaac bought a new phone at Walmart. This behavior made detectives suspicious, as they did not believe it was a coincidence. Investigators suspected that Isaac had an affair with Angel and then replaced his phone shortly after Milton's death. They believed the missing phone might contain crucial evidence linking Isaac to the murder. Furthermore, losing the phone made it difficult to verify his whereabouts at the time of the crime. Isaac likely did not realize that police could verify their assumptions by checking Angel's mobile phone. When she was brought in for questioning, she stated that her husband Milton was extremely jealous. She explained that she always dressed elegantly and wore jewelry to enhance her appearance, which attracted attention from many men. However, she insisted that Milton overreacted and maintained that she had done nothing inappropriate. She also denied any involvement in the crime. After the questioning, officers found no grounds to hold her, so she was released. Investigators then reviewed Isaac's alibi, which claimed he was at Walmart purchasing a new cell phone at the time of the murder. However, CCTV footage from the store showed no sign of him, and there was no receipt to confirm the purchase. At this point, investigators believed they had sufficient reason to search Isaac's house. They obtained a search warrant on August 8th and found his wife at home. She informed them that Isaac had moved out of state and that she was unaware of any relationship between him and Angel. Furthermore, she could not confirm his whereabouts on the night of the murder. She knew he was not at home, but could not verify if he had gone to the store. She mentioned that he had traveled to visit his mother, which raised further suspicion that he might have anticipated trouble and fled. Although Isaac was absent, police searched his home but found no useful information or evidence. Investigators then contacted Angel to determine Isaac's location. She said that he had reached out to her through social media, claiming he was simply asking about her. Detectives requested her phone to verify, but she appeared reluctant to comply, raising further concerns. If she was willing to discuss her communication with Isaac, why was she hesitant to show the details? Upon examining her phone, detectives immediately found a conversation with someone named Dustin, which they recognized as Isaac's middle name. In the messages, he referred to Angel as "my beloved," indicating a romantic relationship. The police returned the phone to Angel, and at that moment, she received a new message. She refused to reveal its contents and, in front of the officers, deleted it. Any suspicion of her involvement in the crime became more pronounced. Investigators shifted their focus to understanding and proving her role in the attack. To continue the investigation, detectives seized her phone. 10 days into the investigation, police received crucial information from a man named Lewis, who identified himself as Isaac's mentor. Lewis explained that from the first time Angel came to see Isaac, she showed interest in him and appeared to flirt. He stated that Isaac initially rejected her advances for a long time because it was against professional rules. However, one day Isaac entered the treatment room to find Angel completely naked, and he could not resist her. They began a romantic relationship in the months leading up to Milton's murder. Angel told Isaac that her husband Milton would never allow them to be together, portraying Milton as jealous and controlling. Isaac felt compelled to rescue her. Together, they planned to eliminate her abusive husband Milton. They agreed to stage a home invasion, using a key Angel had placed by the door. During the attack, they intended to be in the bedroom. Late at night, around midnight, Isaac broke into the house carrying a gun. He entered the bedroom and attacked Milton, strangling him until he stopped resisting. During the chaos, Angel attempted to intervene but accidentally hit her head on a nightstand. This unforeseen incident helped make the attack appear real. Isaac then staged the scene to look like a robbery by scattering items across the floor and filling a pillowcase with jewelry before escaping. He planned to remove any DNA evidence connected to Milton, and Angel had a similar plan. Before police arrived, Isaac disposed of all evidence from the attack in garbage cans throughout the city and discarded his phone. This information was provided by the police informant Lewis and required further verification. The investigators persuaded Lewis to record a phone call with Isaac to gather evidence of his confession. Over the course of 3 calls, they confirmed that Isaac had an affair with Angel and was responsible for the attack. Police arrested 38-year-old Isaac Dustin Melcher at his home in North Carolina. He was taken to the station for questioning but refused to cooperate. Consequently, detectives turned their attention to 45-year-old Angel. They informed her that Milton's killer had been arrested and asked her to come to the station to identify him. Upon her arrival, she was also detained and questioned. Angel finally admitted that she knew about Isaac's plan. He intended to eliminate her husband, Milton, who she claimed was destroying their relationship. However, she said that she had tried to stop him. He began behaving aggressively, causing her to fear for her safety and the safety of her children. Therefore, she decided not to intervene in the murder. Police discovered that this story was false and that the two had planned the crime together. In fact, Angel had manipulated Isaac into committing the attack. She positioned herself as a victim while portraying Milton as a cruel tyrant, seeking to evoke pity and noble feelings in Isaac. In the end, he accepted the role of a knight, rescuing her from captivity. Isaac was intelligent and rational, but blinded by love. However, the prosecutor's office faced difficulties because much of the evidence against Angel was circumstantial. During questioning, Angel labeled Isaac a crazed stalker and claimed she wanted nothing to do with him. Detectives revealed her true nature to Isaac, prompting him to realize he had been used. Furious, he agreed to testify against Angel in exchange for a plea deal. Isaac pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 25 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years. The most important condition of the deal was his promise to testify against Angel. During Angel's trial in September 2021, prosecutors argued that she was not motivated by financial gain, as she and Milton had no life insurance policy. Additionally, the house they lived in belonged to Milton and had been purchased before their marriage, meaning it would not be divided or given to her if he died. In her conversations with investigators, Angel revealed that she felt trapped in a loveless marriage. Prosecutors claimed that Angel did not want to be known as a twice-divorced woman and believed that killing Milton was the better option. On September 16, 2021, Isaac testified against Angel. He stated that she first made him fall in love with her, then manipulated him by highlighting Milton's alleged abuse, causing him to hate Milton. Under her manipulation, Isaac was willing to do anything to protect her, but in reality, he was merely a pawn in her hands. Although Angel did not testify during the trial, she maintained her innocence throughout. However, Isaac's testimony ultimately determined her fate. All 12 jurors found Angel Sawyer guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, resulting in a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Milton's antique shop never found a new owner and eventually closed. Currently, both Angel and Isaac remain in prison. Moving on to the next case. The case of Annie Liu. Annie Liu was born on July 3, 1985, in San Jose, California, to Vietnamese immigrant parents, Vivian Van Liu and Hogan Liu. She was their only child and displayed exceptional intelligence and talent from an early age. Annie excelled academically, particularly in chemistry and biology, and was frequently recognized as the top student. Teachers predicted that she would have a successful future in science, even suggesting that she might one day win a Nobel Prize. Annie regularly participated in school scientific conferences, where her work earned numerous awards and prizes. In high school, she won a $65,000 scholarship to attend any university in the United States. She chose the University of Rochester in New York, where she studied cellular development biology and medical anthropology. Annie focused her dissertation on diseases caused by metabolic disorders and devoted significant time to laboratory research. She made important contributions to the treatment of diabetes mellitus and certain forms of cancer. During her time at the University of Rochester, Annie met Jonathan Witowski, a talented student and aspiring scientist specializing in physical and mathematical sciences. Their relationship developed quickly, and their parents were delighted with their children's choice. Annie then pursued a master's degree at the prestigious Yale University while simultaneously working in a scientific laboratory, while Jonathan pursued science at Columbia University in New York. Although they were physically distant, their relationship remained strong through weekend visits and sharing plans for the future. In the summer of 2009, Jonathan proposed to Annie with a diamond ring, and she accepted happily. The couple set their wedding date for Sunday, September 13, 2009. Initially, they only shared the news with their parents, keeping it secret from friends and colleagues. However, on September 6th, just a week before the wedding, Annie sent emails to friends and colleagues announcing their upcoming marriage and including a wedding invitation. The following day, the news became a major topic of discussion in Annie's department and lab. The couple had planned to hold the ceremony on Long Island, followed by a honeymoon at a popular Greek resort. Notably, just before that, Annie wrote an article for a university publication warning students about various dangers and advising them on how to protect themselves. Annie left her university dormitory, where she lived with 3 friends, and headed to her workplace at the University Medical Center's laboratory on Amistad Street. On Tuesday, September 8th, she entered the building around 10 o'clock in the morning using her pass and special key card to gain access. CCTV footage captured her entering the building, and she was seen going directly to her office. There, she changed into work clothes, left her personal belongings behind, and put on a medical coat. She then locked her office door and went to work in the biolab. However, she never returned to her office or exited the building that day. It appears that she disappeared somewhere within the building's corridors, and no one saw her alive again after that. That evening, Annie's dorm neighbors grew very concerned, sensing that something was wrong because she had not returned or answered her phone. Annie was typically very responsible and punctual, always returning at the same time, but as midnight approached, she was still missing. Her friends decided to report her disappearance to the police. Annie's parents and fiancé had also been unable to reach her that night. They initially thought she might be working late due to a heavy workload and would contact them when free. When the police arrived, they initially assumed that Annie was nervous before the wedding and might have gone somewhere to relieve her stress. However, their opinion changed after examining Annie's office, reviewing CCTV footage, and tracking her movements within the building using her key card. The evidence revealed that Annie had entered the building in the morning but never left. Her personal belongings, including clothes, bag, wallet, and cell phone, remained in the office, yet she had disappeared. Due to the lack of concrete evidence or clues, the Federal Bureau of Investigation became involved. They conducted searches for Annie and interviewed potential suspects. People close to Annie described her as intelligent, kind, cheerful, and energetic, with no known enemies. Annie's family and fiancé waited anxiously for news, hoping she would be found alive. However, detectives were pessimistic. After examining the circumstances, they concluded that Annie was likely no longer alive. The laboratory building was secured and treated as a crime scene. Because access was restricted to staff and students with name badges, the pool of suspects was clearly defined. The atmosphere at the university was tense, as everyone understood that a potential murderer might be among them. Jonathan was questioned by authorities, but he had a solid alibi, having been in another state at the time of the incident. He was extremely worried about the situation and appeared close to a nervous breakdown. One of the teachers, who was also Annie's supervisor, was initially suspected because he had canceled his lectures on the day she vanished and could not immediately provide an alibi. However, after further questioning, his involvement was deemed unlikely. Despite this, police continued to believe the culprit was someone in the Yale University lab, possibly a student, faculty member, or staff. On September 12th, a disturbing clue was discovered in the building, providing the first concrete evidence that Annie had died. A blood-stained medical coat was found hidden under a false ceiling in an auxiliary room. Although the coat did not belong to Annie, tests confirmed that the blood on it was hers. This evidence led authorities to officially declare Annie dead and reclassify the case as a murder investigation. The following day, September 13th, Annie's body was discovered on the technical floor of the laboratory. Tragically, this was the day she was supposed to marry her fiancé and leave for their honeymoon in Greece. Her remains were found in a narrow pipeline within the wall, where she had been forced headfirst. Due to her small stature, less than 150 centimeters tall, hiding her body in this narrow space likely was not difficult for the perpetrator. A service dog trained to detect the scent of decomposition was instrumental in locating her hidden remains. Police observed that the body's placement indicated the killer was familiar with the building's layout, as it was an almost ideal location to conceal the remains. Annie's body showed severe injuries. Most of her ribs were broken, her limbs were damaged, and several teeth were missing. However, according to the forensic report, the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. In other words, Annie was brutally beaten and then strangled. Subsequently, her lifeless body was placed in a pipe within the basement wall. Investigators noted the presence of semen traces on Annie's clothing, but further examination revealed that she had not been sexually assaulted. A prime suspect emerged a few days into the investigation. Raymond J. Clark III, a young technician, had drawn police attention. When questioned along with other lab employees, he claimed to have seen Annie leave the building on the evening of her disappearance without her belongings, suggesting she intended to return. However, his testimony raised suspicions. After Annie's body was discovered, Raymond became the prime suspect. Police collected a DNA sample from him and instructed him not to leave the country until the investigation was complete. On September 17th, he was arrested. Autopsy results showed that the semen on Annie's clothing was his, and his coat contained traces of her blood hidden under the ceiling panels. Additionally, Raymond had suspicious bruises, indicating that Annie had attempted to defend herself. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Raymond denied any involvement in the crime. However, further investigation revealed that Raymond was a very hot-tempered individual who frequently had conflicts at work. He engaged in regular verbal altercations with colleagues and was known to be abusive toward women he had known. Raymond's academic record was unimpressive, though he excelled in sports. He had an attractive appearance and was popular among women. Although his low grades prevented him from attending university, his relatives helped him secure a position in a laboratory. Initially, he worked as a janitor but, after a few years, earned a promotion to technician. During this time, Raymond dated Jessica Del Rocco, though their relationship was troubled. Jessica later testified in court that Raymond was controlling and violent. She claimed he would check her phone, read her messages, and dictate what she wore and who she socialized with. If she disagreed with him, he would become physically abusive. After one particularly brutal incident, Jessica fled to another state to escape him, fearing further persecution. Despite this, she never reported him to the police. For the past year, Raymond had been in a romantic relationship with Jennifer Radko, a student at Yale University. Despite rumors of his infidelity with other students, graduate students, and lab employees, Jennifer accepted his marriage proposal and began preparing for their wedding. Although there was ample evidence of Raymond's guilt, his motive for the crime remained unclear. He never revealed it, even after fully admitting his involvement. Initially, it was believed the murder was linked to a workplace conflict. Raymond and Annie had been conducting experiments on lab mice to study the effectiveness of enzymes in treating cancer, diabetes, and other diseases. The mice were under Raymond's care, and he considered the lab his domain. He was a strict rule follower and often came into conflict with co-workers, whom he would report to their superiors. On the day of the murder, Annie stayed late in the laboratory, entering the area where the experimental animals were kept. Raymond, who may have already cleaned the area, also entered. A possible confrontation occurred between them, which eventually led to Annie being strangled in a fit of rage. An alternative theory suggests that Raymond had been trying to court Annie for some time, but she had rejected him. This rejection made Raymond extremely angry, as he was unaccustomed to being refused. When he learned of her upcoming wedding, Raymond became consumed with jealousy. The next day, finding himself alone with her in the laboratory, he attacked her, attempting to rape her before strangling her. This theory could explain the presence of seminal fluid on Annie's clothing, though it has never been conclusively proven. The case attracted widespread attention from the start, as the murder occurred on the campus of a prestigious university and the victim was a graduate student and rising star in the sciences. The investigation was closely followed by the media. Notably, Raymond's ex-girlfriend, Jessica Del Rocco, participated in several interviews, openly discussing her past relationship with him. Raymond's first court appearance was on October 6, 2009, in Connecticut. At this time, he denied any participation in the murder and rejected the charges filed against him. The hearing was delayed multiple times to gather additional evidence and documents pertinent to the case. Investigations showed that Raymond had been in Annie's company in the laboratory for at least an hour, during which Annie was violently murdered. To conceal his crimes, he used his key card more than 50 times across different locations. Ultimately, he reached the technical floor. There, he spent roughly 15 minutes hiding Annie's body within a wall. Shortly afterward, the fire alarm went off, which Raymond himself had triggered. This enabled him to leave the building alongside the other staff members, thereby avoiding police suspicion. Another significant clue was that in the pocket of the coat found under the false ceiling lay a green ballpoint pen. This pen was later verified to be the same one Raymond had used to sign various work logs on the day of the incident. Additionally, witnesses saw Raymond carefully scrubbing the lab floor in specific areas over the following days, even though it already appeared clean. Moreover, he discarded all cleaning supplies, as well as a pack of tissues from the table that bore small brown stains resembling blood splatters. These items were later recovered from a trash bin, and forensic testing confirmed that Raymond had made a deliberate attempt to erase any traces of Annie's blood. In February 2011, Raymond accepted a plea agreement with the investigators. In return for a reduced sentence, he agreed to plead guilty. On March 17, 2011, at the subsequent court hearing, he pleaded guilty to murder and attempted rape. He also expressed remorse and apologized to Annie's parents and fiancé. However, Raymond never revealed the specifics of what occurred on the night of the crime. He also refused to explain his motive for committing the act. Consequently, Raymond J. Clark III was sentenced to 44 years in prison. He is presently serving his sentence at the Cheshire Correctional Institution in New Haven County, Connecticut, with a scheduled release in September 2053. In an interview, Annie's parents and fiancé stated that they consider the sentence just, even though it cannot restore their daughter. The victim's mother, Vivian Van Lowe, delivered an emotional address during the sentencing. With tears in her eyes, she said she would never be able to hug Annie again, hear her laugh, or have grandchildren. Goodbye, Annie, the most precious gift God gave her. Moving on to the next case. Ashley Renee Lyons. Ashley Renee Lyons was born on July 21, 1985. She was the youngest of her parents' 3 children. A native of Scott County, she was a member of the Cedar Grove Baptist Church and a 2003 graduate of Scott County High School, where she was very active in the FFA program. The letters FFA stand for Future Farmers of America. a dynamic youth organization that transforms lives and prepares members for leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education. Ashley's brother, Chris, was just a year older. They had a small car repair shop and grew up fixing not only cars, but also anything with an engine. Ashley loved cars, especially fast ones. But Bobby Gibson, Ashley's best friend, knew that cars were not the only thing she cared about. She was in love with Roger McBeath. The teenagers broke up shortly after prom, but remained close friends. Even after the breakup, Ashley still considered Roger the best. She was thrilled to graduate high school, believing a better life awaited her. However, life for young people does not always go as planned. Ashley discovered she was pregnant, and the father of her child was Roger. She did not hide the news from her family, and they supported her, eagerly anticipating the baby's birth. But January 7, 2004, changed many lives forever. The day began perfectly, but ended tragically. At a doctor's appointment, Ashley learned she was going to have a son. She was overjoyed when she shared the news with her mother, Carol. She even chose a name, wanting to call her son Landon. Ashley could not wait to share the exciting news with everyone. After showing her mom the ultrasound picture, she took a shower, did her makeup and hair, and told her brother Chris and her mom that she was going to Lexington. Looking at the map, Lexington is about 20 miles from Stamping Ground, and Ashley would have arrived in approximately 35 to 40 minutes. She said she planned to meet Roger and his parents at a restaurant there to show them the ultrasound picture. It was a cold evening, with snow expected later. Ashley's mother, Carol, offered to take her car, but Ashley refused, saying she would not be gone long and would return before the snow began. Carol later recalled that the last words she heard from her daughter were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." Tragically, that night changed the Lyons family forever. After dinner, the phone rang and Chris answered, hearing Roger's voice asking if Ashley was home. Chris replied that she had already left. Roger said he would not be able to meet Ashley, explaining that he had called her, but she did not answer. Chris assumed that Ashley had left her phone in the car and gone to the restaurant. Time passed, but no one could reach Ashley. Her mother called several times, but there was no answer. By 8 p.m., Ashley had still not returned home, despite saying she would not be gone long. Around 9 p.m., Carol called Roger's mother and explained that Ashley had not returned home after the planned restaurant meeting. Roger's mother's response alarmed Carol. She said they had not seen Ashley that day because the meeting had been canceled. Carol was horrified. If Ashley had not been at the restaurant, then where was she? Her daughter was not answering her phone, and Carol had a terrible feeling. Thoughts raced through Carol's mind as she tried to figure out Ashley's whereabouts and whether she was safe. Around 10 p.m., Chris and his father decided they could not simply wait and began searching for Ashley. They knew the restaurant where she had planned to meet Roger and his parents. Upon arrival, they saw no sign of Ashley's car. They searched for hours but could not locate her. At one point, Chris decided to check Scott County Park, knowing Ashley liked the place. She often fed the ducks there and had spent time at the park with Roger when they were dating. Looking at the map, Scott County Park is about 10 miles from Stamping Ground. While driving around the park, Chris and his father spotted a car that looked like Ashley's. The car was running, and the lights were on. As they got closer, they realized it was indeed Ashley's car. It is hard to imagine what thoughts raced through their minds at that moment. Chris ran to the car and saw that the driver's side window was down. Ashley was slumped in the seat with her head down, wearing a seatbelt and completely unresponsive. Chris opened the door and began shaking her, hoping she was merely asleep. Then he looked at his hand and saw blood. He immediately called 911. Tragically, by the time emergency services arrived, Ashley was already dead, and doctors could not save her. Soon after, Ashley's mother received the worst news of her life. She could not believe that her daughter was gone. While her family was consumed by grief, investigators arrived at the crime scene. Since Ashley had died before the ambulance arrived, and it was clear that her death resulted from a criminal act, her body remained in the car while investigators examined the scene for evidence. The first things they noted were that the engine was running, the heater and radio were on, and the driver's side window was down. They quickly determined the cause of death. 3 9mm shell casings were found on the ground next to the car. Ashley had suffered gunshot wounds to the head and neck. Police searched the park but could not locate the firearm used. The fact that Ashley had been shot through the open side window raised suspicions. The chilly night made it unusual that the window was down. Her seating position indicated she was not trying to defend herself or escape. Considering all of this, investigators concluded that Ashley likely knew the person who shot her. It was cold, and the car's heater was on, suggesting she had rolled down the window when someone familiar approached. The shooter had been standing next to the driver's side door. Ashley's purse, wallet, and phone were all still in the car, immediately ruling out robbery as a motive. Inside the vehicle, ultrasound pictures were scattered about, likely what Ashley had been looking at in her final moments. She was 5 months pregnant, so the perpetrator had taken the lives of both Ashley and her unborn son, Landon. Nothing like this had ever occurred in Scott County before, and the community demanded that police find the person responsible for taking 2 lives in such cold blood. Investigators learned from Ashley's parents that she had planned to meet Roger, the father of her child, on the day she died. When they spoke with Roger, he was devastated by the deaths of Ashley and their unborn son. He admitted that he and Ashley had ups and downs in the past, but were no longer a couple when she discovered her pregnancy. Roger was in tears while speaking with investigators, insisting he had no idea who could have committed such a crime. He was brought in for questioning. When asked about the events leading up to Ashley's death, Roger explained that they had planned to meet at a restaurant, but he had to cancel because of other obligations. He wanted to tell Ashley not to come to Lexington, but she did not answer her phone. He called her twice, but she did not pick up. Therefore, Roger called her home and Chris answered the phone. According to Roger, he asked Chris to tell Ashley to call him back when she got home. Roger's account matched what Chris had told the investigators regarding his sister's plans for that evening. When Carol learned that the police had questioned Roger, she did not believe that he could be involved in this crime. Carol said Roger was a nice guy. Their families were on good terms. When Roger had dinner at their house, he always helped clear the table. He got along well with Chris and was often at their home when he and Ashley were in a relationship. So no one believed that Roger could be the one who took the lives of Ashley and Landon. While the investigators were searching for clues about a suspect, Ashley's family tried to figure out who could have done it. Carol found a diary in her daughter's room. In it, she wrote down her experiences. Reading the diary, Carol noticed that one name kept appearing in it, Dina Williams. Dina was the same age as Ashley. They went to school together and rode the school bus together. Ashley felt sorry for Dina because she grew up in a poor family and always wore the same clothes. There were rumors that her parents treated her badly and even beat her, and Dina confirmed them in conversations with her friends. At first, Ashley and Dina were friends, but as it turned out, Dina was jealous of Ashley and wanted to have everything Ashley had, including Roger. In her diary, Ashley wrote that she and Dina had several quarrels. From this diary, Carol learned something she had not known before. She had no idea Ashley and Dina had problems in their relationship. Therefore, Carol started suspecting that Dina Williams had something to do with Ashley's death. After Ashley and Roger broke up, Dina wasted no time and immediately began dating Roger. And perhaps Dina was worried because Ashley got pregnant with Roger's baby. After all, she did not want to share Roger with anyone else. Dina wanted him all to herself. Maybe this could have pushed Dina to do something that cannot be undone. Carol gave Ashley's diary to the investigators so they could analyze everything written there. Carol was sure that the key to solving this case was somewhere in the pages of this diary. When the investigators reviewed Ashley's journal, they also became interested in how she described her relationship with Dina. Thus, Dina Williams was taken to the police station. She denied any involvement in what happened to Ashley. Dina worked at a bank, and according to her, they had an office party on the evening when the crime occurred. So she had an alibi. Dina did not try to hide her attitude towards Ashley from the investigators. She especially did not like the fact that Ashley was pregnant. However, the fact that Dina did not feel anything about Ashley's death was not enough to bring any charges against her. So the investigators let her go home after the conversation. Meanwhile, the results of the ballistic examination came in. The experts analyzed the location of Ashley's wounds, the position in which she was found, and where the casings lay. The angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body allowed them to determine the approximate height of the shooter. They believed that the perpetrator was about 5 feet and 10 inches tall. Dina Williams' height was around 5 feet and 5 inches, which meant it was unlikely that she was the one who shot Ashley. However, Dina had a twin brother, Thomas Williams, who matched the alleged height of the perpetrator. According to rumors, a few months before Ashley's death, Thomas had asked several people about how to cause a miscarriage. People also said that Thomas did everything his sister asked him to do. The investigators became interested in this and questioned Thomas Williams, but he denied everything, and there was no evidence indicating his involvement in the crime, so he was released. While the police were putting together all the evidence they had to find the culprit, residents wanted to do something to show their support for Ashley's family. They created an improvised memorial with flowers, stuffed toys, and candles. Someone brought 2 crosses, one with Ashley's name and the other with Landon's. While the investigators were looking for new evidence, Ashley's family was preparing for the funeral. It is impossible to imagine what they had to go through because they lost 2 people at once. During the autopsy, the medical examiner removed the fetus from Ashley's body. Ashley and Landon were buried in the same coffin. The fact that the person who committed this crime was still at large made the Lyons family even more devastated. For information that could help arrest the one who took their daughter's life, Ashley's parents put out a $3,000 reward that eventually increased to $5,000. People started calling the police and telling them what they thought might help the investigation. Soon after, they received a call from a woman whose house windows overlooked the park where someone shot Ashley. She reported that she may have seen the perpetrator. Standing at the window, this woman saw someone run out of the park and jump over the fence. Next, the person she saw ran up to a red pickup truck waiting for them with the engine running and got into the passenger seat. Moments later, the truck sped away. According to the witness, it was a red Chevrolet pickup truck. If the person the woman saw really had something to do with Ashley's death, then investigators had to look for not one criminal, but at least 2. After all, whoever was driving the red pickup truck could be an accomplice to the crime. Upon hearing about the red pickup truck, everyone who knew Ashley immediately realized who was behind it. Roger, her ex-boyfriend, the father of her unborn child, had such a car. The police immediately seized Roger's truck. They thoroughly searched it, but found no evidence inside. Roger refused to talk to the investigators, and there was no evidence against him. However, knowing that at least 2 people were involved in the crime, the officers made an obvious conclusion. Who did not like Ashley? Who was unhappy about her pregnancy? Who would be happy if Ashley disappeared? Besides Roger, there was only one person who could wish for this, and that person was Dina Williams. That is why the investigators decided to have another conversation with Dina and her brother Thomas. They questioned Thomas first. During the first conversation with the police, Thomas denied everything, but now, having learned that the eyewitness saw Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he became more talkative. When asked if he knew who shot Ashley Lyons, he immediately replied without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. Thomas Williams eventually made a deal with the investigation to secure a less severe sentence for himself. He confessed that he had given Roger the gun, and Roger was the one who shot Ashley. Thomas also told the investigators that after taking Ashley's life, Roger threw the weapon in Elkhorn Creek. It took a lot of time for the police to find the crime weapon, but the 6-hour dive search was successful. The ballistics examination confirmed that the gun the police found was the weapon of the crime. The investigators knew that it was not Dina who shot Ashley because she did not match the height of the perpetrator. However, they questioned her again, and she confessed that she was the getaway driver on the evening when Roger committed the crime. The police arrested Roger McBeath, Dina Williams, and her twin brother Thomas. It became clear that Roger did not want Ashley to have the baby. But Ashley was happy. She wanted to become a mother, and her family supported her decision to have this child. So Roger came up with an insidious plan. He invited Ashley to meet him and his parents at a restaurant to lure her to Scott County Park. Dina Williams drove him there, and he walked up to Ashley's car with a gun in his hand. Seeing the father of her unborn child, Ashley rolled down the window and reached into her purse to get the ultrasound pictures. She did not expect him to shoot her. By pulling the trigger 3 times, Roger took the life of both Ashley and his own son. Then he ran out of the park, got into the pickup truck, and told Dina to hit the gas. On the way, they made a stop and got rid of the gun, throwing it into the river. When it became known who was behind this crime, the residents of Stamping Ground were shocked. They did not expect that someone they knew would be capable of such a brutal crime. Equally frightening was the fact that several people were involved in this. Roger McBeath pleaded not guilty. In preparing for the trial of McBeath, the authorities made a mistake, ultimately influencing the verdict. But I will tell you about this at the end of the video. As for Thomas Williams, the court sentenced him to 7 years in prison for his involvement in this crime. In the plea agreement, Williams admitted he accepted $1,000 from Roger McBeath Jr. to injure Ashley Lyons in such a way that it would cause her to miscarry. The act was never carried out, with Williams then agreeing to give McBeath the gun used in the murder, according to court records. In 2005, Dina Williams pleaded guilty. As part of the plea agreement, prosecutors recommended that Williams serve a total of 20 years in prison, making her eligible for parole after she had served 85% or 17 years of her term. During the trial, prosecutors planned to put several witnesses on the stand who claimed Williams said she wished Ashley Lyons was dead, had plotted with McBeath to poison Ashley, and had offered people $1,000 to cause Ashley to miscarry by beating her up, the court documents said. According to prosecutors, Williams and McBeath resorted to more drastic measures after their original plans failed. Williams said her attorney, public defender Rodney Barnes, told her a jury would probably have found her guilty. "I'm hurt and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she said. Williams acknowledged she took McBeath to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could view the ultrasound pictures of the couple's unborn son, but said she drove around the Colony subdivision while they met and later came to pick him up. She heard 3 gunshots during her drive, but at the time she did not know what they were, Williams said. "He involved me in the plan without me knowing," Williams said of McBeath. Williams said Roger then called Ashley Lyons on his phone, telling her he loved her and was sorry he had missed meeting her at the park. The jury heard the recording of this message at McBeath's trial. According to Williams, when leaving the park, McBeath never told her that Ashley Lyons was dead, and she never told police about what had happened for fear of what McBeath would do, saying he was abusive toward her. "I was scared to death of that boy," Williams said. "He even threatened to kill me." Williams said she regretted everything that happened and felt terribly for the Lyons family. "I am so sorry," Williams said, crying. "I wish I could go back and change this." However, McBeath's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying, calling her a compulsive liar who often acted in the heat of the moment. The couple said Williams was jealous of Ashley and had agreed to the plea deal to take the easy way out. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita McBeath said. "She was the one who had the motive." When they later got the call that Ashley Lyons was dead, Roger McBeath Sr. said his son was in shock, but Williams was unfazed. "It didn't bother her," he said of Williams. "It didn't bother her a bit." In August 2005, the court sentenced Dina Williams to 20 years in prison. She was released on parole in 2021. In the written motion, Williams said she was very young and easily persuaded by her then-boyfriend McBeath. Williams also said she had no knowledge of the relationship between McBeath and Lyons. Furthermore, Williams said she was not the main offender of the crime and had already served approximately 70% of her sentence for her role in the crime. Williams noted in the court filing that she had completed various programs in prison, including courses on anger management, resident legal aid training, horticulture landscaping, and how to be a certified Braille transcriber. After his arrest, Roger pleaded not guilty to the murder charge. The jury convicted him, but he managed to get his conviction overturned by the Kentucky Supreme Court because a jail informant overstepped his bounds by questioning McBeath in jail about the shooting, and the defense was not allowed to question the informant. John Romano, a jail informant, was instructed by the police not to ask Roger McBeath questions about the crime he was accused of. The informant was allowed to have ordinary conversations with McBeath about everyday things, such as sports and movies. The police hoped McBeath would start talking about the crime himself without the leading questions. The Kentucky Supreme Court ruled prosecutors used illegally obtained evidence and overturned the verdict. In 2009, Roger was retried, and this time he pleaded guilty to complicity to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The court then handed him a 42-year prison sentence with eligibility for parole in 16 years. The court also sentenced him to 5 years for complicity to evidence tampering, which would run concurrently with his previous sentence. McBeath's parole hearing took place in December. "She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved," said McBeath. McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. "I'm not here to convince y'all to give me parole. I know I don't deserve it," said McBeath. "But I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it. McBeath said he did not wish to continue the hearing after declining his parole eligibility. Thus, he is currently still in prison. In honor of Ashley Lyons, Scott County Park, where she died, now has the Angel Garden with ceramic angel statues. After Ashley's death, Carol and her husband, Buford Lyons, helped pass a fetal homicide law at both the state and federal levels. Under the bill, violence against a pregnant woman is considered two crimes, one against the woman and the other against her unborn child. Moving on to the next case. Case of Brittany Tovar. Compassion is an important trait that not everyone possesses. It is easy to understand why some individuals are reluctant to help strangers. Today's story demonstrates the possible outcomes of compassion combined with misplaced trust. 45-year-old Brittany Tovar lives far from her family and does not stay in contact with them. She seldom shares her experiences or asks loved ones for advice, nor does she receive much support from them. Many people describe her as someone who is always willing to help. Sadly, this characteristic led her into a tragic situation. After completing school, she dreamed of becoming an actress, so she moved to Hollywood, hoping to follow her dream of a film career. However, she was unable to realize her goal of becoming an actress. Brittany eventually returned to St. Gastine. She chose to work as a real estate staff member, while also taking on part-time work as a photographer. Brittany spent much of her time exploring the city, searching for properties for her clients and taking photographs of architecture. This new direction turned out to be far more successful than her acting ambitions. She gained clients and later worked with many of them repeatedly. Over the years, Brittany built a reputation as a well-known real estate staff member. She earned enough money to purchase a nice home and lived a quiet, peaceful, yet somewhat lonely life. The beach club became like a second home to her, where she enjoyed singing near the beach and spending time with a group of friends. On July 6, 2010, she followed her normal routine and later met up with friends in the evening. Brittany was pleasant and appeared to be enjoying herself. However, she did not plan to stay long and left the gathering around 9:00 p.m. On her way back home, she stopped at a nearby gas station to fill up her car. Over the next 2 days, Brittany's family and friends were unable to get in touch with her. They called and sent messages, but she did not reply. Her friends became very concerned. Brittany was known to be punctual and dependable, so her sudden absence was out of character. While it was possible that she had gone somewhere for work, she always kept her friends informed of her plans. Concerned for her safety, several friends, including her best friend Brenda, went to her house to check on her. At the same time, her family was also worried because she was not answering their calls or texts. When her friends reached Brittany's house, they immediately noticed that her car was not parked in the driveway. From the outside, Brittany's home appeared completely normal. There were no signs of forced entry or anything that suggested a search had taken place. Her friends began knocking on the door, but no one responded. Brittany lived with 2 dogs and 2 cats, and surprisingly, the dogs were gone with her while the cats were still inside the house. It was unthinkable that Brittany would leave her pets alone for such a long time without making arrangements for someone to take care of them. Brittany's friends then contacted her sister to express their concerns. They decided to enter the house to feed the cats and look around further. For convenience, they called a locksmith to help unlock the door. Once inside, the first thing they noticed was the unusual level of cleanliness. Normally, Brittany's home would show some clutter because she lived with animals, but now it was spotless and shining. The air carried a strong scent of cleaning products. The cats were extremely hungry. Brittany's house was unusually cold, and the air conditioning was running at full power, which surprised her friends. She was known to be frugal and would never leave the air conditioning on while she was away. In the end, Brittany's friends were unable to understand the odd details they had observed, so they went to the closest police station to report her as missing. The police were not concerned at first, giving the usual explanations. They said that since she was an adult, she had the right to control her own schedule and was not obligated to tell anyone where she was. Brittany's family, which consists of 3 brothers and 1 sister, hired a private investigator to look into the matter, and they also contacted the police themselves. Several officers went to Brittany's home to help with the investigation. The police carried out a detailed search, but they did not find any helpful evidence. When police examined her personal life, They discovered that Brittany did not seem to have any enemies and had no ties to the criminal world. She was known as kind, respectable, and someone who generally avoided trouble. However, Brittany often talked about her issues with a woman named Anne. At first, their relationship was friendly and close, but over time it became hostile. According to her family, Brittany allowed Anne to stay in her home, which reflected her generous personality, as she frequently helped people who were in need. Witnesses reported that the two women argued often and even got into physical fights, resulting in serious conflict between them. Brittany went to court to request a restraining order against, and because she felt threatened by Anne's actions. She believed that her life was at risk and wanted to resolve the conflict through legal means. She collected all the required paperwork and evidence to support her claim. Notably, she disappeared the day before the court hearing was scheduled to begin. This detail was especially confusing to those who knew her, as it seemed unlikely that she would disappear just before such an important proceeding. Brittany had been determined to deal with the situation and had prepared carefully, so it was difficult to accept that she would intentionally miss her own court date. After learning about Brittany and Anne, police suspected that and might have been involved in what happened and wanted to question her to determine what had occurred between her and Brittany. The police quickly summoned Anne for questioning and stated that she was having housing difficulties and that she and Brittany had been friends who supported one another at work. However, things changed when Anne's boyfriend planned a visit from Ireland. He traveled to the United States intending to find employment and live with Anne. At that point, the search for housing began, and contacted Brittany, hoping she could temporarily provide a room for herself and her partner, even though they were essentially strangers to Brittany. At first, Brittany agreed to help her friend, but after living together for some time, she changed her decision. Brittany confided to her friends that the couple was extremely difficult to live with, which caused major tension between the two women. Their friendship began to fall apart quickly. The situation eventually escalated into a physical confrontation, which led to Brittany's arrest after and contacted the police. Brittany said that the fight happened because the couple refused to leave her home and that Anne and her boyfriend attacked her, forcing her to defend herself. Brittany spent the night at the police station and received a suspended sentence, along with requirements to attend anger management classes and complete community service. In addition, she was ordered to stay away from Anne and her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, Anne decided to stay close by, and she and her boyfriend joined the beach club serenade, where they deliberately flaunted themselves in front of Brittany. Former friends had turned into adversaries. Brittany accused Anne of behaving in a provocative and hostile manner, stating that Anne was deliberately trying to antagonize her, which prompted Brittany to seek legal protection. To back up her claims of threats from Anne, Brittany began carrying a small video camera to record evidence. The hearing was scheduled for the day after Brittany was last seen at a party. Witnesses confirmed that after leaving the party, she planned to stop at a gas station and then go straight home. Brittany had no intention of going anywhere else. She had not consumed any alcohol and left early to get ready for her court hearing. The hearing was meant to establish a permanent restraining order against Anne, who had been stalking Brittany. Under these circumstances, Anne had a motive to harm Brittany in order to avoid consequences in court. When questioned by police, Anne stayed calm and cooperative, but insisted that she had no involvement in Brittany's disappearance. She also provided a strong, verifiable alibi. Police did not immediately rule Anne out as a suspect because they had no other leads. Then a significant breakthrough occurred in Hopkins, South Carolina. Two dogs belonging to Brittany were discovered wandering through different neighborhoods across the city. The dogs were wearing tags, and when they were scanned at a veterinary clinic, it was revealed that they were from Florida and belonged to Brittany. After examining the dogs, no additional important clues related to the investigation were found. Both dogs were taken to a shelter. The search for Brittany continued. By this point, police had learned that for more than 10 years, Brittany had offered temporary shelter to at least 8 people dealing with housing problems and other life difficulties. She did not charge them rent. Instead, her guests helped with household chores such as cleaning, cooking, and gardening. Sadly, her generosity may have drawn dangerous individuals. The last person she took in was Joseph Dean Roberts, aged 26, whom Brittany had met only weeks before she disappeared. They met at a local bookstore, where Brittany realized he needed help. During a brief conversation, Joseph quickly shared his heartbreaking story with Brittany. He He said that he had become homeless after losing his job at a nearby gas station. Brittany, known for her compassion, offered him a temporary place to stay in her home so he could get back on his feet. In return, she only asked that he help with household chores. Several of Brittany's friends met Joseph, and she introduced him to them at the beach club serenade. Everyone described him as a humble and agreeable young man who appeared friendly and calm. Joseph shared that he had suffered harsh treatment from his parents since childhood and openly talked about his difficult life. His situation was complicated, which led him to live on the streets, but he was determined to keep going. He viewed Brittany as a true rescuer. She even purchased a computer for him to help him develop his web design skills and offered him assistance with her work. However, as police began investigating him, he started to appear increasingly suspicious. A few days after Brittany went missing, he was stopped for speeding while driving her vehicle in Evanston, Wyoming. After speaking with police, they found no evidence to charge Joseph, so he was released. As officers reviewed the final days of Brittany's life, Joseph's behavior raised further suspicion. As a result, he became the main suspect in her disappearance. His actions and his relationship with Brittany were troubling, which drew police attention for several reasons. Joseph was the last known person to see Brittany alive on the evening of July 6th after she returned from a party. It is believed that Brittany went home after stopping at a gas station. Disturbingly, Joseph used Brittany's car shortly after she went missing. Police started looking into his actions to gather more details. On that same day, he was seen in Olmar, where he purchased several items, including a tent, a black t-shirt, and shorts. This aroused suspicion because Joseph had no money, no employment, and no permanent place to live, making it strange that he could afford new clothing immediately after Brittany's disappearance. Investigators found that the payment method used for some of these purchases was Brittany's bank card. This showed that he had stolen from her. They decided to examine the transactions made with the card more carefully. It soon became clear that after Brittany went missing, he repeatedly used her card across several states. By this time, Joseph had run away, leading police to issue a public warning through the media, cautioning that Joseph might be armed and dangerous. At this stage, everyone was still hopeful that Brittany would be found alive. The search for Joseph took longer than anticipated, creating urgency regarding Brittany's safety. As time went on, the chances of her still being alive diminished. During this period, her family and friends urged police to act swiftly, fearing that any delay could put her life at risk. Eventually, Joseph was arrested for petty theft in Seattle. Police who were focused on locating Brittany were informed of Joseph's arrest and quickly traveled to the city to question him as a possible kidnapper. People continued to hope that Brittany was still alive and being held somewhere. They speculated that Joseph's purchase of a tent could suggest that he had hidden her away from the city. During questioning, Joseph revealed a disturbing truth. He stated that on July 6, 2010, shortly after Brittany returned home from a party, they got into an argument. Brittany insulted Joseph, accusing him of being dirty and smelly, and he claimed she was being extremely rude. This enraged Joseph and caused him to lose control. In a burst of anger, he grabbed a hammer and struck Brittany in the head multiple times. Joseph said that Brittany did not die immediately from her injuries. Instead, she collapsed onto the floor, bleeding and still breathing. Joseph then went into the kitchen, picked up a large knife, and returned to kill Brittany. After committing the murder, he quickly began cleaning the crime scene. He disposed of all the evidence by throwing it into the trash. To clean up the blood, he used cleaning products that were in the house. At first, he considered hiding Brittany's body in the attic, but he was unable to carry her up the stairs. He then wrapped her body in bedsheets. Before sunrise, he placed her body in the trunk of Brittany's car to avoid drawing the neighbors' attention. He then planned to drive far away from the scene of the crime. When police asked Joseph why he removed the dogs from the house and chased them away but left the cats behind, he said that the dogs could attract attention. So Joseph chose to take the dogs with him when he concealed the body. He left the cats behind because they were well-behaved and able to wander freely, so he was not concerned about them. He believed the cats would find food and would not draw attention. After finishing the cleanup, Joseph placed the 2 dogs in the car and drove to Lysistrata, near Highway 95. Once there, he carried Brittany's body into the woods with the intention of burying her. However, Joseph lacked the proper tools and was unable to dig a grave by hand, so he decided to leave Brittany's body on the ground, believing it would soon be consumed by a wild animal. On his way back, Joseph released the 2 dogs along the road. He then returned to Brittany's house and went to sleep. In the morning, he realized that Brittany's family and friends would soon begin searching for her. He decided to flee using her car. He took all the money and valuables from the house, along with her bank card. He had known the card's password for a long time because he had used it many times to purchase groceries. He traveled through several states to avoid the police. Then, when he ran out of money and attempted to steal from someone else, he was caught and arrested. Police then focused their search on locating Brittany's body. Joseph marked the location of the body on a map just a few hundred yards from Highway 95. Her body was later recovered, but it was badly decomposed, making identification impossible. The only way to confirm her identity was through dental records, which later verified that the body was Brittany's. The medical examiner reported severe head trauma caused by a blunt object and a knife wound that injured the neck. When Brittany's family learned what had happened, they were shocked. Joseph, the person Brittany had helped, had murdered her. Friends and family had warned her that helping strangers could be dangerous, but Brittany believed she could avoid harmful people. Tragically, her instincts led to devastating consequences. Not long before Brittany disappeared, she had confided in her friends that Joseph was beginning to irritate her. When she returned home, she found him going through her belongings and noticed that small amounts of money were missing. They argued frequently, and Brittany considered forcing him to leave, but she never had the opportunity. Meanwhile, police investigated Joseph's troubled past. They discovered that he had been dishonest with Brittany. He was actually homeless and had been living in a tent at Brody Beach, Florida. He was skilled at portraying himself as a victim and manipulating others. Brittany had invited him to stay in her home because he appeared to be a kind and honest young man who openly discussed his mental health struggles. However, shortly after moving in, his behavior changed dramatically. He began neglecting his personal hygiene and started using illegal drugs in his room. When Brittany discovered this, she asked him to leave. Instead of leaving, however, he chose to confront Brittany, which ultimately resulted in her death. After Joseph confessed, he was promptly arrested for first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances. Although he claimed to be insane, a mental health evaluation concluded that he was competent to stand trial. This led to a new legal battle, with both the defense and the prosecution presenting strong arguments. Joseph's mental health became a highly contested issue, raising the possibility that he could avoid prison and be sent to a treatment facility instead. As a result, the defense attorney and the prosecutor reached an agreement. Joseph accepted a plea deal, agreeing to plead guilty to the lesser charge of second-degree murder. As a result, Joseph Dean Roberts was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Brittany's family felt the sentence was far too lenient given the severity of the crime, but their attempts to appeal the verdict were unsuccessful. Moving on to the next case. Case of Burt Templet. Anthony Templet spent the majority of his childhood living with his father, Burt Templet, after being separated from his mother, Teresa Thompson, when he was only 5 years old. At that time, he and his mother were living in Texas when a court in Baton Rouge temporarily granted custody of the child to Burt, after Burt accused Teresa of being unfit to parent. Teresa stated that she lacked the financial means to continue the custody battle, so she was forced to accept losing her child. Consequently, Anthony grew up believing the false narrative that his mother was addicted to prohibited substances and neither cared for him nor wished to maintain contact. Teresa later revealed that Burt had previously abused her and had even served jail time for assault. She recounted severe beatings by her husband, including one instance that left her bedridden for an entire week. The abuse occurred so frequently that it became a regular part of her life. Teresa also claimed that a friend of Burt's once confessed he had been hired to kill her, which forced her to leave her family to ensure her safety. During the years Anthony lived with his father, his childhood was far from peaceful. Burt did not allow Anthony to attend school or receive homeschooling. It was not until Anthony was 10 years old that he finally learned to write the alphabet. Burt monitored him constantly through security cameras and a phone application. Additionally, he was forbidden from having friends and was not permitted to visit doctors for regular checkups, leaving him completely isolated. When the family moved to Baton Rouge, Burt remarried a woman named Susan. However, the marriage only lasted until early 2019. When Susan decided to leave Burt and filed for a protective order against him. She accused him of assaulting her so severely that she lost multiple teeth. Bert's aggressive behavior reached its peak on the night of June 3, 2019, when an intoxicated Bert barged into Anthony's room and woke him. They engaged in a heated argument after Bert discovered that Anthony had contacted his stepmother, Susan. Bert became violent and uncontrollable, leaving Anthony terrified. In a panic, Anthony fled to Bert's bedroom, where he found 2 weapons and grabbed them to defend himself. Anthony opened the door and struck Bert, knocking his father backward. Even though Bert begged Anthony to stop, Anthony, overwhelmed by fear and feeling he had no other choice, struck 2 more times. His intention was not to kill his father, but to protect himself. After the incident, Anthony called 911 to report the altercation. In the recorded call, he admitted to striking Bert in the head, but was unsure if his father was dead, explaining that he struck him a total of 3 times. At first glance, the incident appeared to be a brutal murder. However, further investigation revealed a far more complex and disturbing situation tied to years of kidnapping, abuse, and isolation. At the scene, paramedics found Bert lying in a pool of blood in the bathroom of their shared home. He suffered weapon injuries to his arms, chest, and head. Although still alive, Bert was in critical condition and was rushed to the hospital for life-saving treatment. Meanwhile, Anthony was taken to the police station for questioning. When interrogated by detectives, Anthony claimed that his father had abused him and that he acted in self-defense. However, detectives found no cuts, scratches, or bruises on Anthony's body to corroborate his story. After Anthony's arrest, several family members came forward, revealing that he had been reported missing for over a decade. A woman named Natasha, who identified herself as Anthony's sister, stated that he had been kidnapped by Bert from their family home in Texas in 2008. After 11 years of searching, the family finally located Anthony, and the harrowing truth about his life under Bert's control began to emerge. Anthony was initially charged with involuntary manslaughter, while Bert fought for his life. 4 days later, Bert passed away after being removed from life support. As a result, Anthony faced a potential sentence of up to 40 years in prison for manslaughter. Defense attorney Jarrett Ambo took on the case, asserting that the killing was clearly justified. He launched a deeper investigation into Anthony's life, particularly through the accounts of his stepmother, Susan, who provided unwavering support for Anthony throughout the trial. Susan recounted meeting Bert when she was a single mother raising her 6-year-old son, Peyton. She shared that she, Bert, and their children lived together for many years before marrying. However, shortly after their marriage, Bert began frequently yelling at and insulting her, often using his fists or objects such as food plates as weapons. Over time, Bert's abusive behavior escalated, and he began assaulting everyone in the family. To protect her son, Susan decided to send Peyton to live with his biological father. She also disclosed that in early 2019, just 3 months before the tragic incident, Bert's abuse had reached its peak. During one argument, he dragged her out of bed by her hair and punched her in the face 4 times, causing 3 of her teeth to fall to the floor. Finally, in February 2019, Susan filed for a restraining order documenting Bert's history of abuse and noting the presence of several weapons in the house. However, the restraining order did not mention Anthony being abused by Bert. Susan explained that she was afraid to include these details, as doing so could have made the situation even more dangerous for Anthony, who was still living in the house with Bert. After speaking with Susan, attorney Jarrett concluded that Anthony had truly reached his breaking point. He believed Anthony felt that the only way to escape his situation was to kill his father. Jarrett sought to have the charges against Anthony dismissed, arguing that the act was one of self-defense in an extremely dire situation. Later, Anthony was charged with second-degree murder. If convicted, he faced a life sentence without the possibility of parole. He was transferred from a juvenile facility to the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison, with bail set at $1 million. Attorney Jarrett acknowledged that proving self-defense would be an extraordinarily challenging task. To successfully defend Anthony, he said they would need to prove that Anthony was facing a serious risk, such as serious injury, and that killing was necessary to prevent that threat. He believed it was crucial for the court to understand Anthony's full life story to clarify the reasons and circumstances that led to his actions. With new evidence highlighting Bert's abusive behavior, Anthony's defense team filed for a reduction in his bail to allow his release. A psychologist determined that Anthony was not a danger to others, so his bail was reduced to $50,000 with conditions that included attending counseling, working toward obtaining a GED, and wearing an ankle monitor. After more than 6 months in custody, Anthony was finally released. However, his attorney still needed to demonstrate that Anthony's act of attacking Bert was one of self-defense. Anthony pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder in August 2019. By January 2021, Anthony's lawyer, Jarrett Ambo, reached an agreement with East Baton Rouge District Attorney Hiller Moore and Assistant District Attorney Dana Cummings. Under the agreement, Anthony would avoid prison time. In March 2021, at the age of 18, Anthony agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter and was instead sentenced to 5 years of supervised probation. During this time, he chose not to communicate with any members of his biological or stepfamily. When sentencing Anthony to probation, the Assistant District Attorney for East Baton Rouge Parish stated that prison time would serve no purpose for this young man, as he had already endured immense pain and hardship throughout his life. Moving on to the next case. The case of Mary Catherine Higdon. Mary Catherine Higdon was born in 1994. Mary was a spirited and cheerful child who enjoyed making others laugh with her humor, impressions, and playful antics. She shared a special bond with her pet frog, which she often took on walks around town. Mary loved spending time outdoors, exploring nature, and admiring its beauty. She was also passionate about performing, frequently putting on shows for her family that highlighted her creativity and imagination. Her family recognized her great potential and believed she had a promising future ahead. As she matured, Mary developed a strong interest in firearms. She learned to handle guns responsibly and valued their power. She became an accomplished marksman and continued to refine her skills. During her high school years, Mary met her partner, Stephen Freeman, who would become the love of her life. Stephen was born on January 1, 1995, in Griffin, Georgia, where he grew up with his parents and brother. He enjoyed a happy childhood, surrounded by a loving family and numerous friends who described him as laid-back, kind, and helpful. Stephen liked spending time outdoors and exploring nature. He was particularly close to his parents, but shared a special bond with his mother. When she graduated from college after returning to school, Stephen wrote her a heartfelt letter expressing his admiration for her accomplishment. In the letter, he praised her diligence and determination, saying he looked up to her every day and loved her more than words could convey. Stephen held deep respect and appreciation for his mother, evident in the way he spoke about her. After meeting in high school, Stephen and Mary Catherine developed a strong connection, united by their shared passion for outdoor activities such as hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting. Their mutual love of nature became the cornerstone of their close relationship. Following their high school graduation, the couple decided to move in together in Griffin, Georgia. Living together in their own space delighted Mary Catherine and Stephen. Moreover, Stephen's mother welcomed Mary Catherine into their family, treating her as a daughter. Every Sunday, the couple would visit Stephen's parents for a large family dinner, a tradition that strengthened their bonds and affirmed Mary Catherine's place within the family. Initially, Stephen's friends were cautious about his relationship with Mary Catherine, but as they got to know her, they grew to appreciate the positive impact she had on his life. They noticed how joyful and happy she made him, and they admired her enthusiasm for the outdoors. Stephen and Mary Catherine had different careers. Stephen worked as a metalworker, specializing in roof repairs. Mary Catherine, in contrast, held 2 part-time jobs. She worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School, a preschool in Milner, Georgia. In addition, she was employed at a sporting goods store, where she sold firearms. Interestingly, one of Stephen's close friends, Thomas Skinner, also worked alongside Mary Catherine at the sporting goods store. Mary Catherine acquired knowledge of basic gun safety through her job, learning how to properly hold, load, and fire a gun. Likewise, Stephen had a strong interest in firearms and owned several shotguns and rifles for hunting and target practice. He also kept a Glock 42 handgun at home for self-defense. After 5 years together, Mary Catherine and Stephen were still living in their Griffin apartment by the summer of 2018. However, their relationship ended tragically on August 1st when Mary Catherine made a distressing 911 call, marking the collapse of their high school romance. Mary Catherine frantically called the dispatcher, screaming that she had accidentally shot her boyfriend. Police quickly responded to the emergency call and arrived at the apartment shared by Mary Catherine and Stephen. They found Mary Catherine in a state of panic, crying and hyperventilating as she knelt beside Stephen's motionless body. She repeatedly wailed that she could not lose him, her voice overflowing with anguish and desperation. As the police carefully moved Mary Catherine away from Stephen, they were able to assess his condition. They discovered that he had been shot in the chest, but miraculously, he was still alive. The police immediately called for an ambulance to transport Stephen to the nearest hospital. At the emergency room, a team of skilled doctors worked to save Stephen's life. Despite their best efforts, his condition continued to deteriorate. Unfortunately, the severity of his injury ultimately proved fatal, and Stephen succumbed to his wounds. After Stephen was taken to the hospital, Mary Catherine accompanied the police to the station for a formal interview. Mary Catherine recounted what occurred on the night she accidentally shot Stephen. She explained that she had been giving him the gun because he normally kept it beside his bed for safety. However, she clarified that they never loaded the chamber of their guns at home. During police questioning, officers detected the smell of alcohol on Mary Catherine's breath. As they pressed her for further details, her story changed. Initially, she said she handed Stephen the gun, but later claimed she tossed it to him. The police were skeptical of her changing account, knowing that a gun would not fire randomly just because it was tossed. Someone had to pull the trigger. The police investigation indicated that Mary Catherine must have been pointing the gun directly at Stephen's body for the bullet to strike where it did, given the location of his gunshot wound. During her interview, Mary Catherine admitted, "I did it out of anger." Unfortunately, the recording equipment malfunctioned at that precise moment, and her words were inaudible. Despite the missing recording, the police still had substantial evidence suggesting Mary Catherine intended to harm Stephen. At the couple's apartment, they observed signs of a heated argument, including scattered food throughout the house. Additionally, police records showed officers had responded to 5 domestic disturbance calls at the residence in the previous year. Investigators also discovered that the gun used in the shooting had been loaded on the night of the incident, contradicting Mary Catherine's claims. These findings collectively led police to conclude that Mary Catherine had intentionally shot her boyfriend, Stephen. Investigators found cooking grease residue on the gun and magazine, suggesting that Mary Catherine, who had been cooking dinner at the time, had loaded the weapon. After the shooting, the police questioned Stephen's friends to learn more about the couple's relationship. According to them, Mary Catherine and Stephen's relationship was characterized by frequent fighting and toxicity. They reported that the couple often engaged in intense, heated arguments. Mary Catherine was described as possessive and verbally abusive towards Stephen, exhibiting signs of mental instability that heightened the tension between them. Whenever Stephen tried to create distance by leaving their apartment, Mary Catherine would bombard him with relentless texts and calls, forcing him to block her. One of Stephen's friends revealed that Stephen had confided in him about Mary Catherine's history of threatening him with a gun. Specifically, she had pulled a firearm on him at least 3 times previously. Despite this, Stephen chose not to report these incidents to authorities because he feared Mary Catherine would get into trouble. His friends emphasized that Stephen's top priority was always Mary Catherine's well-being, even at the expense of his own safety. When they learned that Mary Catherine had shot him, they were skeptical because they knew she was knowledgeable about handling firearms. In fact, just 3 months prior to the shooting, Stephen had texted a friend saying that Mary Catherine was running wild outside, screaming and attempting to shoot both him and herself. Stephen told a friend that Mary Catherine had previously aimed a gun at him, but this most recent incident, her eyes frightened him, making him believe she might actually pull the trigger. By July 2018, Stephen was exhausted by Mary Catherine's behavior and was considering leaving her. That month, he planned to secretly move to another town while Mary Catherine was away, without informing her, fearing her reaction if she discovered his plan. Just 2 days before Mary Catherine fatally shot Stephen, the police uncovered a series of revealing text messages from July 30th. The conversation began with Stephen sending Mary Catherine a friendly message. "Don't forget." Mary Catherine responded, "Have a great day." Stephen replied, "You too, love you." However, on the night of July 31st, Stephen ignored Mary Catherine's texts and calls as they were in the midst of an argument and instead spent the evening at a friend's house. On the night of August 1st, Mary Catherine was at home preparing dinner when she realized Stephen was not there. She contacted Stephen's mother, who informed her that he was with his friend. Feeling angry and betrayed, Mary Catherine drove to his friend's house, determined to confront Stephen. When she arrived, she saw Stephen sitting in the passenger seat of his friend's truck. Mary Catherine pulled up alongside and began yelling at Stephen, who attempted to calm her down, promising to return home soon. Although Stephen's friends alleged that Mary Catherine had pointed a gun at him on multiple occasions, Mary Catherine strongly denied these claims. She insisted that she had never aimed a gun at Stephen. However, she admitted to having threatened to harm herself with a gun on several occasions. In a later interview, Stephen's mother shared her perspective, believing that one of the main reasons Stephen stayed with Mary Catherine for so long was because she frequently threatened to hurt herself. Stephen feared that Mary Catherine might act on her threats if he chose to leave her. However, on the night of the incident that led to Stephen being shot, Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen became aggressive and violent. According to her, he threw the dinner she had prepared into her face. Mary Catherine stated that she only picked up the gun to defend herself and to frighten Stephen away. She wanted him to leave the apartment, but Stephen allegedly lunged at her, which scared her. As she backed away, the next moment she realized that Stephen was bleeding from the chest. At the time of the shooting, Mary Catherine did not disclose her version of events to the police because she was embarrassed to admit that Stephen had a history of violence toward her. She claimed that he had hit her in the past and was controlling. She recalled an incident in which Stephen kicked her out of bed with such force that she struck her head on the door frame. However, Stephen's friends offered a different view of the relationship. They claimed to have witnessed Mary Catherine acting physically aggressive toward Stephen, stating that she had slapped him hard in the face. Mary Catherine's sister contradicted her account, revealing that she had seen bruises on Mary Catherine's arm 2 weeks prior to Stephen's death. When questioned, Mary Catherine confided to her sister that Stephen had grabbed her, causing the injuries. After investigating Stephen's death as a homicide, authorities charged Mary Catherine with murder, aggravated assault, and firearm possession during a felony. The prosecution offered her a plea deal, proposing a life sentence with possible parole if she pleaded guilty. Mary Catherine declined the offer, choosing to stand trial and assert her innocence. During the trial, she maintained that she shot Stephen in self-defense, denying all charges against her. The trial, which began on June 17, 2019, nearly a year after Stephen's death, revealed the turbulent nature of Mary Catherine and Stephen's relationship. Mary Catherine's attorneys argued that she acted out of genuine fear, citing Stephen's history of violence and abuse. Mary Catherine testified that she had been the victim of Stephen's controlling, manipulative, and dangerous behavior, which included physical, mental, emotional, verbal, and sexual abuse. She described being hit, humiliated, and degraded by Stephen on multiple occasions and recounted specific instances where he had physically struck her and verbally abused her. Mary Catherine explained that Stephen's continual threats and abusive behavior left her feeling trapped, fearful for her life, and constantly walking on eggshells to avoid provoking his anger. She submitted evidence in the form of text messages, including one in which Stephen threatened to punish her, which she interpreted as a threat of physical harm. Another message showed Stephen explicitly warning that he would hit her back twice as hard if she defended herself. Mary Catherine's defense team also presented texts supporting her claims of sexual assault, including one in which Stephen referenced his red room, which she described as a space where they engaged in violent and aggressive intercourse. Mary Catherine testified that Stephen sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions, including one instance after they returned from a vacation near Disney World, where he allegedly ignored her pleas to stop and intensified his efforts instead. The defense introduced over 60 pages of text messages from Stephen, highlighting his pattern of verbal abuse and threatening behavior toward Mary Catherine. These messages included disturbing images and captions, such as one showing Stephen holding a dead fish with the caption, "This is you." Another message contained violent threats toward Mary Catherine after she cheated on him, in which he wrote, "I'm going to wreck you for wrecking me." The defense further argued that Stephen's drug and alcohol addiction contributed to his violent outbursts. Mary Catherine maintained that she was the one who ended the relationship and that her actions on the night she shot him were driven by her desperation to escape the abuse. Mary Catherine stated that Stephen had reacted violently to certain news and had threatened to attack her, prompting her to defend herself by grabbing a gun. She said the last thing she told him before shooting was to leave her house. However, Stephen's friends and family disputed her allegations, portraying Stephen as a kind and caring person. Stephen's mother said she was unaware of any threatening messages he had sent Mary Catherine and did not condone such behavior. While she acknowledged that Stephen may have said some angry things, she believed he did not truly intend them. In court, the prosecution questioned Mary Catherine about her narrative, emphasizing that she had never reported any alleged abuse by Stephen. They also presented evidence showing that Mary Catherine had searched for violent and explicit content online just hours before the shooting, which she claimed was to find ways to please Stephen. The prosecution argued that Mary Catherine had changed her story about the shooting multiple times and cited a text from Stephen suggesting she had previously pointed a gun at him. Additionally, Stephen's friends testified that they had witnessed Mary Catherine behaving violently toward him. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mary Catherine not guilty of murder, assault, and other charges. The verdict shocked Stephen's loved ones, who felt that justice had not been served. Later, the jurors revealed that they believed Mary Catherine had intentionally killed Stephen, but there was insufficient evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. This lack of conclusive evidence made it difficult to determine whether the shooting constituted murder or self-defense. Moving on to the next case. The case of Mikhail Bush. Mikhail Bush was born on February 13, 1997, in Alberta, Canada. She was the eldest of 2 daughters. She attended a local high school where she met Cody McConnell. They began dating during the summer of 2014. As time passed, their relationship became stronger, and they decided to start a family together. After completing her education, Mikhail worked at a public organization that helped people with disabilities by arranging nurses and meeting their needs. It was there that she realized her passion for helping others. Through her work, she gained basic healthcare knowledge and chose to pursue a career in nursing. To achieve this goal, she required formal training, so Mikhail enrolled at Northwest College in Edmonton. She devoted all of her free time to studying, determined to become a capable professional. Working in the medical field in Canada is viewed as respected and well paid. This meant that selecting a field she loved would allow her to support their small family. Her relationship with Cody continued to grow stronger, and he supported her throughout her studies. At that time, they were living together. In 2019, shortly after graduating, she discovered that she was pregnant. This was an important and eagerly anticipated moment for the young couple, and they were very excited. Everything progressed as well as possible. Their dream of expanding their family became a reality. Soon afterward, the couple got married and began preparing for the arrival of their child. On April 17, 2020, they welcomed a son named Noah McConnell shortly after his birth. Mikhail and Cody devoted themselves completely to caring for their child and supported each other wholeheartedly. During this time, they lived together happily. Noah was a very adorable baby. He rarely cried, and when he did, it usually stopped very quickly. However, a few months later, Cody started having difficulty working and became easily tired, so his wife Mikhail encouraged him to go to the hospital. After undergoing medical examinations, Cody was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. As a result, he lost his job. Cody remained on sick leave for a long period, but throughout this time, they continually supported and understood one another. The couple did everything they could to maintain their happiness. After some time passed, Cody was able to return to work. He was employed installing turboprop engines, a role that required frequent business trips to various cities. This sudden change in lifestyle naturally affected the family. At that point, Mikhail was a housewife, caring for her child without a steady job. To avoid being separated for extended periods, they decided to purchase a mobile home. Life on the road was difficult, but the family stayed together. By August 2020, their situation had undergone significant positive changes. Cody secured a higher-paying job, which allowed him to spend more time at home. The couple traveled frequently to different places, but they also had the opportunity to rent an apartment in Hinton, Alberta. This small town is located 3 hours west of Edmonton, near Jasper National Park. The move, which meant they no longer had to live on the road, marked a long-awaited change in their family life. In early September, the couple and their child moved into their new home. The apartment was much more spacious than their previous residence and was certainly larger than the small trailer they had been living in. Cody was finally able to settle down with his family and focus on building a life together. However, The young couple had no idea that their happiness would soon turn into a nightmare so severe that it would require a change in the law. On September 16, 2021, in Canada, the day began like any other normal morning for the family. Cody took his child out for a walk, and they spent money on entertainment, something they had not been able to afford previously. Since their lives had improved, Cody was now able to spend more time with his 16-month-old son. Cody then left for work as usual, leaving his wife at home. His shift ended around 5 or 6 p.m., and he returned home, looking forward to spending more time with his son. However, when he arrived, the apartment was silent. The child did not respond when his name was called or make the usual sounds. The quiet was disturbing. After checking every room, Cody realized that his family was not home, which was unusual. Cody believed that his wife might have gone to the store with the baby for a short time. But after taking a closer look, he realized this was unlikely because the stroller was still inside the apartment, neatly folded and unused. Without the stroller, they would not have gone for a walk, and his wife's car was still parked outside, which increased his concern. Cody ran through the apartment shouting, but the silence made him uneasy. In the kitchen, he noticed another troubling sign. His wife had begun preparing dinner, but had suddenly stopped. The groceries were still on the table, some chopped and some untouched. It appeared that something had interrupted her, which made Cody extremely anxious. He tried calling his wife, but he could not reach her. With no response and his worry growing, he decided to take action. Even though he did not want to believe that anything bad had occurred, he hoped they had simply gone to a nearby park or plaza and lost track of time. Desperate to find her, he left immediately. As his anxiety increased, he searched alleys and parks, but found no sign of his wife and son. After checking the area around the apartment complex multiple times, he contacted friends and family, hoping she was with someone he knew. However, no one had heard from or seen her all day. Around 7 p.m., in desperation, Cody called the police to report his wife and son missing. Cody also called a friend named Jarrett, who came to the apartment to help. Together, they began searching the neighborhood, still hoping to find Mikhail and his son without involving the police further. They checked the apartment again and walked around the entire apartment complex several times. Unable to calm themselves, they started going door to door, knocking and asking neighbors if they had seen or heard anything. When the police arrived, Cody and Jarrett were still searching, and officers had to calm them down. Because Cody and Jarrett were not professionals, their efforts could interfere with or destroy important evidence. As a result, the police instructed them to stop searching. The police thoroughly searched the apartment, the surrounding residential area, and nearby squares and parks, but like Cody, they found nothing. Cody's next-door neighbor, Robert, told police that he had seen an unknown man running out of Cody's apartment that day. Although he could not give additional details, the neighbor's statement raised suspicion. Because of this, police decided to speak with the apartment manager to obtain access to surveillance camera footage. They wanted to determine when and why Mikhail and the child disappeared, and whether she had run away or been kidnapped. There was speculation that a lover could have been involved, but Cody strongly denied this. He stated that he had a happy family. At first, police found no evidence of forced entry, a struggle, or blood inside the apartment. Police also considered the possibility that a kidnapper was involved. However, how could the perpetrator have entered without leaving any signs of forced entry? It was likely someone Mikhail knew and trusted enough to open the door for. When police reviewed the surveillance footage, they found no proof supporting the neighbor's claim that a stranger had entered Mikhail's apartment. Instead of capturing a mysterious intruder, the footage showed the neighbor removing a bag from her apartment and throwing it into the apartment complex's trash bin. Mikhail and her son did not appear in the surveillance footage, which raised suspicions about the neighbor's possible involvement in the disappearance. Meanwhile, Cody and Jarrett waited anxiously for news near the home, eventually staying at another neighbor's apartment. Cody was expecting his wife and child to return. At 2 a.m., while staying at the apartment, the police knocked on the door. However, they did not bring good news for Cody. Instead, they asked him to move to a hotel while the investigation continued. The police stated that waiting there was pointless. They needed to conduct a more thorough examination of the apartment and the surrounding area. In reality, the police had not arrived by chance. They did not want to tell Cody that his child had been found dead because they still needed to confirm the primary suspect. The following morning, Cody, who had not slept all night, went to the police station for questioning after leaving his home. The police asked him routine questions to reconstruct the events of the previous day. However, many of the questions confused him, making him suspect that something was wrong. The police then revealed that Noah's body had been found in a trash can inside the residence. Noah had been strangled with a man's sock in his mouth and a plastic bag placed over his head. Some of Mikhail's belongings were discovered, but her body was not found. Any chance for his wife and child to return home safely was gone. After receiving the news from the police, he was horrified and overwhelmed with pain by the tragic death of his child. During the night, Cody was asked to leave the apartment because the police did not want to attract attention to the arrest of the neighbor who lived next door. The police, doubtful of the neighbor Robert's account, visited him again and requested to search his apartment, where they discovered a body in the bathroom. She was small and lying face down, but the most horrifying detail was that her entire body had been cut into pieces. Experts found evidence of sexual violence that had been committed after her death. The McConnells had only moved into the complex a few weeks earlier. They had barely had time to get to know the neighbors. As for Robert, they had hardly seen him at all. Cody believed they had a quiet, unremarkable neighbor who preferred not to draw attention to himself. Robert kept his distance from everyone. It was now clear that the most dangerous person had been living among them, unnoticed by anyone. What the neighbors did not know was that Robert had previously been arrested on suspicion of murder and child abuse. During a background check, police discovered that Robert had a criminal record with 24 convictions, including 2 for sexual violence. He was first charged with a felony for assaulting a girl in the early 2000s. It remains unclear whether he ever served prison time for that crime. Then, in 2012, Robert was charged with a brutal sexual offense. He pretended to be a nanny to gain a couple's trust, and when he took their child, he raped the child instead of going for a walk in the park. He is suspected of involvement in other similar incidents. Robert was arrested and convicted for that crime, but he served only 3 years. While incarcerated, he took part in a specialized rehabilitation program for sex offenders, received psychological counseling, and attended church on a regular basis. Robert was released from prison after psychiatrists concluded that he was prepared to re-enter society. However, this evaluation later proved to be wrong. Only a few years after his release, he expressed an urge to harm innocent people. Police reviewed his prison test results and determined that he had not been rehabilitated. Instead, he showed a preference for attacking children and young women for excitement. Because there was no legal justification to hold him any longer, Edmonton police could only warn that Robert was dangerous and likely to harm someone again. This man was clearly a threat to women, and especially to young children. To protect society from potential sexual offenders, numerous restrictions were imposed on him. Specifically, he was forbidden from being around children and women and was not allowed to live near schools or parks. Robert was also placed under a curfew and could only leave Edmonton with official approval from his supervising police officer. After his release, he strictly complied with these rules for many years. He was under monitoring, so he did not appear in crime reports. However, over time it became evident that he had been waiting for an opportunity to commit another crime. Under Canadian law, a convicted sex offender can be removed from the Dangerous Offender Registry if they have not been involved in similar incidents for 1 year. In June 2020, this occurred for one such offender. Despite his extensive criminal background, a court ruling removed the rapist from police supervision. This allowed him to move to a new residential area, something that had previously been prohibited. Now he was unsupervised and unmonitored. The public reacted with outrage to the tragic circumstances. By lifting the restrictions on the offender, the police placed women and children in the area at risk. Cody stated that people had the right to know they were living near a dangerous rapist, giving them the chance to relocate if necessary. The investigation revealed that 2 victims were killed before police were alerted. It was discovered that Robert and the victims were simply neighbors in a senior housing complex. They did not know one another or communicate. During questioning, Robert openly confessed to these motives. As before, he informed police staff. He struggled with urges to kill and physically abuse at the same time. He admitted that he was a sick individual who needed prayers and confessed that he took pleasure in the process. Robert believed that he needed to be isolated from society. Otherwise, he feared he would repeat his actions. Cody, who had just lost his entire family, was visited by his brothers, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and concerned citizens who came to offer their condolences. It was believed that if there had not been a failure in the system, police would have continued monitoring this dangerous criminal and Mikhail would still be alive. Cody attended every court hearing wearing his wife's wedding ring around his neck and holding a blue blanket. Deeply grief-stricken, he was determined to stand up for his rights. Even through tears, he insisted that ordinary citizens should be informed about potentially dangerous criminals living nearby. Until recently, average Canadians did not have access to databases listing dangerous offenders. Wanting to protect other families, Cody McConnell launched a campaign to change existing laws. The effort was named Noah's Law in honor of his young son. Robert pleaded guilty to all charges and described the events of that day in court. He stated that after Cody left for work, Cody's wife and son went for a walk in a nearby park. When they returned home, they encountered the apartment manager. The manager told Mikhail that Cody had made a mess in the hallway the previous day and asked that it be cleaned. Indeed, Cody had made a mess the day before, leaving a mark behind. Mikhail apologized for the mess and said she would clean it up, planning to do so later. At that moment, Robert overheard the exchange and viewed it as the ideal opportunity to act. Mikhail went into the apartment with the child, fed Noah, and planned to put him to bed. While the child was playing, Mikhail started cooking dinner and called her friend. During the phone call, there was a knock at the door. The friend later testified that she heard the knock, although it was faint because of the distance. Robert offered to help clean up since she was busy caring for the child. The woman thanked him for the help and agreed. Her conversation with her friend then ended. After finishing the cleanup, Robert found a reason to enter Mikhail's apartment. Once he gained access to her home, Robert suddenly attacked her, strangling her with his hands for about 10 minutes. Even then, Mikhail still showed signs of life, so Robert took an electrical cord from an appliance and wrapped it around her neck until she stopped breathing. He raped her and then quietly dragged her to his apartment through the hallway, placing her in the bathroom. Robert then took a knife and inflicted injuries on her body, even removing some of her organs. The police were unable to locate these organs during the investigation, and they were not found in the trash cans like Noah. Meanwhile, the child was still alive inside the apartment. However, Robert viewed the child as a threat, so he decided to eliminate the child as well. He took the child to his apartment and attempted to gag him with a sock. He then suffocated the child by putting a plastic bag over his head. After that, he placed the body into a trash bag and threw it into a dumpster. During the trial, Robert's behavior was inconsistent. He insisted that he was not a bad person and blamed mental health problems. However, he also admitted that he needed to be separated from society. The idea emerged that criminals should never be removed from the database if they present an increased threat. There should be increased police surveillance with no time limits. It was also suggested that residents in surrounding areas should be informed if a potentially dangerous person is living nearby. Cody stated that he would never move his family into the same apartment complex as someone like Robert. At present, the spread of requests and proposals aimed at protecting the rights of all residents across the country continues. This issue resonates and keeps gaining momentum. During the trial, Robert Keith Major, 55, was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 25 years. Moving on to the next case. The case of Millika Van Doorn. Millika grew up in an ordinary family with her parents and two sisters in Zaanstad, a city located in North Holland, the Netherlands. She was a well-mannered child who avoided trouble and was friendly toward everyone. Having recently graduated from high school with a positive reputation, she was anticipating a promising future. However, her life changed dramatically one summer evening. That night altered everything for Millika, and her story became a nationwide sensation. On the evening of Sunday, June 7, 1992, Millika attended a friend's birthday party that took place in an apartment within a local building. At that time, the building appeared almost the same as it does today, except the surrounding trees were taller. Millika left the birthday party early to catch the last bus home, but when she arrived at the bus stop, she realized she had missed it by 30 minutes. Unknown to her, the bus schedule had been changed because of the Pentecost holiday. She had another way to get home by taking a train from a station located about half a mile away on the same street. However, she never returned home. The following morning, the pastor of St. Joseph's Church, which is located near the train station, made a disturbing discovery during his morning walk. He found a body floating in a pond next to the church and immediately contacted the police at 8:54 a.m. Within minutes, detectives arrived at the scene, and the tragic news was soon delivered to the Van Dorn family, leaving them shocked and grieving. Milika's body was recovered from the water and showed clear signs of a violent crime. There were injuries to her neck, face, and body, including multiple stab wounds. She was also found partially unclothed. In an effort to hide the crime, the perpetrator had covered her body with reeds, but this attempt failed and led to its discovery. The news of Milika's tragic death was devastating for her family, who had imagined a bright future for her. The autopsy revealed some details about the crime. The presence of semen and pubic hair on Milika's body indicated that a sexual assault had occurred. The absence of water in her lungs showed that she had not drowned in the pond. Instead, she had most likely been killed elsewhere, and her body was later placed in the water in an attempt to conceal the crime. The exact time of Milika's death remained uncertain, with possibilities ranging from shortly after she left the party to several hours later. Because her body was found in water, it was impossible to determine the time of death using body temperature alone. The pond was the location where her body was dumped, but it was not where she had been killed. Police searched for the original crime scene, where they believed evidence would be found due to the severity of Milika's injuries. One important piece of evidence was that one of her shoes was missing, which could potentially lead investigators to both the crime scene and the perpetrator. Police distributed flyers containing details about the case, including information about the missing shoe. They asked the public to report if the shoe was found, and eventually, the second shoe was located. At the time of the investigation in 1992, DNA technology was not advanced, and DNA samples collected from Milika's body did not provide any useful leads for detectives. The investigation began with interviews of Milika's family to determine whether she had any conflicts or enemies. However, the family stated that Milika had no disputes with anyone and was doing well in her personal life. She had a boyfriend close to her age, and they seldom argued. After learning that Milika had attended a birthday party on the night of her death, investigators spoke with all of the guests, including her boyfriend. However, repeated interviews failed to produce any leads, and everyone shared the same account that Milika had left the party shortly before midnight and intended to take a bus to her neighborhood. Unfortunately, none of Milika's friends knew that the last bus had already left by the time she arrived at the bus stop. In 1992, mobile phones were not common, which made it difficult for investigators to determine whether Milika boarded the bus or reached her destination safely. After eliminating her friends as suspects, police began looking for witnesses who might have seen or heard something on the night of the crime. They carried out door-to-door interviews with residents in the area where Milika's body was discovered, collecting a large amount of information but very few concrete details. Several witnesses reported briefly hearing a woman scream at night, but it was not alarming enough for them to take action. Others said they had seen a man of Turkish appearance riding a bicycle toward the area where Milika's body was later found. As a result, investigators shifted their attention to the Turkish community living in the Kogervel neighborhood. Some young men from the Turkish community had prior encounters with law enforcement, which drew the attention of investigators. However, despite months of investigation, police were unable to identify a suspect. The men who were questioned denied being near the pond on the night of the crime, leading the investigation to reach a standstill. 6 months after the murder of Milika Van Dorn, a significant discovery was made when a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church found one of Milika's shoes. The shoe had been on the roof the entire time, but it was unclear how it ended up there, as the only way to access the roof was by ladder. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator must have deliberately thrown the shoe onto the roof while at the pond, though the reason for doing so remains unknown. Unfortunately, any potential evidence that may have been left on the roof was destroyed over time by harsh weather conditions. Years passed, and Milika's case remained unsolved, causing deep pain for her parents. Despite the passage of time, police revisited the case, conducting multiple interviews with local residents in an effort to uncover new information. In addition, the case was featured on several television programs, which led to a large number of calls from the public with possible leads. However, none of these efforts resulted in a breakthrough, and the identity of the suspect remains unknown. Authorities retained the perpetrator's DNA samples, waiting for advances in testing technology. By analyzing these samples, forensic experts concluded that the perpetrator was likely a man of Turkish origin living in the Kogerveld area in 1992 and between 16 and 30 years old at the time of the crime. To narrow the search, nearly 200 men from the area voluntarily provided cheek swabs for DNA testing, but unfortunately, no match was found. Almost 20 years after Milika's murder, a major breakthrough occurred in April 2012. The Netherlands amended a law that made it possible to conduct DNA kinship testing. By examining the autopsy results, physical evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, investigators developed a psychological profile of the suspect. The profile indicated that the perpetrator was a resentful and frustrated individual who harbored anger toward women in general. Milika was likely an unintended victim who was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have had a brief conversation with Milika before violently attacking and threatening her. After satisfying his urges, he killed her to prevent her from identifying him. For several weeks following the crime, he likely kept a low profile, possibly pretending to be ill to avoid social contact and to conceal the scratches he received during the struggle with Milika. The police profiler characterized the suspect as a short-tempered, self-centered, and judgmental person with very few friends, troubled relationships with girlfriends, and an inability to cope with criticism. Based on this assessment, investigators estimated that the offender was between 18 and 25 years old in 1992. In April 2016, investigators reopened the case of Milika van Doorn, which had remained cold for more than 2 decades. A new lead surfaced in June 2016 when a report mentioned the names of 2 Turkish men who had lived in Zandvoort in 1992 around the time of Milika's death. Notably, both individuals had left the area shortly after the incident. Police sought to determine whether these 2 men were connected to the crime. Locating them proved difficult, and it took more than a year to find them in Turkey and obtain the required DNA samples. Ultimately, the DNA analysis did not produce a match with the DNA evidence found on Milika's body. In 2017, authorities applied DNA typing technology to re-examine the Milika case. As a result, police contacted 133 men of Turkish origin who had lived in the area where the body was discovered in 1992, asking them to voluntarily provide DNA samples for comparison with the crime scene DNA. The objective was to analyze Y chromosome patterns, which are passed from father to son, to identify possible relatives of the perpetrator. Authorities assured the men that their DNA would be used only for this case and destroyed afterward. Most of the 133 men agreed to give a DNA sample, and only a small number refused. In total, 126 men participated in the study. Police expressed appreciation for their cooperation, stating that it demonstrated the community's commitment to justice. After a month of testing, results showed that the DNA of the actual perpetrator was not among the samples. However, DNA belonging to a man who was unknowingly related to the perpetrator was identified. On Monday, December 10, 2017, police arrested the suspect who had avoided capture for 25 years. The man, 47-year-old Hussein, had refused to provide his DNA for verification, but a careful investigation ultimately led to his arrest. Because local laws prohibit the release of suspects' personal details, his full identity and photograph were not publicly disclosed. A major development occurred when investigators cross-checked DNA profiles of relatives, focusing on individuals who, like Hussein, had refused to submit a sample. By coincidence, Hussein's brother had voluntarily provided his DNA, unaware of the consequences it might have for his sibling. This allowed investigators to compile a list of people connected to Hussein through family relationships, ultimately exposing his identity as the suspect who had remained hidden for nearly 25 years. Police then obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hussein without his consent. Comparison with the DNA evidence taken from Milika's body revealed a perfect match, providing strong proof against him. As a result, Hussein was formally charged with the crime. During his 2018 trial, Hussein claimed that he was innocent. At first, he stated that he had been possessed by an evil spirit and could not remember the attack. Later, he altered his account, claiming that he had been involved in a secret relationship with Milika, which explained the presence of his DNA on her body. He said the relationship had to remain hidden because he had recently married. However, the judge rejected Hussein's revised claim for 2 reasons. Firstly, he only made this statement a year after his arrest. And secondly, no one could confirm that Milika and Hussein even knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Milika's family testified during the trial. Her sister directly addressed the suspect, saying that he had remained silent for years, had refused to cooperate with police when asked to provide a DNA sample, and had continued to live freely in the neighborhood. She accused him of going on to start a family and having 4 daughters, and called him a monster who had destroyed Milika's life. She expressed her disgust that men like him existed, who used and exploited women, treated them like objects, and then simply continued with their lives. Her other sister voiced her disappointment and frustration that Hussein had not accepted responsibility for his actions or shown any remorse. Instead, he had made the surprising claim of a secret relationship with Milika and complained about his own family difficulties. She noted that while Hussein's family could visit him in prison if they wished, she could only visit her sister's grave. She hoped for justice, believing her sister deserved it after such a terrible death. It was an intensely emotional day for Milika Van Doorn's family. When her father was given the chance to speak, he was filled with anger and said that Hussein's silence for 25 years was cowardly. He found Hussein's treatment of Milika deeply disturbing and was horrified by the news of her death. On December 11, 2018, Hussein was found guilty of Milika's murder based on DNA evidence. The court determined that the murder had been committed to conceal another crime, a sexual assault. Hussein was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay €10,000 in compensation to Milika's family. Notably, Hussein refused to be present in the courtroom for the sentencing and instead remained in a cell outside. In February 2019, Hussein appealed his 20-year sentence, and it was reduced to 19 years and 7 months. However, he did not live to serve the full reduced term. Hussein was found dead on June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer, he died shortly after exercising despite receiving emergency medical treatment. All attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. Moving on to the next case. Case of Rachel Keeley. Rachel was the eldest of 4 children born to John and Rose Keeley. The family included 3 girls and 1 boy, and they were members of the Jehovah's Witness community. They lived in the Inishmore housing estate, situated near the entrance to the regional park. Rachel was deeply involved in her local congregation and committed to her faith. After finishing her education at Ballin College Community School, she chose a career as a beautician. This was a deliberate decision, as it would give her more time to participate in missionary work with the local Jehovah's Witness community. In the summer of 2000, Rachel traveled with one of her sisters to work as an au pair, but she returned home shortly afterward. She was known as a kind and gentle girl and had a boyfriend who was part of her Jehovah's Witness social circle. On Thursday, the 26th of October, 2000, Rachel left her home around 4:30 p.m. with her 2 dogs to walk them in the regional park in Ballincollig. She was very familiar with this park, and although it was getting dark, she would not have hesitated to go there as she knew the area well and expected others to be around at that time. She had only planned to be gone for about an hour, and her mother would have her dinner ready when she returned, as she had a Bible study that night and planned to go out again immediately after dinner. But about an hour after Rachel left, her mother Rose heard scratching at the back door. It was the 2 dogs, but Rachel was not there. It was immediately clear that something was wrong, and Rose and her youngest daughter Elizabeth went straight to the park to search along the path Rachel usually took, but there was no sign of her. By 7 p.m., the family contacted the police. Friends and relatives also went out searching for Rachel again. Rose purchased flashlights from a local shop so they could see, as it was now completely dark. Near 8 p.m. that evening, a close family friend discovered Rachel dead in the undergrowth, not far from the walking track. She was found fully clothed, lying face down in the fetal position, partially covered with briars and branches from trees. The emergency team was notified, but by this point, it was clear that Rachel was dead. The police immediately launched an investigation. A perimeter was established around Rachel's body, and 6 police officers stood guard until the state pathologist, Dr. Harbison, could arrive to examine the scene. Rachel's mother later said in interviews that this brought her comfort, knowing her daughter was not alone and was protected in death, even if she could not be protected in life. When Dr. Harbison arrived, he spent 3 hours examining the scene. Door-to-door inquiries began immediately at houses nearest the park. Rachel had last been seen in the park at 5:15 p.m. She was later buried at St. Oliver's Cemetery in Mahone County, Cork, on the 28th of October. The police issued an appeal to anyone who might have been in the regional park that evening to provide valuable leads in the case to help determine who had attacked Rachel. Dr. Harbison, the state pathologist, completed a preliminary examination of Rachel's body and concluded she had died from asphyxiation, but a further examination was needed to determine the exact cause, whether by smothering or strangulation. Police were also investigating the motive behind the attack. Was it robbery or sexual assault? Rachel was found fully clothed, though her clothes appeared to have been tampered with. Police politely questioned known sex offenders and local residents, and also sought to speak with an elderly man and some teenage girls who had been seen in the area at the time of the killing. CCTV footage from the area was also obtained from local businesses, and by the 4th of November, it was reported in the local paper that police were seeking to collect DNA samples to compare with those found on Rachel's clothing and under her nails. More than 1,000 males from the area provided samples, but the police did not disclose the type of material containing DNA that had been collected from Rachel. On Friday, the 10th of November, 2000, news emerged that someone had been arrested for questioning in connection with Rachel's death. The individual was a 16-year-old male who was brought to the Garda station in Cork and questioned that evening. The teenager appeared before a special sitting of the Cork District Court and was charged with the murder and rape of Rachel. He could not be named due to being a minor, but it was reported that he was from the Ballincollig area. He was remanded at St. Patrick's Juvenile Centre in Dublin. The trial commenced on May 1, 2000, at the Central Criminal Court in Dublin. Rose Keeley, Rachel's mother, was the first to testify. She described how the dogs had returned home an hour after Rachel had left to walk them. She said that she and her youngest daughter, Elizabeth, went to search the park for Rachel around 6 p.m. and called out for her. Elizabeth testified that she thought she had heard a scream while they continued their search. They encountered the defendant and greeted him. They recognized him as he was a neighbor living around the corner from their house. Rose mentioned that she had considered asking him if he had seen Rachel but decided against it, fearing she might appear paranoid. 4 boys who had seen the accused on the evening of Rachel's death were also called to testify. They stated that he behaved normally and that they had been watching TV at a friend's house around 6:30 p.m. Afterwards, they went to the regional park to ride motorcycles but left immediately because police were present. The accused had no insurance or road tax for his motorcycle and had left it behind in the park. Dr. Harbison took the stand and explained that Rachel had likely been chased and dragged to the location where she was found. He stated that she had been placed in the fetal position after being strangled elsewhere. Dr. Harbison added that there was no evidence of forced sexual assault, although her clothing was disheveled. The police informed the court that the accused had provided hair and saliva samples, but had refused to give a blood sample due to fear of needles. Dr. Maureen Smith testified that the forensic evidence she collected included fibers from Rachel's fleece jacket that matched fibers from a jumper taken from the accused bedroom. On the day of his arrest, fibers collected from Rachel's pants also matched those from the jumper the accused had, along with semen recovered from her undergarments and outerwear that matched the DNA provided by the accused. Dr. Smith's testimony was extensive, and there were concerns that one juror might have fallen asleep during her cross-examination. But the court was assured that this had not happened, and the trial proceeded. On Wednesday, the accused mother testified that the police had visited their home during the investigation, and her son was worried about getting into trouble for driving his motorcycle without insurance or tax. He had been told he could face 3 years in custody, so he decided to leave the area, despite her warning, fearing the guardian might think he was involved in Rachel's death. She stated that her son was innocent. The accused father testified that his son had left school at 14. He was a talented athlete and Gaelic footballer who could have played for the Cork junior team. He was the eldest of 4 children from a stable background and good neighborhood near the Achilles. They knew Rachel casually, as the accused had attended school with her brother. The accused also testified, stating that on the day of the killing, he had visited his girlfriend's workplace. They had been dating for around 2 years. He also stated that the police had visited him a week before Rachel was killed, providing him with a green form accusing him of dangerous driving and driving without insurance or tax. It was a warning and not a summons, but he knew that if he was caught again that night in the park, he would be prosecuted for it. This was why he abandoned the bike and planned to run away. He stated that he had met his friends in the park at 5 p.m. after work and went to a friend's house 10 minutes later, but had to admit he returned to the park at 5:20 p.m. after a former babysitter testified that she had seen him in the park around 5:30 p.m. that day. He agreed with his friend's testimony that they left the park at 6:30 p.m. to watch TV at a friend's house and returned to the park at 8 p.m., where he abandoned his bike after seeing police. The accused also admitted that he packed his bags to leave after the police contacted him 2 days following Rachel's death. He further admitted providing false information on a questionnaire about his whereabouts. When he attempted to leave, he could not find a train or bus because it was the Guinness Jazz Festival that week, making transportation nearly impossible. The police soon apprehended him, and since he was a minor, he was returned home 2 days later. They later called him to provide a saliva sample as part of the ongoing investigation. In court, he stated that he had not seen Rachel for at least a month and had no contact or close contact with her. The DNA evidence was challenged by the defense, and a second expert was called to provide testimony. The expert testified that the test tubes used to collect the samples had not been sealed properly, and there was a theoretical possibility that the samples could have been contaminated. However, she added that this was unlikely unless done intentionally by an individual. It was also mentioned that all the samples collected were blood samples, except for the accused, who had provided a saliva sample. Closing arguments then began, and the defense argued that the prosecution was blinded by science and that the jury should remember the Birmingham 6 case. They emphasized that anyone unfamiliar with this case should research it, and that forensic evidence and DNA could be incorrect or misleading. The prosecution argued that the accused parents had lied while giving evidence to protect their son and were attempting to help him leave the country to stay with his uncle in the UK, rather than visiting a girl he knew in Kilkenny. The uncle had moved from Ireland 2 years earlier after being convicted of a serious crime and serving a prison sentence. On Tuesday, the 18th of June, after 4.5 hours of deliberation and being sequestered overnight in a local hotel, the jury returned a verdict. They found the defendant guilty of murder and rape by a majority of 10-2. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder, and the sentence for rape would be determined later that year. An application for an appeal was denied. The trial lasted 26 days over a period of 7 weeks. The following day, the accused was publicly identified in the press as Ian Horrigan. Having turned 18, he was no longer a minor. He lived near the Achilles-Keeley family, who had moved house after Rachel's funeral as they could not bear living close to the accused family. On November 22, 2002, Horrigan appeared in court to be sentenced for the rape. He received a 10-year sentence to be served concurrently with his life sentence for murder. His request for an appeal was denied. In January 2006, Horrigan applied for leave to appeal in the courts. His legal team argued that the judge's instructions to the jury had been misdirected and misleading. They contended that the jury should have been told that forensic evidence is not infallible, and that they should have been informed that Seaman's body could have been placed at the scene several days before being discovered. The Court of Criminal Appeal agreed with Horrigan's arguments and overturned his conviction. A new trial was ordered, which took place in February 2006. Horrigan admitted to manslaughter, but the state rejected this plea. Dr. Cassidy, who replaced the ill Dr. Harbison, concluded that Rachel had died from an arm lock around her neck, leading to cardiac arrest. Horrigan did not testify during this trial. The jury deliberated for hours before finding him guilty of rape, but not murder, convicting him of manslaughter instead. He was sentenced to 8 years, with 6 years suspended, taking into account his time served and lack of prior convictions. The Keeley family chose not to comment, leaving both them and the public outraged by the outcome. The Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, immediately filed an appeal, believing that the sentence was also too lenient. On April 19, 2007, the prosecution appeared before the Court of Appeal to request an increase in Horrigan's sentence. The judges agreed with the DPP, determining that Horrigan's sentence did not reflect the severity of the crime. A sentence of 12 years for each charge, to be served concurrently, was imposed. The time Horrigan had already served was deducted, meaning he would not be released until 2010 at the earliest, requiring him to serve an additional 3 years. The Keeley family expressed relief at the sentencing, as Horrigan was placed on the sex offenders register. However, his criminal activity continued. In 2007, he was charged with armed robbery while out on bail for Rachel's killing. He attacked an elderly couple, stole €1,500, and escaped in their son's car. Horrigan initially denied the charges, but was found guilty. His conviction was later overturned due to issues with the search warrant, leading to a retrial in which he pleaded guilty to robbery and theft, receiving a 4-year sentence. In March 2013, reports emerged that Horrigan was involved in a violent incident while in Wickfield Prison. He had severely beaten Jared London of the notorious McCarthy-Dundon gang in retaliation for an attack by Dundon on a friend of his. Prison sources told newspapers that Horrigan was considered a head case and was moved within the prison for his own safety. Ironically, only a few months later, Horrigan was released from prison after serving his sentence for the robbery. Upon release, he moved in with his girlfriend, Teresa O'Neill, who lived near Dundon's home in Limerick. Teresa's brother, Thomas O'Neill, a convicted rapist, had been involved in the Great Lowwoods gang rape in County Clare in 2004. At that time, Thomas O'Neill was also the boyfriend of Dundon's ex-girlfriend. From this point, there is considerable overlap with dates and convictions, but the sequence appears correct. On the 13th of September, 2013, Horrigan was arrested again, this time in connection with a shooting in Limerick. A man had been standing outside his home the previous evening when he was shot, suffering multiple pellet wounds to his chest from a shotgun. A trial took place in January 2015, and Horrigan pleaded not guilty to possession of a shotgun with intent to endanger. He was found not guilty. However, in November 2013, he robbed a shop in Limerick. He entered the shop, and the man behind the counter tackled him, but Horrigan escaped, leaving behind the scarf he had been wearing. When the police had the scarf forensically tested, it was traced back to Horrigan. He was found guilty in 2015 and sentenced to 5 years in prison, with 1 year suspended. By 2016, it was expected that Horrigan would be released from prison again. His girlfriend posted on Facebook that he would be home for Christmas. By March 2017, police raided his home in Macroom, Limerick, and discovered heroin worth €3,000. 6 months later, a shop in Mallow, County Cork, was robbed at knife point, with nearly €1,400 stolen. Within 4 weeks of that robbery, media reports stated that Horrigan had gone on the run. He fled to the UK, prompting a police manhunt, as he was on the sex offenders register. He had breached his conditions, which required the police to know his whereabouts at all times. In June 2018, Horrigan appeared in court and admitted to the drugs found in his home. He was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months, with 6 months suspended. In December 2018, he appeared in court in relation to the off-license robbery and again pleaded guilty, receiving a 6-year sentence, with 2 years suspended. He was due for release in 2022. On the 26th of March, 2022, Horrigan attacked a woman in her 60s and a man in his 20s with a hammer, leaving the man in critical condition. He was charged with 4 offenses against the state and remanded in prison. He appeared in court in December 2022 and is set to face trial again, although no date has been set. In September 2022, Horrigan appeared in court for breaching conditions placed on him as a sex offender. He failed to notify the guardian of a change of address and had joined Tinder. He was sentenced to 12 months in prison. Rachel's parents have stated that they do not care how long Horrigan spends in prison, as it will not bring back their daughter. This statement was directed at Horrigan himself, not his other victims. They argued that if the justice system did not always operate under outdated laws, and if judges had greater discretion, many people could be spared from criminals like him. Horrigan is only 38 years old and has a long life ahead to cause harm in this country. Where will it end, and how many more victims will there be? Moving on to the next case. The case of Savannah Gold. In 2017, Sherry's world was turned upside down in Florida when her daughter Savannah failed to appear for her shift at the restaurant where she worked. Sherry had no idea that this seemingly ordinary day would be the last time she saw Savannah. About an hour later, the restaurant called Sherry to report that Savannah had not arrived for work, which was unusual because she had never missed a shift before. However, the events that followed that call were even more unusual. When Savannah's father received a message supposedly from her, filled with spelling errors and lacking punctuation, he immediately realized it was not written by his 21-year-old daughter. The impersonator claimed that Savannah had met a wonderful man, fallen in love, and decided to elope with him, promising to call later. Savannah's father, Daniel Gold, read the message carefully, paying close attention to its contents. He knew his daughter well and was certain that running away with a boyfriend was completely out of character. While Daniel studied the phone, trying to make sense of the message, Savannah's older brother, Chris, received a similar text stating that she was leaving with her boyfriend and that she was safe. Daniel's instincts told him something was wrong, so he immediately began calling Savannah's phone, only to find it turned off. Savannah Page Gold was born on April 26, 1996, to Daniel and Sherry Gold. She lived with her parents and older brother, Chris, in Jacksonville, Florida. Savannah enjoyed many hobbies, including playing lacrosse, drawing, and dancing. Those close to her believed she embodied her last name, being loving, kind, and caring, always willing to help others. After graduating high school, Savannah turned down a college scholarship for art and design to care for her mother, Sherry, who had been diagnosed with cancer and was undergoing chemotherapy. To support her mother, Savannah took on household responsibilities and also worked as a server at Bonefish Grill, a restaurant. By the summer of 2017, she had been working there for 2 years. On August 2nd, Savannah left for work around 5 p.m., wearing her uniform, as her shift was scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m. However, less than an hour later, Sherry received a call from the restaurant asking why Savannah had not arrived. This surprised Sherry because she knew her daughter was responsible and had seen her leave the house in uniform, indicating she had indeed gone to work. After Savannah's father received a suspicious phone call, he and Chris began receiving strange messages that they suspected were not from Savannah. They concluded that someone was impersonating her. Previously, Savannah's father had tried to contact the police, but he could not reach her. She was reported missing, and the police launched a search. Since sending the messages, Savannah's phone and social media accounts had been inactive. Police first went to the restaurant to investigate. They found her car unlocked in the parking lot, about 120 yards from the restaurant entrance. Her personal documents, wallet, cards, cash, and other valuables remained inside. It was clear to the police that the story about Savannah running off with a lover was false. If she had planned to disappear, she would have taken her documents and bank cards to avoid being traced. Leaving them behind in her car made no sense. Initially, there were no signs of a struggle or crime near or inside the car, except for a flat left front tire. Forensic experts were called in, and detectives visited the restaurant to speak with Savannah's co-workers. All of them claimed that Savannah had not arrived for work that day and that no one had seen her. The fact that Savannah's car was parked 120 yards from the restaurant led detectives to suspect that something may have happened to her after she arrived. They began canvassing nearby businesses, particularly those with surveillance cameras, to review footage and identify when Savannah had parked her car. Although the image quality was poor, the police were able to see from the footage that Savannah parked her car, got out, and walked to a nearby silver Chevrolet Malibu sedan. For 14 minutes, she stood next to the driver's door, talking to the person behind the wheel. She then opened the back door and got inside, and the driver followed her. Police observed the car shake, and the back door opened and closed 3 times before finally remaining shut. Officers suspected that a struggle had occurred inside the vehicle between Savannah and the Chevrolet's owner. Shortly afterward, the man exited the car, approached Savannah's vehicle, opened the driver's door, and removed something from inside. He then punctured the front left tire, returned to his own vehicle, and drove away without Savannah ever leaving the car. The owner of the Chevrolet Malibu was quickly identified as Lee Rodarte, a 28-year-old manager and chef at the restaurant where Savannah worked. He had helped distribute flyers featuring Savannah's picture during the police investigation and claimed he had not seen her for about 3 weeks due to differing work shifts. However, when detectives re-interviewed restaurant employees, they discovered that Lee and Savannah's relationship went beyond a professional one. Several co-workers revealed that the two had met secretly after hours and were romantically involved, information that Lee had failed to disclose to the police. On August 5th, during his work shift, Rodarte was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. Upon arrival, he immediately informed detectives that he struggled with reading and writing. In response, they carefully explained his rights, including his right to an attorney and the fact that anything he said could be used against him in court. Rodarte then admitted that he had lied to police when first interviewed about his contact with Savannah, claiming he had not seen her in a long time. In reality, he had seen her on the day she went missing, but had been afraid that telling the truth would make him a suspect, which is why he had lied. Lee said he first met Savannah about 2 years prior, when she began working at the restaurant. Their socializing outside of work, however, had begun roughly 8 months earlier. At that time, he was already in a relationship with someone named Chelsea. When Chelsea discovered his infidelity, she ended their relationship. Rodarte claimed he dated Savannah for 3 months before she began using illegal drugs, which led him to end their relationship and reunite with Chelsea. Following the breakup, Rodarte and Savannah allegedly agreed to maintain only a professional relationship limited to work, in accordance with company policy prohibiting romantic relationships among employees. Rodarte also stated that Savannah had disclosed their intimate relationship to other waiters in an attempt to get him fired. Lee last saw Savannah on a Wednesday afternoon. On August 2nd, he drove to the mall to speak with her and persuade her not to spread rumors about their relationship, fearing that he might lose his job at the restaurant where he had worked for 5 years. When he met her, Savannah had just taken a strong substance and was panicking. She asked if she could sit in his car for a moment. Once inside, Lee demanded that she stop telling people they were still dating. Savannah asked him to move to the back seat so they could talk. After relocating there, Lee again asked her to stop spreading rumors, but she refused, insisting that she would do as she pleased. This response enraged Lee, who then exited the vehicle, slashed a tire on Savannah's car, and returned. When Savannah asked why he had done it, Lee admitted that he was upset and angry. Next, according to Rodarte, Savannah left his vehicle and headed toward the mall entrance, but she never reached it. Instead, she allegedly got into an old green Ford pickup truck with tinted windows, holding her phone. However, detectives knew that Savannah never left Rodarte's car and that he was lying. Unbeknownst to Rodarte, surveillance footage disproved his claim, showing no Ford pickup truck and Savannah remaining inside his vehicle. When questioned about subsequent events, Lee stated that he drove home, even describing the streets he took. Notably, he had scratches on his arms and neck, which he attributed to a workplace injury when asked. When detectives directly asked him about Savannah's whereabouts, he claimed to have no knowledge. The detectives then adjusted their questioning strategy. Initially, they listened attentively to his story, showing interest, but gradually applied gentle pressure. They explained clearly that evidence contradicted his claim that Savannah had exited his car. After a short time, Rodarte changed his story, claiming that he and Savannah had gone to his residence before she departed. Detectives remained skeptical and pressed him to tell the full truth, considering Savannah's family's well-being. Rodarte ultimately admitted to fatally snapping Savannah's neck during an argument in the back seat of his car. After leaving the parking lot, he sent messages from Savannah's phone to her father and brother before discarding it out the window. Rodarte then returned the body to his property with the intention of disposing of it by fire, but quickly realized it was more difficult than expected. He dug a hole and buried the body, later exhumed it, wrapped it in a blanket, and drove approximately 8 miles from the restaurant to a nearby pond, where he discarded the body. Although the autopsy could not determine the exact cause of Savannah's death, the examination showed that her neck was not broken, contrary to Rodarte's claim, and no illegal substances were found in her body. Forensic experts did find that the thyroid cartilage in her throat was fractured, indicating strangulation, and roughly 75% of her body showed fire damage. Despite confessing to the crimes, Rodarte maintained a not guilty plea to charges of second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a dead body. The autopsy confirmed that the condition of Savannah's body was too compromised to determine a precise cause of death. Contrary to Rodarte's assertions, her neck was intact, and no illegal substances were detected. However, the autopsy did reveal that Savannah had been strangled, as her thyroid cartilage was broken, and approximately 75% of her body had been burned. At trial, Rodarte recanted his confession, claiming he had acted in self-defense and that Savannah had initiated the strangulation. This reversal caused additional trauma for Savannah's family, forcing them to attend numerous court hearings. Sherry Gold, Savannah's mother, has battled recurring cancer throughout this ordeal but remained committed to attending every hearing alongside her family. They have attended 26 out of 27 hearings, enduring the emotional strain of facing Rodarte, the man responsible for their daughter's death. The family's primary goal now is to bring this painful process to an end and achieve justice for Savannah. Lee Rodarte was not the only family member charged with murder. In 2016, a year before Lee committed his crime, his sister Amber Camarillo, then 26 and still using her maiden name, Rodarte, shot and killed a woman during a dispute over a car. She received a 20-year prison sentence. Lee Rodarte was offered a plea deal, which required him to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. In return, the charges of tampering with physical evidence and abuse of a dead body were to be dropped. After consulting with his attorneys, Rodarte accepted the deal and was sentenced to 40 years in prison on March 11, 2021. Following the verdict, Savannah's family expressed gratitude to everyone who had offered support. Daniel Gold stated that they loved Savannah and were overwhelmed to see how many others also cared for her. Moving on to the next case. The case of Tanya McKinley. Tanya McKinley was born on January 25, 1961, in Milton, a small town in Florida, USA. She grew up in a loving family and had a close relationship with her older sister. As children, they often played outside, skateboarded, and went bowling. After graduating from high school, Tanya decided to move to Pensacola, about 25 miles away from her hometown, to explore the medical field and become a medical transcriptionist. To become a medical transcriptionist, Tanya did not need a medical degree, but only had to take special courses. She moved in with her cousin Vanita to save on rent. In Pensacola, Tanya met a boy named Tim, and they began dating. They later moved in together, and in 1983, their son Timothy was born. However, Tanya's relationship with Tim was not perfect. They argued frequently, and about a year after Timothy was born, they decided to separate. At the end of 1984, Tanya temporarily moved in with her cousin, Vanita, who was now married and had 2 children. Tanya planned to find her own place and move out as soon as she could. One day, Tanya, her sister, and Vanita's husband decided to go to a local bar to celebrate New Year's Eve. Vanita and Tanya dropped their children off at daycare and decided to enjoy the night. At the bar, they had a night full of laughter and music. As the clock struck midnight, they welcomed the new year, 1985. Vanita and her husband were about to go home, but the daycare they had left their children at closed at 1 a.m., so they needed to pick them up in an hour. However, Tanya wanted to stay at the bar a little longer because, for the past 2 years, she had been focused on work and taking care of her children. Tanya asked Vanita if she could pick up her son from daycare, and Vanita agreed since they lived together and needed to pick up her son anyway. Before Vanita and her husband left the bar, Vanita asked Tanya how she would get home since they had gone to the bar together by car. Tanya told Vanita not to worry and assured her that she would find a way home since she had many acquaintances at the bar. On the morning of January 1st, Vanita woke up and was surprised to find that Tanya had not returned. Normally, Tanya would have been home by then, so this delay was unusual. At first, Vanita was not too worried, thinking that Tanya might have stayed at a friend's house. However, things quickly changed when Vanita's mother-in-law knocked on their door with a shocking announcement. Tanya had been found dead in the early hours of the morning, around 3 a.m. A Pensacola resident had taken her dog to the vet for an urgent medical issue. While the woman was out, her daughter saw a strange object on the road. She thought it was a mannequin, but when she told her mother, the woman decided to take a closer look. She was horrified to realize it was actually a human body. She immediately returned home and called the police. Police arrived at the crime scene and found the body of a 23-year-old woman named Tanya McKinley lying in a vacant lot near the road. When they arrived, they found her pantyhose pulled down, her skirt pulled up, and her shoes missing. Police also found a blue scarf with a red stain that looked like blood next to the victim. Her shoes were found a few blocks away, along with a wallet containing identification in her name. To clarify the cause of Tanya's death and the development of the case, the police handed over the victim's body to medical experts for an autopsy. Investigators also continued to collect and analyze traces at the scene. After the initial investigation, it was discovered that the victim was likely killed elsewhere, as there was no blood near the body except for the blue towel stain. Furthermore, traces on the ground showed that the body had been dragged to the side of the road. On the blue towel and the victim's body, the police found some suspicious traces. These were human hair and pubic hair, along with dog hair. They suspected that these hair and pubic hair samples might belong to the killer and that this person might have kept dogs. After the autopsy, medical experts determined that Tanya suffered a head injury from being hit with a heavy object. However, the main cause of her death was strangulation. Furthermore, experts also verified that the victim had been sexually assaulted. Experts collected a semen sample from the victim's body, but at that time, DNA analysis was not commonly used in forensic science. Therefore, they could only establish that the suspect had type B blood. Since these clues did not assist the detectives in identifying the killer, they began to compile a list of suspects. The first suspect they concentrated on was Tim, the victim's ex-boyfriend. By speaking with Tanya's relatives and friends, the police uncovered issues in the relationship between Tanya and Tim, as well as frequent arguments both before and after the birth of their son. When Tanya decided to end the relationship, Tim objected and continued attempting to persuade her to return. Tim kept calling Tanya, visiting her, and behaving as if he could not accept the breakup. The police suspected that Tim might have followed Tanya to the bar on New Year's Eve, resulting in a confrontation that ended in murder. They interrogated Tim, but he denied any involvement. Tim also consented to provide a hair sample for comparison. Although experts could not extract DNA from the hair, they were able to compare the hairs under a microscope. The results indicated that Tim's hair was markedly different from the hair discovered on the victim's body and the towel. Consequently, the police temporarily ruled out Tim as a suspect. After gathering clues at the scene, the detectives shifted their focus to the individuals present at the bar on New Year's Eve. They questioned Vanita about whether she had observed anyone behaving oddly or aggressively toward Tanya. However, Vanita stated that the evening had proceeded smoothly and without incident. Investigators also learned that Tanya had briefly dated a man named Kurt, who worked as a bartender at the same bar. They interviewed Kurt, who denied any involvement in the murder. Kurt asserted that after finishing his shift, he attended a New Year's Eve party with friends. However, after questioning Kurt's friends, investigators discovered something notable. Kurt's friends confirmed that he was at the party, but not immediately after finishing his shift at the bar. Based on this testimony, the police believed that Kurt had sufficient time to theoretically commit the murder. Through interviews with numerous individuals present at the bar, detectives established that Tanya was last seen alive at 1:15 a.m., but no one saw her leave the bar. Investigators also spoke with residents near the location where the body was found. One family reported driving by around 2 a.m. and were certain that no body was visible at that time. Investigators concluded that Tanya had been killed within an hour and a half of her last known sighting. During this period, Kurt had no solid alibi. He agreed to take a polygraph test, but the results were inconclusive as he provided several false answers. However, blood tests eliminated Kurt as a suspect because his blood type did not match the killer's blood type, which was determined from a semen sample. The police continued to search for other potential suspects, but their efforts were hindered. The killer's semen could not be analyzed, and the absence of significant evidence or witnesses left the case at a standstill. Nevertheless, investigators were nearly certain that the killer must have resided in the area near where the body was discovered. The area was on the edge of a large residential zone and was isolated from major roads. Police suspected that a stranger would not have brought the body there without having knowledge of the area. To this day, the case remains unsolved. Tragically, Timothy lost his mother when he was 18 months old and was cared for by his father and Tanya's family. They chose to keep the death of Timothy's mother a secret. As he grew older, relatives told him that his mother had died in a car accident. This truth remained hidden until Timothy turned 14. At Christmas, he became curious about the gift his father had prepared. While searching through the house, Timothy came across a letter written by his father addressed to the famous TV host Montel Williams. Tim mentioned Tanya's murder in the letter, hoping that public attention would help accelerate the investigation. Through the letter, Timothy learned the true fate of his mother because it contained specific details about the case. In 2000, the police department reopened Tanya's case, hoping that advancements in DNA analysis would help identify the killer. To investigate, they sent all available evidence to a lab for testing. After analysis, experts determined that the blood on the blue towel found near the body belonged to an unknown man, not Tanya. They collected a sample of the man's DNA and uploaded it to the FBI database, but found no match. The case went cold again and was not reopened until 2015, exactly 30 years after the murder. Detectives had to adopt a different approach since the killer's DNA had not yet appeared in the FBI database. With modern technology, they could search not only for exact matches, but also for partial matches. They believed the database might contain information about the killer's relatives, potentially bringing them closer to solving the case. After searching, they focused on one specific person in the FBI database. His DNA shared some similarities with Tanya's killer's DNA, although the similarity was weak. The police investigated his family extensively and contacted his relatives. They agreed to cooperate and provide their DNA samples for comparison. After analysis, experts found that the family had no connection to the suspect, leaving detectives without any substantial new leads. In 2018, journalist Tony Adam developed an interest in the case. Although he was not a criminal expert, his personal interest in the subject drew him to Tanya's unsolved murder. He wanted to assist and reached out to the investigators handling the case. The detectives initially regarded his willingness to help with some skepticism. Although an experienced journalist, Tony had no background in criminal investigations. However, as the case continued without progress, the police accepted his assistance. During the investigation, Tony built a relationship with Tanya's family. They recognized his genuine interest in solving the case and the considerable effort he was investing. He worked to generate media coverage of the case, bringing additional attention to it. This also offered a new perspective on an investigation that had lasted more than 3 decades. Detectives decided to renew their efforts to locate the suspect's relatives. This time, they partnered with Parabon, a company specializing in genetic genealogy. In the earlier effort, investigators had searched for the killer's relatives only through the FBI database. However, Parabon expanded the search to include public genetic databases where anyone can upload DNA samples. Experts worked diligently to identify the killer's relatives, meticulously examining family trees to find someone matching the suspect's characteristics. They were searching for a man who was of age at the time of the crime in 1985 and resided in the area. The process took nearly a year. But in February 2020, experts finally identified a man who could be a suspect, Daniel Wells, 57, who lived in the same city where the murder took place. As detectives learned more about Daniel, they discovered he had prior encounters with the law, having been arrested for assault and indecent exposure in the late 1980s. As of 2020, Daniel continued to live and work in Pensacola with his family. However, to establish a connection between him and the case, investigators needed to obtain a DNA sample from Daniel due to a lack of concrete evidence. The police had been monitoring Daniel closely, concerned that he might flee once he learned he was a suspect. The opportunity arose when Daniel discarded a cigarette, but near his workplace. Investigators collected it and quickly sent it to the lab. There, experts isolated DNA from the saliva on the butt and compared it to the DNA sample from the crime scene. The results showed that the 2 samples were an exact match. 35 years after the murder, the police finally identified the culprit through DNA evidence. Daniel was arrested that same day. Despite the DNA results, the investigators wanted to hear Daniel's confession. They planned to conduct the interrogation carefully, not revealing all the evidence at once. The investigators deliberately withheld information to encourage honesty during Daniel's questioning. They gradually steered the conversation toward Tanya's murder and asked about Daniel's whereabouts on the night of the crime. At first, he denied ever knowing Tanya. The detectives then disclosed that they had found his DNA at the crime scene. Although Daniel continued to deny everything, he appeared increasingly nervous with each question. The detectives stressed the importance of the DNA test results, making it impossible for him to evade the questions. They told him that the only way to resolve the situation was to confess. And it worked. Daniel began recounting his story. Initially, he attempted to justify the presence of his DNA by suggesting that he might have had sex with Tanya that night. But the detectives did not believe him and continued pressing for the truth. Daniel eventually admitted to killing Tanya on that New Year's Eve. His account raised serious questions. He stated that he met Tanya at a bar and offered to take her home. They then went to Daniel's house, drank, and had consensual sex. However, an argument broke out, and Daniel could not remember the reason. In a fit of rage, Daniel picked up a heavy wooden cutting board and struck Tanya over the head. When he realized she was dead, he panicked and moved her body to another location to dispose of it. On the way back, he discarded her belongings and returned home. However, Daniel's story contained many inconsistencies. When asked about the dog hairs on Tanya's clothes and towels, he explained that his roommate had a black Labrador. But this did not explain why Tanya would willingly have sex with him only to engage in a violent argument that led to her death. Furthermore, Daniel claimed that Tanya died from a blow to the head, but medical experts determined that the actual cause of death was strangulation. This made Daniel's account unreliable and suggested he was attempting to minimize his responsibility. A more plausible scenario is that Daniel attacked Tanya, but she fought back. When that failed, Daniel struck her head, but then realized she was still alive, so he strangled her. Although Daniel's confession did not fully align with the facts, detectives had sufficient evidence to arrest him. Daniel was arrested for murder and taken into custody. Investigators then contacted Tanya's family, including her son, to inform them that the killer had been apprehended. Timothy was emotional and thanked the police for finding his mother's murderer. However, Daniel did not face trial or serve any prison time for his actions. Just 2 weeks after his arrest, Daniel's body was discovered in his cell. An autopsy revealed that he had committed suicide. Although Tanya's family was disappointed that the killer had taken his own life in prison, they finally received justice after 35 years. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Tiemann was born on December 31, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie Joy Harmon was the daughter of Sarah Jean Sampson Harmon and Jean Allen Harmon. She grew up in Greenville, South Carolina, and graduated from Hampton Park Christian School in 2000. Valerie then earned her cosmetology degree from Bob Jones University. Known for her warm, friendly smile and outgoing personality, Valerie was passionate about drama and speech. She enjoyed music, playing the piano and flute. Using her cosmetology skills, she worked in salons, spas, and pageants, helping others look and feel their best. Valerie met Matt through a mutual friend when she was 22. Despite their contrasting personalities, Valerie being outgoing and cheerful, while Matt was more withdrawn, they made it work. The couple married in 2004 and initially lived harmoniously in Matt's small house after their honeymoon. However, Valerie's parents soon noticed changes in her behavior. Matt tightly controlled their finances, forcing Valerie to open a separate bank account to save for herself. As time passed, Matt's behavior worsened as he sought to control every aspect of Valerie's life and blamed her for all their problems. Valerie endured significant emotional pain, but eventually reached her breaking point. After 10 years, she divorced Matt, seeking a fresh start. Luke Tiemann brought a new beginning to Valerie's life, helping her put her past troubles behind her. With his 10-year Army background, including service in Iraq and Afghanistan, Valerie saw Luke as a reliable and loving partner. Her relatives noticed a significant change in her as she became cheerful and smiling once again, just as she had been 10 years prior. The couple married on June 6, 2014, and began living at Luke's parents' house in Fairfield, Maine, while Valerie's parents remained in South Carolina. After visiting her family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. On August 24, 2016, Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harmon, had her last conversation with her daughter via text messages. Around that time, Luke had begun chatting with a woman on Facebook and was seen with her by several people. On the night of August 24th, Luke and the woman were intimate, and it appears that Valerie discovered his infidelity that evening. On August 25th, 2016, Valerie called Luke 31 times over a 5-hour span. A mutual friend of the couple contacted Valerie via Messenger, informing her that Luke was involved with other women and claiming that they were separated. Valerie responded with several messages expressing her heartbreak and conveying that God had a plan, stating that Luke would never find a better woman than her and that he had lost her. On August 26, 2016, Luke Tiemann moved in with the woman he was having an affair with, telling her that his wife Valerie had left him for another man. Meanwhile, Valerie's parents, Sarah Jean and Allen Harmon, grew concerned because Valerie, who had been calling them weekly, had suddenly stopped responding to their calls and texts. After a week of trying to reach her, they decided to contact Luke to ask how he and Valerie were doing. The next day, Luke replied, saying they were fine and that he loved her very much. However, another 13 days passed with no word from Valerie, prompting her parents to reach out to Luke's father for assistance. To their shock, Luke's father told them that Valerie had been missing for about 2 weeks and that they had not seen her. He even asked what to do with her belongings. When Alan confronted Luke about why he had not informed them of Valerie's disappearance, Luke claimed he was waiting for Valerie to contact her parents herself, as he did not want to speak poorly of her. He repeated the story that Valerie had left him for another man, but her parents knew this was untrue. It was out of character for Valerie, and they were certain she would have reached out to them, knowing they would worry. On September 9, 2016, Alan filed a report with the Fairfield Police Department stating that Valerie was missing. Detectives launched an investigation, beginning with a visit to Luke Tieman's parents' home, where Valerie had been living with her husband. During the visit, they spoke with Luke's mother, Laurel Tieman, who claimed to have no knowledge of their whereabouts. As a result, the detectives left without gaining any new information. Valerie's parents had always felt it was difficult for their daughter to live with Laurel, whom they considered overbearing. 2 weeks after Valerie's disappearance, Laurel packed all of her belongings into garbage bags. This action clearly reflected Laurel's attitude toward her daughter-in-law. She appeared unconcerned about Valerie's well-being and seemed primarily motivated by a desire to clear the house of her belongings. The police were searching for Luke Tieman to ask him questions, but he was nowhere to be found. They went to his home, but he was absent, and his parents claimed they did not know his whereabouts. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke unexpectedly contacted the police himself, stating he was aware they wanted to speak with him. During the conversation, detectives asked him about Valerie and the last time he had seen her. Luke's response was peculiar. He explained that about 2 weeks prior, he and Valerie had stopped at the local Walmart to purchase groceries. While he went inside the store, Valerie stayed in the car. When he finished shopping and returned to the vehicle, Valerie was gone. Luke claimed he had tried to reach her by calling and texting, offering to take her back. He also revealed that their marriage was on the verge of collapse. According to him, Valerie had mentioned another man during a conversation, leading him to believe she was having an affair. Despite this, Luke did not know the man's identity or address, and assumed that Valerie had left him for this unknown individual. Valerie's family insisted that she had never mentioned anyone besides Luke Tieman in her life. The police made a public appeal through the media, releasing a photo of Valerie and asking anyone who had seen her in recent weeks to provide information to detectives. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance from the Walmart parking lot, including her belongings being found in garbage bags, appeared suspicious. It was also unclear why Luke Tieman, Valerie's husband, had made no effort to search for her, possibly because he was preoccupied with another woman. Investigators visited the Walmart where Luke and Valerie had been on the day of her disappearance and reviewed the surveillance footage. Despite searching for over an hour, they found no evidence of Luke, his red pickup truck, or Valerie on any recordings. This discovery revealed that Luke had lied to the police and was hiding something. Investigators decided to interview Luke in person, but did not disclose all the information they had obtained, suspecting he might contradict himself or alter his story if he knew what they knew. Luke's open affair with Billie Joe Goodman did not go unnoticed by anyone. While he admitted to cheating on Valerie, he claimed it was an attempt to cope with their recent breakup. Billie Joe, however, had a history of failed relationships, but when she met Luke, she believed he was the one with whom she could build a stable future. This new development led investigators to a critical question. Did Valerie pose a threat to Luke and Billie Joe's budding relationship? Was it possible that the couple wanted to start anew and considered Valerie's presence an obstacle they decided to eliminate to ensure their plans went undisrupted? Police interviewed Billie Joe, who claimed she thought Luke had divorced his wife. When questioned, she denied any knowledge of Valerie Tieman's disappearance. Meanwhile, a local informant tipped off police about a driver's license found in a parking lot near Billie Joe's home, which belonged to Valerie. This discovery raised suspicions, as it seemed unlikely that Valerie would abandon her belongings and identification to run off with someone else. On September 19, 2016, Luke Tieman gave an interview to News Center Maine, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, had filed a missing persons report with police. During the interview, Luke told reporters that he and Valerie had gone to Walmart, but Valerie was not in the car when he returned. At the time, he was unaware that the Walmart CCTV footage did not corroborate his account. Police dogs trained to detect human remains were brought in to search the last known place where Valerie had lived. The search plan involved checking the house, the land, and the nearby stream. After about 5 minutes, a police dog picked up a scent in the woods behind the Tiemann family house. An officer began digging the soil with his hands and found a shoe sticking out of the ground. Other officers, wearing gloves, joined in to help dig. They eventually uncovered a woman's body, wrapped in a blanket and buried with a collection of unusual items. These items included a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a package of sweet tarts, a flannel shirt, a mason jar, a handwritten note, and a wedding ring. The ring was discovered later when evidence was being prepared for trial. Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, was processing the contents of the mason jar, which included dirt, flower stems, and twigs, when he heard a thud and found the ring. Although it was not specified who the ring belonged to or whether it was a man's or woman's, Bryant noted that it was much larger than his own wedding ring. The body was transported to the forensic medical examiner's office for autopsy and identification. Unfortunately, Sarah Jean and Alan Harmon received the devastating news that every parent fears most. The body discovered behind the Tiemann family house was identified as their daughter, Valerie. Valerie had lived in the house with Luke, as well as his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives searched the barn and found landscaping tools belonging to Sam, which had been used to dig the burial site where Valerie's body was found. They also discovered a device related to illegal substance use. Further investigation revealed that Sam Tiemann had a history of using illegal substances, which Valerie had confided in her parents about during her visit to South Carolina. Police had to investigate whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. During a search of Luke's parents' bedroom, investigators discovered a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had purchased in 2015. Despite this, Luke's parents claimed to have no knowledge of Valerie's burial near their house, which seemed unlikely. Around the time Valerie's body was found, investigators also discovered Luke with his new girlfriend, Billie Jo. Luke Tiemann was arrested and taken in for questioning. He told investigators that Valerie had died from an overdose on August 25th, about a month prior, due to her use of illegal substances. According to Luke, he did not inform Valerie's parents about her death because he wanted to spare them the knowledge of her drug use. Instead of calling 911, he claimed he left her body in bed until evening, then wrapped her in a blanket, added a note, and buried her in the woods behind the house with the help of his brother Sam. According to Luke, Valerie did not have any physical injuries before she died. However, autopsy results revealed that Luke was not telling the truth. Although Valerie's blood showed no traces of banned substances, it did contain prescription drugs. But that was not the most astonishing finding. Valerie died from 2 gunshot wounds, one to the head and the other to the neck. Ballistics examination indicated that the bullets removed from Valerie's body came from a .45 caliber handgun. Significantly, this handgun matched the one found by investigators in Luke's parents' bedroom during a search. Luke admitted to buying the gun about a year prior, claiming it was for his father. Despite this, he denied knowing that Valerie had been shot. Luke Tiemann, 32, was charged with the murder of his 34-year-old wife, Valerie Tiemann. Although his parents and younger brother were investigated, no evidence was found to implicate them. Luke claimed that his brother, Sam, helped him bury Valerie's body, but police found that Sam was not at home at the time. It remains unclear whether Luke's parents were aware of or involved in Valerie's death. Notably, they did not report hearing 2 gunshots on April 2, 2018. The trial began in Somerset County Superior Court in Skowhegan, Maine, with opening statements marking the start of a 5-day trial. Luke pleaded not guilty, arguing that he had been framed. He claimed that he would not have left incriminating evidence, such as an engagement ring and a note, near the body, yet forensic examinations linked all items found with Valerie's body to Luke Tiemann. A computer forensics expert testified, revealing that Valerie's phone was last used on August 25, 2016, the day police believe she died. The detective explained how tracking cell phone usage can help determine an individual's location at the time of a call. Valerie made 31 calls to Luke on the same day he allegedly spent time with his new girlfriend, Billie Jo. Luke only answered the last call, which lasted around 13 minutes. Police believe he was at home when the call ended. The morning after Valerie's disappearance, a woman sent a message to Valerie's phone, accusing Luke of cheating on her. This was the last time Valerie was heard from. Luke's defense team questioned the authenticity of these phone records. In court, Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against him. Luke had told police that Sam helped him bury Valerie's body, but Sam denied any involvement, claiming he was working 2 hours away at the time and had his work log as proof. Sam told the court that he confronted Luke after hearing he had been implicated, and Luke responded by saying, "What else do you do with a dead body?" Police continued to press Luke about who shot Valerie, even suggesting that his brother Sam or their parents might be involved. Luke insisted that they were incapable of such an act. Officers wondered if Luke might have blacked out due to his PTSD, which he had previously claimed would sometimes cause him to become enraged and forgetful afterward. Several witnesses called by the prosecutor testified in court about the private lives of Luke and Valerie Tiemann. They gave detailed accounts of how the couple frequently used significant amounts of illegal drugs. Additionally, they stated that Luke had informed people he was getting a divorce around the same time Valerie went missing. Luke's former girlfriend, Jackie Spencer, revealed to the jury that she had a close relationship with the couple and had even served as the maid of honor at their wedding. She stated that she had personally witnessed Valerie and Luke using various illegal drugs together. Furthermore, she testified that Luke had begun sending her numerous text messages around the time Valerie vanished, suggesting that he may have been interested in pursuing a romantic relationship with her. The jury was shown evidence from the crime scene, including a video depicting the approximately 3-minute walk from where Valerie's body was discovered to the Tiemann home. The video revealed an overgrown, all-terrain vehicle trail winding through a thickly forested area, a common feature found behind many rural homes in Maine. The defense team representing Luke raised objections to certain pieces of evidence, including gardening tools found in a shed near the property and a .45 caliber handgun discovered in one of the rooms of the home. They contended that the prosecution had failed to establish ownership of these items, suggesting that someone else in the household may have had access to them. During the trial, Luke Tiemann acknowledged that he had changed his story multiple times, alleging that detectives had coerced him into providing false testimony. He insisted that he had no reason to kill his wife and that there was no DNA evidence connecting him to the crime scene. The prosecutors, however, argued that Luke was the only person who could have harmed Valerie and that all the evidence pointed to his guilt. The jury took less than an hour to deliberate before finding Luke guilty. At the sentencing hearing, Valerie's mother expressed her grief and outrage, denouncing Luke as an evil-hearted man who still refused to accept responsibility for his actions and demanded a life sentence. In contrast, Luke's mother begged the court to consider her son's entire life and to balance justice with compassion. Ultimately, Luke Tiemann received a 55-year prison sentence, which was longer than his family had hoped. Despite later changing his testimony again while incarcerated, this did not have a positive impact on his case. The case of Bonnie Craig. Bonnie Craig was born in Calgary, Canada, on March 30, 1976. Her biological father played a minimal role in her upbringing, as Bonnie and her older brother Jason were lovingly raised by their stepfather, Gary Campbell. Gary treated Bonnie and Jason as his own children. When Bonnie was 5 years old, Gary and her mother Karen had a son named Adam. 2 years later, a younger sister named Samantha was born, who quickly became Bonnie's close companion. Bonnie loved dressing Samantha in fairy tale costumes and teaching her everything Bonnie had learned. Gary, the head of the family, worked in the oil industry, which required frequent moves to different locations. As a result, Bonnie became accustomed to changing schools, having attended 6 elementary schools and 2 high schools, which taught her to adapt to new environments and make friends easily. During her childhood, Bonnie lived in a variety of climates, from sunny California with its outdoor pool to snowy Anchorage, West Texas, and finally back to the scenic landscapes of Alaska. However, Karen and Gary's sudden divorce marked a major change for the children. Samantha and Adam began alternating between their parents' homes. Bonnie focused on her studies and numerous extracurricular activities, including swimming, diving, horseback riding, writing poetry, and playing the violin and viola in the school orchestra. However, life continued to present her with unexpected challenges. While coping with her parents' divorce, tragedy struck when her best friend died in a drunk driving accident, profoundly affecting Bonnie's outlook on life. She vowed to abstain from drinking and driving and became so concerned about the dangers of driving that she decided not to obtain a driver's license for fear of an accident. Instead, she chose to walk, or use public transportation to raise awareness about the risks of drunk driving. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. After graduating from high school, Bonnie moved to Anchorage to study psychology at the University of Alaska. At the same time, her boyfriend, Cameron Miyazaki, was studying architecture at the University of California at Berkeley. Despite the physical distance, they stayed in contact by phone and exchanged emails regularly. Bonnie's home life became crowded as her mother began a new relationship with Jim Foster, who brought 3 children with him. Seeking more independence, Bonnie decided to move in with her stepfather. The move was strategic, as it placed her only a 15-minute drive from college. Honoring her vow, she took public transportation to class 3 times a week, enjoying brisk walks to the bus stop under the clear blue Alaskan sky. She also balanced her studies with a part-time job at Sam's Club. Her life was filled with purpose, ideals, and passion. On the morning of September 28, 1994, Bonnie left her stepfather's house and headed to the bus stop for college classes. That day, a student at the University of Anchorage was taking scenic photos on a hiking trail in Chugach State Park, about 15 miles from Bonnie's house. The park was particularly beautiful at this time of year due to Alaska's mild temperatures, long daylight hours, and stunning scenery. As the student adjusted her camera lens, she noticed something unusual in the water near the cliff's edge, a striking blue object. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a heartbreaking sight, a woman floating face down in shallow water. She immediately called the police to report the incident. The McHugh Creek section is difficult to access except from the cliff top or by following the stream for miles, suggesting a tragic accident. Initially, police believed the victim may have slipped and fallen from the cliff, resulting in her death. This accidental theory was the first conclusion investigators reached, as it was thought that the victim, drawn by the peaceful atmosphere of the park, may have lost her balance and fallen tragically. The body was then transferred to the medical examiner's office, where an autopsy was performed to determine the cause of injuries and assist in identifying the victim. The autopsy revealed that the young woman had died from drowning and severe head trauma, likely caused by a fall from the cliff. A unique class ring, often worn by graduating students, helped police identify the victim as Bonnie Craig. To confirm their findings, police contacted Bonnie's family. Karen, Bonnie's mother, was on a short trip to a coastal town to attend a relative's wedding with her husband, Jim, who had spent his childhood there. The trip was significant because Karen would meet Jim's parents for the first time. Karen was enjoying herself, laughing and sharing stories with her future in-laws. But she had no idea that tragedy had struck her beloved daughter, Bonnie. A knock on the cruise ship's door at 3 a.m. shattered the peaceful atmosphere. When confronted with the heartbreaking news, Karen initially refused to believe it, thinking it was a cruel joke. It was unimaginable that her responsible daughter would be alone in the park instead of attending college classes. The news of Bonnie's death from the police left Karen devastated. Karen had spent the past 3 years working undercover for the Anchorage Police Department. After graduating from the police academy, she had specialized in drug trafficking cases. Her colleagues deeply respected her problem-solving skills, which she had developed over years of dedication to her work. However, Karen's dedication extended beyond her job to her family. Her undercover work often required a difficult balance between her professional and personal roles. Karen instinctively questioned the initial ruling that Bonnie's death was an accident, and her priority was to hand the investigation over to her own department. Believing there was more to her daughter's tragic death, she requested detailed information from the police about the circumstances surrounding the incident, including whether Bonnie had shown any signs of sexual violence. The police noted that Bonnie had been found fully clothed, but Karen knew a more thorough investigation was necessary. Her daughter, Bonnie, had been responsible and trustworthy, always keeping her promises, and she did not even have a driver's license. It was therefore difficult for Karen to understand why Bonnie would be alone and miles from home during school hours. What further confused Karen was that Bonnie's personal belongings were not at the scene, which made her suspect that the police might be inclined to rush to classify the incident as an unfortunate accident. Karen was determined to continue her search for the truth. She returned to Alaska on the earliest flight possible to formally identify the body, holding on to the hope that the deceased might not be her daughter, Bonnie. Upon entering the morgue, she hesitantly approached the ambulance where the body was covered with a white sheet. When she pulled the sheet away and saw her daughter's face, her worst fears were confirmed. It was indeed her daughter, Bonnie, resting in eternal peace. Karen's instincts as both a grieving mother and a law enforcement officer told her that her daughter's death was more than just an accident. As she held Bonnie's hand, she saw bruises and swelling on her knuckles, which she assumed were defensive wounds. Karen wanted the police to document this evidence, believing it could be crucial in finding clues before her daughter was buried. The police were skeptical, thinking the injuries could have been caused by a fall. Despite the police's skepticism, Karen decided to take a different approach in her pursuit of justice. She reached out to her media contacts. The shocking news of a young college student's death in a creek quickly attracted widespread attention from local media. Karen also attempted to contact her superiors, hoping for assistance as precious time was running out, but she was told the matter was beyond their scope. The next day, Karen, Jim, Gary, Jason, Adam, and Samantha gathered at the funeral home to say their final goodbyes to Bonnie. It was difficult for her siblings to see her lying motionless, knowing how full of life she had once been. As they prepared for the funeral, they were tasked with choosing a casket. Karen, wanting to preserve any potential evidence, decided on a stone crypt, believing it might need to be reopened in the future if new information emerged. Although she attempted to gain attention and assistance from the media, her efforts seemed to complicate matters rather than aid in uncovering the truth. Karen was summoned to the police station and instructed not to publicly call the incident a crime so as not to affect the ongoing investigation. The police were carefully reviewing all possible leads and were considering Gary Campbell, Bonnie's stepfather, as a potential suspect. They suspected him because his alibi did not fully align, and there were reports of conflict between him and Bonnie. This information left Karen stunned, as she found it difficult to believe that Gary, who had always been a loving father to Bonnie, could be involved in such a terrible act. The situation worsened when Karen went to Gary's house to collect her daughter's belongings, only to find Bonnie's room locked. An argument erupted when Gary accused Karen of stealing a photo of Bonnie that she had taken without his permission. He insisted on keeping the memories of the daughter he cherished. Bonnie's death had a profound impact on her younger sister, Samantha, who was only 12 when the tragedy occurred. Samantha began struggling in school and found it difficult to concentrate at home. She often shared everything with Bonnie and felt completely lost without her guidance. The confusion surrounding her sister's death even caused Samantha to doubt her own trust in her father, leaving her uncertain about what was right. One evening, as Gary was tucking her in for bed, fear filled her eyes as she asked if he had been responsible for Bonnie's death. Gary was surprised and hurt by her question. He regained his composure and gently reassured Samantha that he would never harm her sister. His comforting words helped her ease her fears and restore her trust in him. After Bonnie's death, the police spoke to Adam and Samantha, both of whom confirmed that their father, Gary, had been home on the day Bonnie died, only leaving for work after Bonnie had departed. His alibi was corroborated by co-workers and supervisors, clearing any doubts about his involvement. An autopsy revealed that Bonnie had died several hours before her body was discovered. The cause of death was determined to be drowning, and she had also suffered severe head injuries, which may have been caused by falling from a cliff or being struck by a heavy object. The police launched a thorough investigation into Bonnie's death, which had initially been ruled an accident at the park. A police officer carefully searched the area near the cliff and found a leaf with a drop of Bonnie's blood a few feet from the cliff's edge. This discovery prompted further investigation into the presence of blood. If her injuries had been caused by a fall, this finding led the police to consider that Bonnie's fall may not have been accidental, but rather the result of someone else's actions. The police were aware that solving the case would be difficult and required cautious handling. Therefore, they chose not to notify the relevant parties at that time. Family members suspected that a crime had occurred, and the police deliberately withheld all information about the case. To avoid alerting potential perpetrators, they could not ignore the possibility that the killer might be someone close to Bonnie. Karen's sudden media release became a hindrance to the investigation. Bonnie Craig's funeral was attended by loved ones, including friends, family, and acquaintances, as well as her boyfriend, who had traveled from California to say goodbye. He was deeply saddened, as he could never have imagined such a tragic ending to their story. Even Bonnie's biological father, Gordon Craig, who had not played an active role in her life, attended the funeral to pay his respects and say goodbye to her. The funeral was held at a church that Bonnie had occasionally visited. It was a moment for everyone who knew Bonnie to pay their final respects, share fond memories of her, and support one another during this difficult time. A week after Bonnie's death, Karen decided to investigate her daughter's case herself, as the police had not provided any updates. Karen carefully traced Bonnie's pre-dawn route from Gary's house to try to understand what might have been on her daughter's mind that morning. She wanted to put herself in Bonnie's shoes and imagine what details might have captured her attention. As Karen walked along the path her daughter had taken many times that week, she began to realize how dangerous it was. The path was flanked by tall trees that loomed in the shadows, concealing potential dangers. Karen wondered why Bonnie had not asked her stepfather to drive her to the bus stop, and why she had never mentioned the hazardous path she walked every day. She later learned that Bonnie felt the same way, not wanting to worry anyone and wanting to be independent. Bonnie had been prepared and carried pepper spray, believing she could protect herself if necessary. Karen had also taught Bonnie from a young age never to hitchhike with strangers, believing that her daughter would only hitchhike with someone she knew and trusted. When the walk yielded no clues, Karen drove around the area, searching for any of Bonnie's belongings that might provide evidence for the investigation. Unfortunately, she found nothing. In January 1995, Karen contacted the sergeant in charge of Bonnie's case directly to ask whether her daughter had been sexually assaulted. The sergeant was compelled to tell her the truth. Karen was permitted to review the results of Bonnie's autopsy on the condition that they remained strictly confidential. The autopsy revealed that Bonnie's body had been fully clothed, but she had sustained injuries to her genitals, and male DNA was recovered from a swab. This information had to be kept confidential because the source of the DNA was still unknown. During the investigation, all men associated with Bonnie were questioned, and their DNA samples were collected. However, no matches were found at that time. Although several witnesses saw Bonnie walking to the bus stop that morning, none saw her actually board the bus. The question of how Bonnie ended up in Chugach Park, more than 10 miles from her home, remained unanswered. Investigators speculated that she may have been attacked while walking alone in the dark. A few months after Bonnie's death, Jim's family invited Jim and Karen on a week-long cruise, hoping that a change of scenery would help them heal. Karen was hesitant at first, as the cruise reminded her of her daughter's tragic death. However, she realized that the trip could provide a temporary escape from her grief. For the past year, she had been consumed by sorrow, the investigation, and the waiting for news of her daughter. She saw the trip as an opportunity to momentarily escape her worries. Karen, Jim, Jim's brother Ken, and Ken's wife spent the week enjoying the sights and sounds of the ocean. Upon their return to the dock, they received word from the Coast Guard that their family had attempted to contact them regarding an emergency. Karen immediately feared it might involve one of her children. However, the bad news this time concerned Jim and Ken's father, who had suddenly died of a heart attack. The news was especially shocking because the family had just celebrated their father's 63rd birthday, during which he had seemed healthy and happy. Unfortunately, this was the second time the family had received heartbreaking news after returning from a boat trip. Karen's remaining children struggled to cope with the loss of their sister Bonnie and the impact of their mother's relentless pursuit of justice. As the investigation into Bonnie's death became the central focus, the children often felt neglected and deprived of the care they needed. Karen wrestled with the moral dilemma of balancing her love for her children with her commitment to seeking justice for Bonnie's death, despite the possibility that the case might never be solved. Over time, Karen's children grew up and started families of their own, bringing her immense joy as a grandmother. Amid these life changes, her youngest son, Adam, underwent a cornea transplant to improve his increasingly poor eyesight, which unfortunately resulted in blindness in one eye. Karen's personal life underwent many changes. She married Jim, but their marriage ended in divorce after 3 years. The family faced further difficult times, including the loss of Karen's brother and mother, both of whom battled cancer. Throughout the ups and downs, the sadness and grief stemming from Bonnie's death continued to have a lasting impact on Karen's life. The family endured a great deal of emotional pain, including sleepless nights, anxiety, anger, and deep depression. On January 5, 2007, 12 years after Bonnie's death, Karen embarked on a round-the-world trip with a friend. While staying on an island in the Philippines, Karen received an unexpected email from an unknown sender with the subject line, Bonnie. The sudden message made her heart race, as the case, which had remained unsolved for years, had recently gained new momentum. A new team of investigators, using an advanced database, retested the DNA evidence found on Bonnie. Their efforts led to a breakthrough. They matched the DNA to a man serving a sentence in New Hampshire for a series of armed robberies. Kenneth Dion was born in 1969. He was 25 years old when Bonnie died. He only became a suspect in the case after his DNA was added to the system in late 2006. With a background in martial arts and a history of competition, Kenneth served in the United States Army. However, his service was cut short due to drug use. Kenneth had a particular habit of carrying unusual items in his car, including a three-pronged stick and nunchucks. Kenneth Dion had only recently been released from prison after a brief period of freedom in May 2007. Kenneth was charged with assault and murder in connection with Bonnie's death. According to the indictment, Kenneth attacked Bonnie as she walked to the bus stop, using weapons and martial arts to sexually assault her. He then dumped her body off a cliff in the park to conceal evidence of his crimes. As more information about Kenneth became available, it was discovered that he had a lengthy criminal record with 18 convictions, including 10 misdemeanors and 8 felonies. Had Kenneth's DNA been in the database sooner, the case might have been solved much earlier. Kenneth Dion was sentenced to 124 years in prison on October 31, 2011, 17 years after the incident. He received 99 years for murder and 25 years for assault, and is eligible for parole at age 80. Moving on to the next case. Brandon Gonzalez. 22-year-old Brandon Gonzalez lived with his small family in Goregaon West. Now, Goregaon West was becoming a crowded suburb in Mumbai City. Besides Gonzalez, his family only consisted of his mother and older sister. On December 19, 2016, like every day, Gonzalez went for a morning walk from his home to Ari Colony. Usually, he would return home within an hour after his stroll, but today he did not come back until afternoon. Concerned, Gonzalez's mother Seema and older sister, Kashma, first called his friends because he had left his phone at home that day. Despite contacting some friends, they could not find any information about Gonzalez. Now, the sun had already set, and night was slowly falling. Worried about their son, Seema took her daughter and went to the nearby Dindoshi police station to file a missing person report. Now, besides Gonzalez's family and friends, the police were also trying to find him. Meanwhile, the Dindoshi police station had distributed Gonzalez's photo to nearby police stations as well. However, amidst this, around 12:30 in the afternoon on December 22nd, a call came to the nearby Ari police station. The caller reported that he had just seen a headless body. Upon hearing this, the police promptly rushed to the reported location in Ari Colony. Upon arrival, the scene astonished them. There, beneath a tree, lay a body without a head, neck, or clothes, and upon seeing it, it seemed as if someone had placed it there deliberately. Now, witnessing this sight, the police cordoned off the area completely, not allowing any ordinary person to approach. Afterwards, the police began their investigation by first examining the area nearby. Just 20 meters away from the body, the police found the head and clothes stained with blood. Additionally, a few meters away from the body, the police also found some other items used in worship, such as a mirror, coconut, padukas, threads, turmeric powder, and kumkum powder, also known as vermilion. The police collected these items and sent the body to a nearby hospital for post-mortem. Subsequently, the files of missing persons were checked at the Ari police station, and the identification of this dead body was made as a boy named Brandon Gonzalez. As I mentioned earlier, the missing report of Brandon Gonzalez had been distributed to all nearby police stations by Dindoshi police. Now, the Ari police confirmed that he was the same boy who had gone missing 3 days ago on December 19th. Brandon Gonzalez's family was also informed, and thus the missing case of Gonzalez turned into a murder case. After this, as far as I have read, perhaps the police had to form 8+ teams to search for Gonzalez's killer, including a special team from the crime branch. But seeing the body of her only son in this condition, Gonzalez's mother Seema and elder sister Kashma were both in a terrible state of distress. So much so that when Seema saw her son in this condition, she fainted upon seeing the body. However, the police quickly began their investigation to find the culprits. On the other hand, some shocking details emerged in Gonzalez's post-mortem report. The post-mortem report stated that Gonzalez's tongue, voice box, skin from his right cheek, and even his entire neck were missing, with the neck bone intact. This means that someone had killed Gonzalez so brutally that even the small spine, as a fragment of his neck, was broken. All these details were horrifying the police because initially, they thought this case seemed to be a result of personal rivalry, as if someone had killed Gonzalez to settle a score, but the police were soon to be proven wrong. Actually, according to the post-mortem report, it was found that Gonzalez's death occurred due to the separation of his head from his body. However, forensic pathologists also checked whether Gonzalez was given any drugs or substances before being killed. But nothing like that was found in any post-mortem report. After that, the police found out that Gonzalez was murdered 3 days before his body was found, between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the same day he went missing. Additionally, there were no signs of any fight, struggle, or injury on his body, indicating that Gonzalez did not even try to save himself until his last breath. Furthermore, 2 marks were found on Gonzalez's body. Actually, there were 2 cross symbols on his forehead and right hand, which seemed to have been made with a sharp object. After learning about all these things, this case became even more intriguing for the police and investigators because now there were a lot more questions in front of the police. Looking at Gonzalez's body, it seemed as if his body had been cut twice. First, his head was separated from his shoulders, and then later his neck was cut from the head. Additionally, forensic experts said that where Gonzalez's body was found, there was absolutely no evidence of his murder. Not a single trace of blood was found there. So it was clear that Gonzalez was killed somewhere else, and then some parts of his body were removed to perform some rituals or something similar. Later, his body and clothes were thrown away in this deserted place. Here, when the police found the materials of worship, glass, coconuts, slippers, turmeric, and vermilion, at the crime scene, for the first time, this case seemed like a human sacrifice. After the possibility arose that Gonzalez might have been taken to another location and harmed, the police began checking the CCTV cameras around Ari Colony. But first, they checked the CCTV cameras around his house. They saw Gonzalez leaving with his dog around 7 o'clock in the morning and returning after a morning walk within an hour. However, just 10 minutes later, Gonzalez left his house again, but this time with a bag. What was in that bag could not be determined because the bag itself was not found. But then, a little further from Gonzalez's house, the police spotted a white Audi car in another CCTV footage with 2 people inside, a driver and a woman in a white Punjabi suit. The footage showed that they were following Gonzalez slowly with their car. The woman wearing the white Punjabi suit was giving directions to the driver, telling him to take the car in that direction. However, the police also questioned Gonzalez's family members to see if anyone might know that woman and driver. But the police did not get any good response from there either. The police suspected that there might have been more than 2 people in the car, and unfortunately, on the day Gonzalez's body was found, the 2 CCTV cameras in that area were not working. This raised suspicion for the police that Gonzalez was abducted on December 19th in this same car and then murdered elsewhere, with his body being thrown in a deserted place in Ari Colony on the dark night or morning of December 22nd. But since then, investigators have felt that perhaps a local person might be involved in this murder case, because the police checked more than 70 CCTV cameras in this entire case, but none of them recorded anything suspicious that would raise suspicion on any individual. The investigators clarified that perhaps the killers were aware of the location of every CCTV camera in Ari Colony. This helped them escape from the colony and Garagan. This made it clear that the killer was someone who was well acquainted with Garagan and the colony, because an outsider could not have known every road and CCTV location so well. The investigators explored all possible angles of Gonzalez's killing, such as a love affair angle, whether someone jealous killed Gonzalez, a personal rivalry, human sacrifice angle, robbery, and property dispute. But the police never found any leads in any angle. Although for some time, the police kept the angle of human sacrifice on the table and even questioned several tantrics, babas, and black magicians about the cut parts of the body, the mark of the cross on the forehead and right hand, and whether there was any connection between them or not. The police did not get any help from here either. Gonzalez was a middle-class boy who had decided to graduate in arts. However, due to some reasons, he dropped out of college as well. His father had passed away 3 years ago, leaving Gonzalez in a state of depression for a long time. During the police investigation, Gonzalez call records were also checked, but no suspicious numbers were found. In fact, Gonzalez rarely talked to anyone except for his family, or perhaps 3 or 4 friends. But what intrigued the police in this case was finding a diary in Gonzalez's room. Within it were some sketches that further complicated this case. Actually, if these sketches are examined closely, it becomes apparent that they tell the story of 2 sacrifices. In the first, a person is attempting to cut off an animal's head while wearing a suit. Meanwhile, in the second sacrifice, a man's head is being cut off with a saw. In addition to these, an attempt has been made to portray the SpongeBob cartoon character as a monster. On the other side of the page, a picture of a deer without a head has been drawn, and right next to it, only the head of a lion cub has been drawn. Furthermore, when the police went inside Gonzalez's house, they found a strange sign on a wall just behind the door, as if it were some sort of cult symbol. What was even more surprising was that when the Mumbai police tried to recreate the crime scene with Gonzalez's dog, the startling thing was that Gonzalez's dog went straight to where Gonzalez's body had been lying near a tree. After a while, his dog arrived at the spot where Gonzalez's body was found, just a few meters away. Among all the cases we have explained on this channel so far, this case was the weirdest, like how Gonzalez's dog somehow went to the place where his body was found. It is possible that when Gonzalez first went out for a walk with his dog on December 19th, he might have already gone to the place where his body would later be found. Another point is that the white Audi car following Gonzalez might have been known to him, and he might have gone with them willingly, sitting in the car. Additionally, it is possible that after returning home, Gonzalez took the bag with him, which might have contained items related to worship, like coconut, padukas, etc., because it is also being suggested on the internet that perhaps Gonzalez sacrificed himself. Today, it has been over 7 years since this case, but the murderer of Brandon Gonzalez is still unknown. Meanwhile, Gonzalez's mother and sister have made numerous visits to the police station and the crime branch office to find out the status of their son Brandon Gonzalez's murder case. During this time, Gonzalez's mother and sister were afraid that the police might close the case. Due to this reason, Seema's elder daughter, Kashma, appealed to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the state's chief minister to seek justice. Well, if this case is solved in the future, we will definitely update you through this channel's community post. But so far, this case remains unsolved. With this, Brandon Gonzalez's case also concludes here. Before moving forward, quickly subscribe to the channel. This is strange, you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. Quickly subscribe to it. Now we jump to the next story. This is the story of Madanapalli city in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India, which is Asia's largest tomato market. Besides, there are many mountains here as well. It was January 24th, 2021, around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday night in Madanapalli, when Dr. V. Pradushatham Naidu, the head of the Naidu family, called his friend Raju and said on the phone, "Both my daughters are no longer in this world. Alikya, 27, and Saidivya, 22, have both passed away." But there was nothing to worry about. Tomorrow morning, they would return through reincarnation because the Kali Yuga was ending and the Satyug would begin from tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Raju said to his friend Dr. Naidu, "Everything is normal at home, and speaking such language about your daughters does not suit you." In response, Dr. Naidu said, "No, Raju, I am telling the truth. In a while, both I and your sister-in-law will leave our bodies in Kalyug and be born again in Satyug." Upon hearing this, Dr. Naidu's friend Raju started feeling extremely restless. Consequently, he abruptly ended the call and within a few minutes arrived at Dr. Naidu's house. Raju reached there, knocked on the door, and just as the door was about to open, Dr. Naidu himself appeared, looking completely normal. But when Raju went inside and saw the scene there, his eyes widened in shock, because Dr. Naidu had spoken the truth. Lying on the ground in the prayer room of his house was the lifeless body of his 27-year-old daughter, Alikya. She had completed her master's in Bhopal and was now preparing for the civil services. Her face was pale, and blood was oozing from various places. After this, Dr. Naidu took Raju to another room adjacent to the prayer room where the dead body of his 22-year-old daughter, Saidivya, lay on the ground. She had been struck with a trident of Lord Shiva on her forehead, and a small brass pot placed in the prayer room was inserted into her mouth. The clothes were removed from both bodies, and they were wrapped in red cloth. Additionally, their hair was partially cut, and they were placed in front of the statue of Lord Shiva in the temple. Many worship materials had been scattered around the bodies. However, despite seeing the bodies of their daughters, there was no sign of tension or sorrow on the faces of Dr. Naidu and his wife Padmaja. This behavior of his friend and his wife seemed very strange to Raju. Therefore, he bid them goodbye and left their house. However, instead of going home, he went straight to the police station and told the police the whole story of how these educated parents had sacrificed their daughters. He also informed them about the mental condition of Dr. Naidu and his wife. However, the police did not have much belief in Raju's story after hearing this strange tale. This was because for the past year, Dr. Naidu and his family, who had been living in the new house in Madinapal, had earned quite a reputation in the city. Anyway, after that, the police station in charge, along with some officers, directly reached the Naidu family's house. When the police knocked on the door, once again it was Dr. Naidu who opened it, but seeing her husband's friend with him, Padmaja became very angry and started shouting at the police because they had once again disrupted their worship. Now, the argument between the police and the Naidu family attracted neighbors from nearby. As soon as the police entered the house and saw what was inside, they too were astonished. Later, after hearing Raju, the police realized that it was a case of superstition. Although Mr. and Mrs. Naidu repeatedly tried to convince the police that both their daughters would return to life before sunrise the next day, they kept saying that they only needed 1 day's time, and that tomorrow morning both their daughters would come back to life, and then everyone would be surprised. But the police knew that both girls were dead, so how could they come back to life? Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Naidu were first explained this with great difficulty. But when they still did not understand, the police showed some firmness and took both of them to the police station. Afterwards, a forensic team was called in to investigate the crime scene. The forensic team continued their examination for some time and then sent the bodies for post-mortem. Now, the police had started investigating both inside and outside the house. Here, the police learned from neighbors of the Naidu family that someone from the family used to go out daily to buy something. But for the past 3 days, no one had come out of the house, nor had anyone gone inside, not even the maid who used to clean the house, as the family did not even call her. After that, the police directly approached the maid, who told them that 3 days ago she was told by the Naidus that they were going to perform a special worship in the house for 3 days, and until they called her, she should not come to work at the house. On the other hand, upon checking both girls' social media profiles and bookshelves inside the house, the police found out that Alakya highly respected the Indian philosopher Osho. On her social media posts, Osho's name appeared repeatedly, indicating that he was one of Alakya's favorite people. Additionally, beside Alakya's dead body was a book by the spiritual guru Meher Baba. Besides this, pictures of Shwai Sai Baba, Meher Baba, and Osho were plastered all over their house. Furthermore, neighbors often heard prayers and tantric chants from their house, and several times they saw some swamis entering the house. On the other hand, what was surprising was that just a few days before the murder, Alakya posted twice on her Instagram. In one post, she wrote, "Well, only Dr. Naidu and Padmaja, who were present in the custody, could reveal the truth behind this." However, controlling Padmaja was proving to be extremely difficult for the police. But before the custody, when the police were taking both husband and wife for a COVID test, Padmaja started saying, COVID has spread everywhere. It did not come from China. After getting their COVID tests done, Dr. Naidu informed the police about his background. Actually, Dr. Naidu had a master's in philosophy and science. In addition, he had obtained a PhD and was currently a professor of chemistry at a government degree college for women, not in a polytechnic. His wife Padmaja was a gold medalist in mathematics and had been teaching at the famous schools of Madinapal for nearly 23 years, including at Mastermind's IIT Towant High School. Alongside, she also had a master's in science. Additionally, Alakya, 27, was a postgraduate from Bhopal and then an aspirant for civil services. Furthermore, Saidivya, a 22-year-old, was training at the A.R. Rahman Music Conservatory in Mumbai after completing her Bachelor of Business Administration course. However, due to the lockdown, both of them had to return home. You might also wonder why, with such educated family members, these individuals attempted suicide. You'll find the answer by the end of the video. Afterwards, Alakya picked up Lord Shiva's trident from the temple and thrust it into her sister Saidivya's forehead. Then a copper vessel was placed in her mouth. Following the death of her younger sister Sadivya, Ulakya told her mother that now she had to kill her. As a result, Padmaja struck Ulakya on the head with a dumbbell kept in the house. Consequently, Ulakya also died shortly thereafter. After killing both their daughters, both the husband and wife wandered around their bodies for quite some time. Now, because of the insistence of the wife and daughter, it was Dr. Naidu's turn. Perhaps out of fear, he called his friend and told him the whole matter, and if he hadn't made that call, perhaps neither of them would be in this world today. However, due to this, Padmaja scolded her husband, Dr. Naidu, a lot, saying, "You are a coward, because of you our secret got out and our daughters couldn't come back." After seeing all this, it was finalized in this case that due to mental illness, all these family members had planned this. And it was revealed from a psychiatrist's source that their entire family was dealing with a rare disorder called shared psychotic disorder. Actually, in this disorder, more than two people who are in close relationships have a similar way of thinking. And it is because of this disorder that Ulakya and Sadivya are no longer in this world today. In this double murder case, Ulakya had a Canadian friend who told the print media that he couldn't believe for many days that Ulakya could do such a thing. After questioning on Monday evening, the funeral of both these girls was performed, and permission for this was given only to Dr. Naidu, while the girl's mother Padmaja was not allowed to participate for some reasons. In my opinion, in this case, Sadivya and Dr. Purushottam Naidu seem innocent to me. Although if they hadn't fallen into the temptation of Ulakya and Padmaja, perhaps this would have been a happy family today. Moving on to the next case. The case of Christina and Thompson Harris. Christina and Jason Thomas Harris, both 40, had been married for 11 years by 2014. They wed in 2003 after dating for approximately 5 years. In 2009, Christina and Jason welcomed their first child, which brought significant changes to their lives. Despite the daily challenges and responsibilities, they were happy to be parents. Christina managed the household and cared for the children while Jason worked at a plastics factory. As the children grew older, Christina was able to contribute financially to the family by working. However, in May 2014, she had to take maternity leave because she was expecting their second child in a few weeks. On September 29, 2014, Jason communicated with Christina while at work. Christina was suffering from a cold. She had a severe cough and was not sleeping well, but she reassured her husband that she was fine. A few hours later, Jason called his wife at home but received no answer, which worried him. Unable to reach Christina, Jason asked a neighbor to check on her. He explained that Christina was ill and not answering the phone. The neighbor knocked on the front door but got no response, so she called Christina's name. Receiving no answer, she decided to try the door, found it unlocked, and entered the house. Upon entering the bedroom, she found Christina lying on the bed and could not wake her. The neighbor called 911 and ran to another neighbor, a nurse. The nurse checked Christina's pulse and confirmed that she had died. Thus, on September 29, 2014, 4 months after the birth of her second child, Christina was found dead at home. When the police arrived, Jason Harris was present. He told the police and paramedics that his wife had been sick but was alive when he left for work that morning. 2 days later, the medical examiner ruled that Christina died from an overdose of a controlled substance, a finding that shocked her family and friends. Most people who knew Christina, a mother of 2, including a newborn, believed that she had never used drugs. Christina's mother, Kathy, told police that her daughter had seemed fine when she saw her the day before she died. Police were therefore skeptical of Jason Harris's claim that his wife had a cold. According to Kathy, Christina said that her marriage to Jason was complicated. Jason was unhappy in the marriage, but did not want a divorce due to concerns about child support and custody. Neighbors who discovered Christina's body also provided additional information to the police. Jason reportedly told them that the night before Christina died, he had prepared cereal with milk for her. Then Christina passed out and dropped the plate. Police realized that Christina's family and friends had difficulty accepting that she might have been involved with drugs. Instead, police suspected that Jason Harris was involved in Christina's death. Christina's mother and sisters insisted that the police test her breast milk. According to Kathy, the police ignored the request for 48 hours. However, due to the family's persistence, the police eventually agreed to investigate. As a result, breast milk was used as evidence for the first time in Michigan history. As confirmed by Christina's family and friends, all drug tests at her workplace and at the hospital where she gave birth to her second child were negative. Her second child was only 4 months old when Christina died. Christina was breastfeeding, and Kathy confirmed that Christina was very careful about what she consumed because she did not want to affect her child. Christina often pumped breast milk while at work and stored it in the freezer. Some of the breast milk was left at Kathy's mother's house. They tested 3 bags of breast milk for possible drug residue. These bags were labeled with the dates they were frozen so that Christina knew which bag to thaw first. Experts tested all the samples, including the ones frozen just before Christina died, and found no signs of drugs. This proves that Christina did not use the substance that caused her death. Jason Harris's sister was the only person to suggest that Christina had used drugs, which prompted investigators to focus more on Jason and treat Christina's death as a homicide. The investigation was slow, and it is unclear what might have happened if Christina's family had not been actively involved in seeking the truth. Kathy repeatedly reminded Davison police about her daughter's case in August 2016, nearly 2 years after Christina's death. Not seeing the urgency or commitment to solve her daughter's case in Davison, Kathy asked the Davison police to transfer the case to the Michigan State Police, which had new investigators. From that point, the story began to unravel. Police gathered extensive information about Jason Harris, including his behavior before and after his wife's death. Jason had been having affairs with other women. Christina knew about this and confided in her family and coworkers that Jason had been texting other people while she was giving birth to their youngest child. Christina once told a coworker that if she died, Jason would be responsible. When asked if she was serious, she confirmed that she was. Jason told a coworker that he suspected the second child was not his biological offspring. He also complained that after the birth, Christina often became depressed, stayed in bed, and did not go to work. Jason frequently complained about Christina nagging him. A coworker recalled that Jason may have told him that he wanted Christina dead. He described the relationship between Jason and Christina as toxic and said they argued frequently. One of the most surprising and shocking aspects of this case is that Jason Harris did not hesitate to let others know he wanted to get rid of his wife. He attempted to do so, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to his words or actions before Christina died. Jason purchased poison twice and mixed it into her drinks. Both times, Christina noticed the unusual taste and refused to drink it. Jason then asked a coworker to help him find a poison that would not alter the taste or smell of drinks or food. He said he wanted to render Christina unconscious, so she would not feel anything. When he explained to the coworker that Christina would not drink water because it tasted strange, the coworker refused to speak to him further. The coworker testified that Jason had discussed wanting Christina to stop nagging, but the coworker initially believed Jason was joking. Jason also told a coworker that he had hired someone to kill Christina, but that person was arrested for another matter before the murder could occur. Jason then offered the coworker $10,000 from Christina's $100,000 life insurance policy to carry out the killing. The coworker refused, believing Jason was merely venting his anger and making inappropriate jokes. According to the coworker, he recalled a conversation in which Jason said, "I'm bored with her. I'm going to dump her." The police then decided to question the neighbor who had discovered Christina's body. The neighbor testified that she saw Christina's family truck in the driveway, but Christina did not answer the door. She entered the house and found Christina lying in bed, unresponsive. The neighbor asked Jason if she should try to wake Christina. He replied that Christina must have fallen asleep and that he would come home. The neighbor went back inside and removed the covers around Christina because she felt cold and noticed foam coming from her mouth and nose. She called 911 and another neighbor, a registered nurse. The nurse testified that Christina was cold, stiff, had no pulse, and had white foam at her mouth. She did not attempt resuscitation because she believed Christina was already dead. Jason told police that he had asked a neighbor to check on Christina and that he had to rush home because she was unresponsive. However, witnesses said Jason did not appear anxious or in a hurry. What raised suspicion about Jason was that morning, he called Christina's supervisor at work. He told her that Christina had died the night before and inquired about the $100,000 death benefit from Christina's life insurance policy through her work. Additionally, One of the women with whom Jason had an intimate relationship told investigators that Jason had contacted her on the day of Christina's death and said that his wife had died from an overdose of a controlled substance. This suggests that he knew what caused Christina's death even before the medical examiner's report. That evening, the neighbor he had asked to check on Christina saw him in his driveway. She said that Jason told her that Christina was not the angel her parents believed her to be, and that their child would soon learn both the good and bad aspects of Christina. He said that Christina had dropped her bowl of cereal and that he had told her to go to bed. Jason also told a neighbor that his wife had tossed and turned during the night and that he had heard her coughing before he left for work. Jason wondered if that had been her last breath. Jason told a police officer that Christina had been coughing heavily when he left the house. He also told the police that Christina had fallen asleep eating cereal the night before she died. Finally, Jason told Christina's mother, Kathy, that before her death, Christina had complained that her water tasted like chemicals. One of the primary motives in this case is believed to have been insurance money. Within a week of Christina's death, Jason and his mother went to Christina's workplace to inquire about the life insurance proceeds. Additionally, Jason received a $20,000 death benefit from a life insurance policy issued by his employer shortly after Christina's death. One of Jason's lovers moved in with him and his children. Christina's mother believed that Jason's lover moved in after Christina's funeral. However, Jason's neighbor testified that the lover had moved into Jason's home even before the funeral. The neighbor also stated that Jason's adult children from a previous marriage moved into the house within days of Christina's death. Police discovered that Jason had purchased a plane ticket to Rhode Island 9 days after Christina's death to visit a woman with whom he had exchanged over 5,800 text messages. County Medical Examiner Dr. Brian Hunter submitted post-mortem blood and urine samples for laboratory testing. Dr. Hunter determined that the test results were consistent with Christina having been poisoned by a lethal substance. Initially, Dr. Hunter had ruled her death an accident because there were no injection marks on Christina's body, and investigators found no powder residue or rolling papers next to the bed where she died. In 2016, the Michigan State Police took over the investigation into Christina's death. In 2019, after Christina's family disputed the cause of death, Dr. Hunter amended Christina's death certificate from accident to homicide. Police charged Jason with first-degree murder, solicitation of murder, and delivery of a controlled substance resulting in death. He was denied bail. Jason's attorney, Nicholas Robinson, said that his client pleaded not guilty to the charges and intended to fight them. At the time of his arrest, Jason had lost his job after testing positive for drugs. Kathy's persistent efforts to ensure that law enforcement would hold the person responsible for her daughter's death accountable were not overlooked. Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton said that a few years ago, he began receiving Facebook messages and emails from a woman in Davison who claimed her daughter had died and that her death was not an accident. "It can't be happening," the woman told the prosecutor. "I am certain someone caused my daughter's death." Kathy's passionate pleas captured David Layton's attention, prompting authorities to re-examine Christina's death. "I will never forget what she wrote in an email. Prosecutor, you are my last hope. This is our last chance to get justice for my daughter. Please help me," David Layton said. At that moment, as he spoke to her, he was absolutely convinced that Christina's death was not an accident, but the result of foul play. It was Kathy's relentless efforts to seek justice for her daughter's death that led to this situation, and those efforts ultimately paid off. The trial began in 2020. The prosecution alleged that Jason had put a controlled substance in his wife's cereal bowl to kill her. He then went to work as usual, waited a few hours, and asked a neighbor to check on Christina. According to the prosecution, Jason wanted someone else to discover his wife's body in order to reduce suspicion against him. The direct evidence against Jason was overwhelming. Jason had a motive for killing Christina. He was having an affair with another woman, suspected she was being unfaithful, believed the second child was not his, and was tired of her constant nagging. Jason did not want a divorce because he did not want to pay child support or lose custody of their children. Before her death, Jason told a co-worker that he wanted Christina dead. On the morning of her death, Jason called her workplace to inquire about a $100,000 life insurance policy, and in that call, he stated that Christina had died the night before. The jury heard clear evidence that Jason not only wanted Christina dead, but that he had attempted to hire someone to kill her. He planned to do this and knew where to obtain illegal drugs. In fact, he had purchased such substances on multiple occasions to give to Christina. At trial, multiple witnesses testified that Christina did not use recreational drugs. Christina was very careful about what she consumed because she was breastfeeding. Furthermore, tests showed that her frozen breast milk contained no harmful substances. To support the theory that Jason had poisoned Christina's food, the prosecution presented toxicology reports. For example, Dr. Judge argued that Christina's death could have been caused by ingestion of some form of poison. The prosecution ruled out injection because no traces of needles or puncture marks were found at the scene. Dr. Judge also testified that inhalation was unlikely because no rolled-up dollar bills or snorting papers were found at the scene. The court gave Jason Harris an opportunity to speak, but he did not apologize or show remorse. Instead, he maintained his innocence. The judge noted that the jury did not believe his lies, ultimately exposing him as a selfish and deceitful murderer. On November 17, 2021, the jury found Jason Harris, 47, guilty on all charges. 3 weeks later, the court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He has appealed the verdict, however. After the trial, prosecutor David Layton expressed his condolences to Christina's family and friends, emphasizing that this was a tragic case. Layton stated that while the case included many unique and media-driven details, the most important consideration was the family's loss. "I hope this verdict helps them find comfort in knowing that justice has been served," he said. Jason requested a new trial on the grounds that his defense attorney had provided ineffective assistance. He introduced evidence in the form of his attorney's testimony, showing that the attorney failed to seek an independent expert opinion on the prosecution's evidence and failed to consult an independent toxicologist. Jason's defense attorney explained that this decision was part of a trial strategy, as he had thoroughly questioned Dr. Hunter and was able to demonstrate to the jury that Dr. Hunter had changed his opinion about the cause of death based on information from a related civil lawsuit. In February 2024, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld Jason Harris's conviction. He remains in prison for life without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. The case of Estebales Carranza. Estebales was born on September 1, 1978, in Guadalajara, Mexico. Her father, Armando, is a psychologist, journalist, and author of books on esotericism. Her mother, Angela, is Spanish. In 1983, at the age of 5, Estebales left Mexico with her parents and younger brother, settling in Barcelona, Spain. Estebales had a fairly normal childhood, although her father Armando was very strict and not easygoing. Her father's anger often made her think of ways to get rid of him. Despite this, he allowed her to study at prestigious schools and later supported her studies at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. As she grew up, she became sociable and had many friends. However, she also suffered from frequent mood swings and anger, during which she could become quite aggressive. As an adult, Estebales moved to Germany and lived in Munich for a while. She used her connections to find work and secured a job at an ice cream parlor in the nearby city of Nuremberg. She spoke German fluently, which helped her settle in easily, and her friendly demeanor made it simple for her to connect with the locals. While working at the ice cream parlor, she met her first husband, Holger Holtz, who sold refrigerators and was part of the Krishna religious community. He was 14 years older than she was, and a few weeks after they met, he proposed to her because he was passionately in love with her. They soon married and moved to Berlin. Estebales found various jobs, but her life was not fulfilling. Shortly after the wedding, she and Holger had conflicts. Despite his successful career, he began to insult and physically abuse her. Nevertheless, they continued their married life, and in 2000, they relocated to Vienna, Austria. In Vienna, they had the opportunity to start their own business, opening the ice cream parlor Schlickscherie on the busy Oswald Gass Street. The ice cream shop quickly became popular with the locals. Nearby was the Iman hairdressing salon, and at the end of the building's lobby, a staircase led to apartments on the upper floors. There was also a basement entrance located under the stairs. Estebales and Holger made a large sum of money. However, he demanded that she reimburse him for all the expenses incurred during the first year of opening the ice cream shop. Estebales, as the ice cream shop owner, dedicated herself to her work and grew the store successfully. Meanwhile, Her husband Holger had an interest in weapons technology, which caused further conflicts between them. He asked her to join his Krishna religion, which she initially found strange, but in the end, she decided to follow it. Estebal's business allowed her to meet many people, including several men. Over the years, she had several lovers, some clients, other suppliers, tourists, or neighbors. One of them was Manfred Hinterberger, 48, a representative of a company manufacturing industrial equipment such as freezers, refrigerators, and ice cream machines. After many years of knowing each other, she began dating Manfred in 2008. She decided to divorce her husband, Holger, but he would only agree if she paid the debts she owed him. Since she did not want to pay the debts, they chose to live together in a small apartment. On April 27, 2008, after finishing her shift at the ice cream shop, Estebal's returned home. Then she had a heated argument with Holger, during which he hurled insults at her and accused her of cheating throughout their marriage. In a moment of anger, he threatened to take drastic action. While he was seated at the computer, facing away from her, she took a weapon and attacked him. After ensuring he was dead, she moved his body to the bathroom and left it there. She was certain the gunshots would be heard by the neighbors, which meant the police would soon arrive at her house. However, nothing happened. After waiting until nightfall, Estebal's moved the body to the living room sofa and went to bed. 2 days later, she attempted to dispose of the body by setting it on fire. However, the smoke escaping from her apartment attracted attention, and a neighbor called the fire department. When they tried to enter her apartment, she stopped them, claiming everything was fine and that she had simply burned her lunch. A few days later, Estebal's considered buying an electric saw. Although she did not know how to use one, the store staff helped her learn. Upon returning home, she began dismembering the body, placing all the parts, including the head, into a bag and storing them in the freezer. Later, she transferred the remains into empty ice cream containers and covered them with cement. Next, she moved these containers to her ice cream shop and stored them in the basement freezer, where they were eventually discovered. Estebal's main motive for the crime was her frustration with her husband Holger, who refused to move out of their apartment and refused a divorce. Additionally, she had financial debts to him that she wanted to avoid repaying. As time passed, she continued to live her life normally, and no one seemed to notice Holger's disappearance. They had only been living in Austria for a short time, so they had very few friends there, and no one asked about him. If anyone inquired, she would mention that he had gone to India. The regular customers at her ice cream shop did not notice any change in her behavior, and no one suspected anything. Estebal's relationship with Manfred grew closer, and eventually they moved in together. She asked Manfred for money to help her business, and he gave her over $100,000, allowing her access to his bank accounts. However, he also wanted her to spend more time with him and to improve her appearance. To achieve this, he pressured her to get plastic surgery, which she did not want. She had dreams of becoming a mother, but since he already had children, he could not help her fulfill that desire. Their relationship took a turn for the worse when Estebal's discovered that Manfred had been having affairs with several other women. Feeling betrayed, she plotted her revenge. In preparation, she took shooting courses to improve the necessary skills. After completing the lessons, she felt ready to take action. To avoid leaving any evidence, she covered the floors and walls of their apartment with cling film. On the night of November 21, 2010, Estebal's and Manfred returned from a joint trip and had sex. Afterward, she confronted him about his infidelity, but he denied it and fell asleep. In a moment of anger, she grabbed a gun and attacked him in the neck while he was sleeping. She left his body on the bed for the entire day before moving it to the bathroom. Using an electric saw, she cut the body into pieces, this time doing so with more care and skill. Estebal's could not find any cement, so she decided to store the body parts in refrigeration units in the basement. However, the unit could not fit the entire body, leaving her to hide most of the remains in her apartment, where she covered them with cat litter to minimize the smell of decomposition. After taking care of this, she continued with her daily routine. Meanwhile, Manfred's relatives began asking about his whereabouts. Estebal's told them he had left for Thailand. They believed her story and stopped asking further questions. Shortly after, Estebal's met Ronald, an Austrian man, who became her lover and the father of her unborn child. It seemed as though her life was improving. After all, she had managed to evade the consequences of her previous actions. Who would suspect that this charming and friendly woman, known by everyone as kind-hearted, was capable of such deeds? One day, workers repairing the building next to Estebal's ice cream shop entered its basement to access the sewer and discovered a damaged pipe. The building's common drainage system was located in the storage rooms, which were separate small basements used for storage. As they entered the basement, they smelled rottenness mixed with cat litter deodorant, which piqued their curiosity. They traced the odor to two large freezers that appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. When they opened the freezers, they were shocked to find containers filled with cement. Inside one freezer, they saw a hand and a leg, in the other a head. They also discovered two rifles with optical sights, a woman's handbag containing a pistol, a beret, and a notebook with notes in Spanish. Terrified, they quickly left the basement. They informed the hairdresser next door about the discovery, urging her to call the police. When the police arrived, they searched the basement and found the remains of two dismembered bodies. One was in several pieces, while the other was just a severed head, all encased in cement-filled containers. The remains were sent to the forensic medical examination in Vienna. During the initial investigation, authorities were unable to determine who owned the basement. This was because the basement had not been used for a long time and no other suspicious items were discovered. Investigators began to analyze the evidence they had collected. The next day, after the police arrived at the crime scene, Estebal's came to work. A neighbor informed her about the discovery in the building's basement and mentioned that the police had started an investigation. This news made her extremely worried, forcing her to quickly return home. She locked the ice cream shop and put up a temporarily closed sign. As she left, her face betrayed her nervousness, looking very different from her usual demeanor. Naturally, her worried expression caught the attention of nearby residents, who began to mock her as she crossed the street toward the bus stop. They saw her take out her phone to make a call before getting into a taxi. Then she went to the bank, withdrew all her money, and purchased a plane ticket to Paris. However, she was never able to use this ticket. Austrian police were waiting for her at the airport. They were aware of the ticket she had purchased, but realized she had not checked in for her flight. Police issued a warrant for her arrest on Wednesday, June 8, 2011, after a search warrant was issued. Investigators believed the containers found in the basement belonged to her ice cream shop, but locating her became difficult since she had stopped using her mobile phone. Meanwhile, she remained in Vienna, took another taxi, and asked the driver to take her to northern Italy. She then traveled to the mountains and reached Basu, from where she continued for another 6 kilometers to Talamadzu, where she decided to stay in a hotel for a few days. Before arriving, she asked the taxi driver to book a room for her because she could not do it herself. Later, the taxi driver saw her picture in the news and informed the police that he had driven her there. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late. In this city, Estebal's stayed for one night before taking a train to Udine, which is 50 kilometers from Almaty. There, she met Ivan, a street artist who noticed her crying at a cafe and offered his help. When he approached her to ask if she needed help, she told him about her problems, especially her husband's cruelty that forced her to leave home. Ivan invited her to stay in his apartment for a few days. She agreed, and he offered her the couch while he slept in his bed. During her stay, Estebal's helped Ivan with cleaning, shopping, and cooking, and everything seemed fine until he discovered her identity through a newspaper article. This revelation shocked and frightened him. He asked her to leave immediately, admitting that he knew she was evading the law. She denied his accusations. He then went to the nearest police station to inform them that Estebal's, a woman wanted by the authorities, was in his home. Even then, he was surprised to find Estebal's waiting for the police at his house. She did not resist arrest. She was taken into custody as the primary suspect in several murders. She was arrested on June 10, 2011, at 7:30 a.m. in Udine, Italy. After her arrest, Estebal's was taken to the police station for questioning, where she confessed to 2 murders, one in 2008 and another in 2010. She used the same methods for both crimes, but claimed that the second murder was executed more skillfully. Meanwhile, Austrian authorities quickly requested her extradition. While in Italy, forensic experts identified the second victim as Manfred Hinterberger. During her interrogation, she attempted to justify her actions, saying that both men, Holger and Manfred, had subjected her to violence and cruelty. She felt very angry about the way they treated her. She described the murders as a response to the physical and psychological abuse she had suffered. Estebales admitted that she had attacked Holger and Manfred on the head, then used an electric saw. She told investigators that she killed the first man, Holger, to improve her skills. She took shooting lessons and attended a course on how to work with cement to prepare for the second murder, Manfred. At the time of her arrest in Italy, she was pregnant with Ronald's child, and during a medical examination, it was revealed that she was 2 months along. 14 days after her arrest, on June 24, 2011, Estebales was extradited by an Austrian court and detained on suspicion of involvement in 2 murders. Her lawyer argued that although police testimony is considered legal evidence under Italian law, Austrian law is very different. He asked that it not be admitted as evidence in her case. He said he planned to sue several Austrian tabloids for making the accusations against her. Estebales was arrested and held in a prison in Vienna until January 11, 2012, when she was taken to the hospital to give birth. After her son was born, he was immediately given to his father. From the start of the trial, Estebales admitted her guilt. While the prosecution and psychiatrists portrayed her as a ruthless, manipulative, and selfish individual, despite being educated and fluent in 3 languages, she committed extreme acts for her own benefit. The defense argued that Estebales was a victim of her own emotions. They claimed she was under the influence of illegal drugs and prescribed medications, stating she took 5 different drugs 3 times a day, including antidepressants and treatments for schizophrenia. However, evidence showed that her actions were intentional. She testified that Manfred pressured her to undergo numerous cosmetic surgeries, including nose jobs and Botox, and forced her to exercise constantly to maintain her figure, despite her long 12-hour shifts at the ice cream parlor. Estebales alleged that people mocked her, which became unbearable for her and ultimately led to her decision to kill Manfred. The psychiatrist explained that she simply did not know how to reject men who made her unhappy. She resorted to an extreme solution. She believed the easiest way to deal with men who were no longer needed was to kill them. Whenever men caused her trouble or ridiculed her, she concluded that killing them was the best option. On November 22, 2012, Estebales Carranza was found guilty of murdering Holger Holtz in 2008 and Manfred Hinterberger in 2010. She was sentenced to life imprisonment in a facility for the criminally insane. Along with her attorneys, she appealed the decision, but the sentence was upheld by the Higher Regional Court of Vienna on March 20, 2013. In November 2017, it was announced that Estebales would be transferred from a women's prison in Lower Austria to a prison in the market town of Upper Austria. She was diagnosed with a serious personality disorder. She exhibited abnormal behavior and had a mindset akin to a princess seeking rescue from a prince, longing for a fictional world where she was the center of attention. At the time of her crime, Estebales was mentally stable, as she was not under the influence of drugs and was fully aware of her actions. Psychiatrists expressed concern that she might commit serious crimes again after her release. During a psychiatric evaluation, she stated that some part of her brain is red, and when it activates, she cannot control herself. Moving on to the next case. The case of Greg Mulvihill. Diana Lovejoy and Greg Mulvihill, both living far from their families, met through an online dating site in 2005. They quickly developed a strong connection, and their relationship soon became serious. The couple decided to move in together in San Diego. Diana had always been passionate about athletics and fitness, beginning with playing sports in high school and eventually becoming a competitive triathlete. The couple shared a love for the outdoors, which played an important role in their relationship. During the 2000s, San Diego was emerging as a major tech hub, and Diana and Greg took advantage of the plentiful job opportunities. Both excelled in their careers, with Diana earning a reputation among her co-workers for her dependability. After 2 years of dating, they married in 2007, marking the start of a new chapter in their lives. For their honeymoon, they traveled to Costa Rica, where they attended surf school. In the early years of their marriage, Diana and Greg were deeply in love. They shared a zest for life and seized every opportunity for adventure, enjoying countless experiences together. Following their wedding, they moved to Carlsbad, a picturesque suburb north of San Diego that offered an ideal mix of natural beauty, outdoor activities, and privacy. Diana was immediately enchanted with the area and felt as though she was living her dream when she settled into her ideal home. However, 3 years into their marriage, their relationship began to change. Diana started experiencing symptoms that led her to believe she had fibromyalgia, a chronic condition characterized by widespread pain and tenderness in specific areas of the body. Although the precise cause of fibromyalgia remains unknown, multiple factors are thought to contribute to its onset. Diana's diagnosis had a significant effect on her marriage to Greg. Once energetic and adventurous, she struggled to adjust to her new limitations, including reduced activity and increased need for rest. This sudden shift in lifestyle created challenges for their relationship. In 2011, Greg took Diana on a relaxing trip to Santa Cruz, California, to help her cope with her condition. As a devoted husband, Greg recognized that fibromyalgia was affecting Diana's well-being, causing constant muscle pain, fatigue, and limited energy. The illness made it difficult for her to maintain her career, and eventually, Diana stepped away from work to focus on managing her symptoms. She began spending more time at home in Carlsbad. Above all, Diana's greatest desire was to become a mother, to love and raise a child, and to feel confident and happy. Diana and Greg had been trying to conceive for years, but Diana suffered multiple miscarriages. These losses took a physical and emotional toll on her. Although she did not have children, Diana devoted her love to her two cherished cats, Lanny and Turtle. Her world was further shaken when Turtle fell ill and eventually passed away. To comfort Diana during this difficult time, Greg surprised her with a new kitten, which she named Taffy. This thoughtful gesture brought her immense solace. In a surprising turn of events, Diana discovered that she was pregnant after years of unsuccessful attempts to conceive. Overjoyed, Greg eagerly anticipated becoming a father, while Diana felt her dream of motherhood was finally within reach. In September 2012, Diana gave birth to a baby boy, and Greg took time off work to bond with their newborn son. Greg cherished being a father and treasured every moment with his child. Diana, however, was constantly concerned about their son's health and well-being. Over time, she began to suspect that her son might have a condition similar to her fibromyalgia. Greg, on the other hand, was confident that their son was healthy and saw no reason for concern. Despite their differing views on their son's health, Diana remained convinced that he was unwell. She conducted extensive research and discovered a medication called guaifenesin, similar to Mucinex, which was often used to treat chest infections. Some believed the medication could also relieve fibromyalgia symptoms. Diana was determined to give her son high doses of guaifenesin, but Greg strongly opposed the idea, fearing it was unnecessary and potentially harmful. This disagreement over their son's healthcare created mounting tension in their marriage. Their relationship became further strained after Greg suffered a shoulder injury that forced him to leave his job. As a result, household income decreased, prompting Diana to take a sales position to help compensate. She also attempted to earn additional income by producing online cooking videos, with Greg handling the filming. However, this venture did not generate the desired results. Diana also appeared in promotional videos for a cat litter brand, but this effort likewise failed to produce significant revenue. As their financial struggles continued, arguments between Diana and Greg escalated, particularly regarding the health of their 2-year-old son. By this time, conflicts were constant, and their marriage was at risk. Diana confided in co-workers that she felt Greg was unsupportive and unhelpful. In July 2014, Greg had a troubling encounter with a police officer who questioned him about abuse allegations made by Diana. According to the officer, Diana had filed multiple police reports against Greg, resulting in his removal from the family home. Diana and their son were allowed to remain in the residence, leaving Greg to deal with the consequences of the allegations. Diana told a trusted friend that she had been assaulted by Greg while she was sleeping. She had taken medication that made her drowsy, and upon waking, she realized Greg was touching her inappropriately without her consent. Diana also accused Greg of sexually abusing their son. Authorities, including Child Protective Services, became involved after these allegations were made. Greg denied the accusations, asserting that Diana was making the claims because he disagreed with her about their son's health. In response, Greg filed for divorce from Diana and sought custody of their son. Detectives investigated the claims that Greg had abused Diana and their child, but found no evidence to support the allegations. Psychiatric evaluations of Greg and the boy revealed no signs of abuse. A judge ultimately dismissed the case and awarded Greg 50-50 custody of their son, much to Diana's dismay. Despite this, Diana remained committed to being a devoted mother while maintaining distance from Greg and the associated conflict. As part of their divorce agreement, Diana remained in the house and agreed to compensate Greg for his share of the property. By 2016, the former couple had established a relatively peaceful co-parenting arrangement, with both having equal access to their son. This fragile peace was shattered on September 1, 2016, when the Carlsbad Police Department received a call from Jason Kovac, a friend of Greg's. Jason called 911 to report that Greg had been shot multiple times and was bleeding heavily. A patrol officer from the Carlsbad Police Department responded immediately and found Jason and Greg on the side of the road. Jason informed the officer that the shooting had occurred about half a mile away. Recognizing that waiting for an ambulance could endanger Greg's life, the officer drove him to the hospital himself. Meanwhile, the SWAT team arrived and began searching the area for the shooter, but was unable to locate anyone. At the hospital, doctors rushed Greg into emergency surgery, where they discovered he had sustained a gunshot wound to his chest. Greg survived the operation, but was placed on life support afterward. While Greg was recovering, detectives interviewed Jason, who remained shaken by the incident. Jason explained that Greg had received a call from a private investigator claiming to possess important documents related to his custody and divorce proceedings with Diana. The investigator did not provide a name, but gave Greg a specific meeting time and location. Although initially hesitant, Greg's curiosity prevailed, and he asked Jason to accompany him for backup. Jason agreed, and they armed themselves with a flashlight and a child's baseball bat. They arrived at the remote location, which was extremely dark due to the new moon, with only a small sliver of moonlight providing illumination. According to Jason, the caller instructed Greg to locate a package attached to an electricity pole. As Greg approached the package with his flashlight, scanning the area, he suddenly shouted, "Gun!" and a gunshot rang out. Greg and Jason ran for their lives as bullets whizzed past them. They eventually reached their car, where Jason realized that Greg had been shot and called 911. Jason could not provide a detailed description of the shooter, but he led detectives to the exact location of the shooting. During their investigation, authorities discovered an intriguing clue near the electricity pole, a neatly folded Angry Birds towel that appeared to have been intentionally left to mislead Greg. Jason reported hearing 6 gunshots, but investigators found no shell casings or weapon at the scene. The lack of forensic evidence suggested that the shooter was experienced and skilled at covering their tracks. During their search, detectives noticed a strong odor of feces in the air, which led them to a pile of feces accompanied by a towel that appeared to have been used for cleanup. Investigators preserved both the feces sample and the towel as potential evidence, carefully packaging and transporting them to the crime lab for analysis. Obtaining DNA evidence from the feces sample could take up to a month. In the meantime, detectives continued investigating all available evidence and following up on leads, focusing on Greg's estranged wife, Diana Lovejoy, and questioning her about any possible involvement in the shooting. Diana denied any knowledge and provided an alibi, claiming she was at home with her son at the time of the incident. Greg unexpectedly came off life support and began to recover. Once well enough, detectives interviewed him regarding his estranged wife's potential involvement. Greg expressed doubt that Diana was capable of such violence, but acknowledged their past conflicts, an ongoing divorce and custody dispute over their son. Detectives traced the phone number used to lure Greg to the remote area to a pay-as-you-go plan and a purchase at a Best Buy near Carlsbad. They obtained video footage of the transaction, which showed Diana Lovejoy buying the phone. This solidified Diana as the prime suspect, and she was arrested during a traffic stop. During her arrest, she claimed innocence, but when confronted with the evidence, she admitted to purchasing the phone. She then revealed that she feared Greg, had bought a gun, and had taken shooting classes at Iron Sights, where she met instructor Weldon McDavid, an ex-Marine weapons expert. Diana's friendship with Weldon became romantic and intimate. She told detectives that their plan was to scare her estranged husband, Greg, to stop his alleged harassment. Weldon instructed Diana to buy a specific phone, which they then used to lure Greg to a remote location. Diana claimed that Weldon's role was limited to threatening Greg, and that he was not supposed to use violence. She drove Weldon to the site and picked him up afterward. When she heard police sirens, Weldon told her he had shot Greg in self-defense because Greg allegedly made aggressive movements toward him. Diana denied involvement in the shooting and stated that she never asked Greg to take violent action against her. She was charged with conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Greg recovered from his gunshot wounds and was released from the hospital. News of Diana's alleged involvement shocked the public. Weldon was located and brought in for questioning. He told detectives that he had been at home 30 minutes away on the night of the shooting. When asked for a DNA sample, Weldon became nervous. Detectives asked whether his DNA could be at the crime scene, and Weldon claimed he remembered stopping to use the bathroom on a dirt road the night before. Investigators obtained a search warrant and discovered a rifle with a live round and 6 spent shell casings in Weldon's garage. The shell casings matched a witness's account of hearing 6 gunshots. Weldon was arrested for attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder. During a search of Diana's house, detectives found a suspicious search history on her computer. She had searched for New Moon, which coincided with the night of the shooting. This was significant because the minimal ambient light during a new moon would make the location ideal for an attack. Detectives concluded that Diana had premeditated knowledge of the shooting and a motive to kill Greg. She would have been required to pay him $120,000 in their divorce settlement, and eliminating him would have avoided that obligation. The trial of Diana Lovejoy and Weldon McDavid began in October 2017. Weldon claimed he never intended to shoot Greg, asserting that his goal was only to scare him. According to Weldon, the situation escalated when either Greg or Jason shouted, "I got a gun." Weldon stated that, as a skilled marksman, he could have killed Greg if he had wanted to. However, the prosecution presented a different theory. They argued that Weldon did not shoot Greg because Greg had shined a flashlight in his eyes, disorienting him in the darkness. Having been in the dark for an extended period, Weldon's sense of direction was impaired, which ultimately saved Greg's life. The jury found Diana Lovejoy and Weldon McDavid guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Upon hearing the verdict, Diana collapsed, though the state believed she was feigning it. Weldon was sentenced to 50 years to life, while Diana received a sentence of 26 years to life. Both continue to maintain their innocence. Moving on to the next case. Harmony Montgomery. In December 2021, the name Harmony Montgomery first made headlines across the United States when a missing persons investigation was launched to find the 7-year-old girl. Since then, both her father and stepmother have been arrested and charged. The home where she had lived in Manchester, New Hampshire, has been searched for days, and the reward for information leading to her discovery has exceeded $140,000. Yet the strange part is that before all of this, nobody seems to have seen Harmony for more than 2 years. So who is Harmony Montgomery? Why did it take so long for anyone to notice that this little girl was missing? Where had she been all this time? And is it now too late to save her life? Little Harmony was not born under a fortunate star. Both of her parents have a problematic history of substance abuse, and she had to cope with a visual impairment in one eye throughout her early life. Her mother, Crystal Sari, a resident of Massachusetts, lost custody due to addiction issues when Harmony was around 4 years old. Sari had to surrender Harmony to the state in the summer of 2018. Afterward, the girl's father, Adam Montgomery, gained sole custody in February 2019 and moved her to New Hampshire. At the time Harmony went missing, she was living with her father, Adam, his wife, Kayla Montgomery, and their children at the family property. According to records, Harmony had been in and out of foster care for much of her life. While some children do become caught up in the legal system for years, Harmony was not one of those who slipped through the cracks. She went missing from her own father's home, and he neither reported her absence nor attempted to seek help or locate his daughter. What, then, was his involvement in her disappearance? Authorities stated that they first became aware of the case when they received a call from Harmony's mother, Crystal Sari, in November 2021. She had been trying to locate her daughter for months, but said that her ex-husband had blocked all attempts at communication. Sari told police that the last time she saw Harmony was during a FaceTime video call with Adam Montgomery around Easter 2019. Since then, she had made numerous unsuccessful attempts to find her daughter by contacting schools and checking addresses associated with Adam Montgomery. She stated that by the previous year, Adam and his partner Kayla had blocked all communication with her. News reports indicated that Sari had repeatedly shared concerns about Harmony's well-being with Blair and Jonathan Miller, a couple who had fostered and eventually adopted Harmony's younger brother, Jameson, in June 2019. The couple had also tried to connect with Harmony directly and told Sari multiple times that they would adopt her if necessary. Harmony spent significant time in foster care alongside her younger biological brother, Jameson. The Millers, who had expressed willingness to adopt Harmony if needed, were deeply invested in the search for the missing child. They actively attempted to make contact with Harmony over the 2-year period, reporting that Jameson missed his sister and would cry at night for her. Despite their repeated efforts, the couple was never able to speak with Harmony directly, but maintained ongoing communication with Sari regarding attempts to open a line of contact with the girl's father. On November 18, 2021, Sari formally reported Harmony missing to the Manchester Police Department. She made her first public appearance at a candlelight vigil on January 8, following authorities' search of the daughter's last known residence. "I just don't feel that in my heart," Sari told reporters at the time. "Like, I don't feel like I lost her. And a mother knows. A mother knows if your baby's here or not. I know she's here." She shared a message for her daughter. "Hi, baby. If you can see me and hear me, I want you to know that I never stop looking for you, and I won't stop fighting until I find you, okay? You stay strong, and Mommy's right here fighting for you. I love you." Now this is where the timeline of events begins to get confusing. And that is usually the point in any investigation when you recognize that someone has been lying. Mrs. Sari told police she had not been able to reach her daughter since they last spoke on a video call in April 2019. After that, she stated, Montgomery cut off all contact between her and her daughter. However, Montgomery told investigators he last saw his daughter around Thanksgiving 2019, claiming that Mrs. Sari had picked her up from Manchester to take her to live with her. The criminal complaint indicates that Montgomery said he believed his daughter was living with his ex and showed little emotion or reaction when officers expressed concern over whether Harmony was alive when they contacted him in December. His account was also contradicted by Kayla Montgomery's version, who said she last saw Harmony the day after Thanksgiving, when her husband claimed he was driving her to see Mrs. Sari. Additionally, in other testimony, Adam Montgomery's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, told investigators that he had not seen Harmony or his nephew since late 2019, when she was 5 years old. Police interviews with other family members revealed that Montgomery was allegedly abusive toward his daughter, including giving her a black eye, forcing her to clean the toilet with her toothbrush, and making her stand in a corner for hours as punishment. Montgomery's brother, Michael Montgomery, told investigators he was concerned that Adam was physically abusive to the child and was extremely short-tempered with her. Jevin Montgomery said he noticed Harmony had a black eye in July 2019, which his nephew admitted to causing by hitting her in the face, according to the criminal complaint. "I bashed her around this house," he said his nephew told him. Kevin said he contacted DCYF at that time, and he also observed that his nephew subjected Harmony to other forms of abusive discipline, including scrubbing a toilet with her toothbrush and being spanked hard on the butt. A neighbor described it as a bad situation at the property, with many people living there at different times, adults arguing in the street, junk piled up in the yard, and electricity being turned off at one point. The electricity was cut off, and they ran a generator all summer with wiring running through the window. The neighbor stated the Montgomerys were essentially squatting at the home after it had fallen into foreclosure, and Mr. and Mrs. Montgomery were refusing to leave. "We didn't intermingle with them as it was a bad situation," she said. "There were many different people living there, piles of junk in the driveway, and junk outside." She said she went away for the Thanksgiving holidays in 2019 and returned to find the family had finally packed up and moved out. Another neighbor on the street where Harmony lived also stated that the family moved on Thanksgiving 2019, the same time Adam Montgomery claims he last saw the missing child. Manchester police stated definitively that Harmony has not been seen since around October or November 2019, when she was 5 years old. Yet a missing persons investigation was only launched in December 2021. Mrs. Sari has publicly stated that her daughter was failed by everyone. Despite multiple attempts to reach out to her daughter or at least find out more, no concerned authorities paid attention. And the girl's father clearly did not care about what happened to the child. The last confirmed sighting of Harmony by law enforcement was on September 11, 2019, when Manchester police officers were called to the home at 77 Guildford Street in Manchester, where she lived. Police Chief Aldenburg, currently in charge of the case, previously said the last police call to the property was in October 2019, but confirmed he had confused the dates in a press briefing on January 12. Despite the date correction, the police chief stated that investigators still believe Harmony was last seen in October or November of that year. Harmony's father and his wife were both arrested and charged with offenses related to the missing child in early January. Adam Montgomery was arrested on January 4 and charged with second-degree felony assault, 2 misdemeanor counts of endangering the welfare of a child, and 1 misdemeanor count of interference with custody. On the assault charge, he is accused of hitting Harmony in the face sometime in July 2019, giving her a black eye, according to the criminal complaint. Officials stated that Montgomery is not cooperating with the investigation into his daughter's disappearance and has refused to reveal her whereabouts. The day after her husband's arrest, Kayla Montgomery was also arrested on 1 felony charge of welfare fraud for allegedly fraudulently collecting welfare benefits for the missing child between December 2019 and June 2021. Mrs. Montgomery, who has 3 children with her husband, is accused of obtaining $1,500 in food stamp benefits meant for Harmony between December 2019 and June 2021, despite the girl not living with them. Prosecutors have since dropped that welfare fraud charge and added 3 new charges: 1 count of theft by deception and 2 misdemeanor counts of welfare fraud. The charges allege that Mrs. Montgomery made intentionally false statements about her stepdaughter's whereabouts in February and March 2021 to claim benefits. Following the escalation of the police investigation into the case, several disturbing details about Harmony's father surfaced. Adam Montgomery has a history of violence and a lengthy criminal record, including convictions for shooting a man in the head during a drug deal just 6 months before Harmony was born. He was also convicted in 2010 for attacking 2 women at gunpoint. It has also emerged that Montgomery is a suspect in the cold case murder of a 28-year-old man in Lynn, New Hampshire, in February 2008. Darlin Guzman was found shot in the chest in the parking lot of the former White Hen convenience store in Lynn's Austin Square on the night of February 10, 2008. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. A source in Boston law enforcement told reporters that Montgomery, who was 18 at the time, and 2 unnamed family members had been the focus of the murder investigation from the start. The 3 family members had been in contact with the victim earlier that day and planned to meet him at the convenience store, which culminated in gunfire, according to the source. The victim's car was later found abandoned in the direction of Bedford, New Hampshire, where Montgomery lived at the time. No one has ever been charged with Mr. Guzman's murder, but the source said Montgomery remains the focus of the investigation to this day. Almost 14 years after that killing, Adam Montgomery and his wife are now charged on counts related to his missing daughter. However, while they face serious offenses including child abuse and welfare fraud, no charges have been brought against anyone directly in connection to Harmony's disappearance. So why was Harmony not reported missing for 2 years? Mrs. Sari has accused the authorities of failing her daughter. She said she made multiple attempts to raise concerns with child services. After November 18, when she contacted Manchester police saying she believed her daughter was missing, someone finally took notice. Police officers reached out to the New Hampshire Division for Children, Youth and Families, or DCYF, regarding the missing child's location. Then, on December 27, the DCYF reported that it was also unable to locate Harmony. Manchester police announced a search was launched on December 31. Emails sent by Mrs. Sari to the Manchester mayor's office, pleading for help in finding her daughter, have also now surfaced. "Please, I'm begging for help in finding my daughter," she wrote on December 29. In her emails, Mrs. Sari stated that Adam Montgomery had never enrolled their daughter in school and that she had missed important doctor's appointments since infancy due to a disability in her eye. The emails were sent just 2 days before police officially reported Harmony missing. In addition to the repeated attempts to raise the alarm, the family was already well known to child services. Newly released records, published on January 12, show that police officers were called to the Guildford Street home at least 10 times between February 2019 when Montgomery gained custody of Harmony, and her last sighting in the fall. Reports included claims of domestic disturbances, animal welfare concerns, and issues regarding the living conditions in the home. The DCYF was informed about some of the incidents. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu announced on January 12 that the DCYF is conducting an internal review of its handling of Harmony's case. However, the governor defended the state's actions, stating, "As soon as we found out that this child may not have been showing up for school for quite some time, it was reported up to us. The team got right on it. It wasn't a delay. It didn't sit in a file on somebody's desk." An independent investigation is also being conducted by the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate after Harmony was moved from Massachusetts into the custody of her father in New Hampshire in February 2019. No officials in New Hampshire and Massachusetts were passing blame to one another. The New Hampshire governor sent a letter to Massachusetts court officials criticizing a judge for placing Harmony in the care of her monster father, given his violent history and long criminal record. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker responded to the criticism by saying he felt the pain, but that he wanted to wait for the results of the independent review by the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate. Investigators have revealed very few details about what they believe may have happened to Harmony. The Guilford Street property has been a central focus of much of the search, with investigators seen working in the home and backyard for multiple days. However, Manchester police stated that the search at the property had concluded. It is unclear whether anything of interest was discovered, and no other search locations have been identified. Chief Aldenburg insisted on January 12 that investigators are still operating under the belief that Harmony is alive. However, he admitted feeling somewhat discouraged by the case so far and appealed to the public to come forward with information, stating, "Somebody out there knows something." Despite national attention and painstaking efforts to find the missing child, investigators appear to have made very little progress. Although concerning, the lack of progress is perhaps unsurprising, as anyone with information about what happened to the little girl has had a more than 2-year head start over investigators. On June 14, 2022, law enforcement officials were observed transporting a refrigerator and removing potential pieces of evidence from a Manchester home where Harmony Montgomery's father and stepmother, Adam and Kayla, once lived. Former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer stated that bringing in a refrigerator is usually done to preserve biological evidence. If a body or body parts were found in a freezer, law enforcement would want to maintain the level of decomposition. Coffindaffer said, "I have a really creepy feeling about this. It's not good." Several law enforcement agencies were seen outside the Union Street apartment complex, where investigators were focusing on the second-floor unit where Montgomery's father, Adam Montgomery, and his now-estranged wife, Kayla, once lived. A woman named Darcy Hamilton, who lives behind the apartment complex, told a reporter that she briefly saw police enter the building on Monday, and it seemed casual. By 9 a.m. Tuesday, however, Hamilton said she observed a full-scale investigation from her balcony, which included 6 to 7 officers behind the building at any given time. She added that she saw an individual in an FBI t-shirt and one man in a hazmat suit, noting that the front of the complex was a media circus. Investigators were later seen removing a refrigerator wrapped in biohazard tape from the apartment and loading it into a truck. A camera was also used to inspect the sewer in front of the building. "I've known about the case since 2021, when Harmony was initially reported missing. It's all over Manchester on signs and billboards," Hamilton said. "But I had no idea that her father had lived behind me." Noting that she has a 7-year-old daughter, Hamilton added, "My heart is in my stomach right now thinking that something could have happened to that little girl here." Following this raid, Crystal Sari publicly stated, "I know in my heart this is no longer a rescue mission. They're looking for a body." In a troubling follow-up, Kelsey Small, a former girlfriend of the father of missing Harmony Montgomery, was recently found dead in Manchester, police said. Small, 27, had been with Adam Montgomery when police discovered the homeless couple sleeping in a car on December 31, 2021, during the early days of the search for Harmony. The cause of death is still pending, but it does not appear to be suspicious, according to police spokeswoman Heather Hamill. Court records indicate that police were on their 4th day of searching for Harmony when they found Adam Montgomery and Small sleeping in a car on New Year's Eve. The car was parked on Harvell Street on the west side, close to the Gifford Street home where the Montgomery family had lived 2 years earlier. Small told police she had been romantically involved with Adam Montgomery for over a year. She knew he had 4 children from previous relationships, but he was not in contact with any of them and never mentioned Harmony, she told police. She had no knowledge of Harmony's whereabouts. Police eventually arrested Adam Montgomery, but never charged Small with any crime. So what happened to Harmony Montgomery, and where is she now? If her father is innocent, why did he never report her disappearance? And when her mother, Crystal, tried to locate her daughter, why weren't police and local child protective services supporting her? As this case continues to unfold, the hope remains that Harmony's mother will find the justice she deserves, whether her daughter is deceased or still alive. Police have stated that Harmony is 8 years old and should be wearing glasses due to blindness in one eye. It is a heartbreaking story, and we hope, with everything possible, that somehow, against all odds, Harmony Montgomery might still be found alive. Moving on to the next case. Case of Ted Ammon. Hampton, a popular seaside resort on Long Island, is home to many wealthy New Yorkers and is generally considered a safe, crime-free area. However, in 2001, the first murder in 20 years occurred there, and the brutality of the crime shattered the long-standing tranquility of East Hampton. The affluent area includes a mansion owned by a wealthy man, located just a short walk from the beach. The shocking news spread rapidly through the local media due to the involvement of a wealthy victim and the gruesome nature of the crime. Ted Ammon was a wealthy man who had achieved success through his intelligence and hard work. Despite his wealth, he remained humble. Ted grew up in a middle-class family in a small town. After graduating from high school, he attended college, where he studied economics and also played on the varsity lacrosse team. From an early age, Ted stood out as a strong, attractive, and energetic individual. Although he appeared to be an ordinary young man from the countryside, his exceptional abilities set him apart. Ted demonstrated remarkable intelligence and excelled in his studies, which helped him secure a prestigious job in the early 1980s. Ted was involved in buying out companies using borrowed funds, which gradually allowed him to become one of the best in his field. He was recognized for his impressive financial accomplishments and the wealth he accumulated. Although easy to talk to, he never flaunted his money or opportunities. Instead, he quietly focused on performing his work better than anyone else. Ted divorced in 1983 and needed a new apartment. He scheduled a meeting with a staff estate agent named Jean Rosa. However, due to his busy schedule, Ted missed the appointment. People who knew Ted were accustomed to his hectic life and understood his absence. Nevertheless, Jean Rosa was upset and called Ted to express her frustration. During their conversation, Ted found Jean Rosa quite attractive. He asked her out on a date, marking the beginning of their relationship. The romance lasted 3 years, and the couple decided to marry in 1986. Initially, their relationship was passionate, but over time, it gradually cooled. That same year, Ted became involved with a large company and executed a deal using borrowed funds amounting to $26 billion, which allowed him to secure a substantial profit, part of which went to him. By 1992, Ted, having gained valuable experience, decided to start his own business using this initial capital. This marked the start of his journey toward financial success. As Ted's wealth grew, he began acquiring more luxury real estate, not only in the United States. His first real estate purchase was a high-end estate in the Midwest, followed by a house in Manhattan. He also purchased a villa in Surrey. Ted was very generous and actively engaged in charitable work. Over his life, he donated approximately $1.15 million to his alma mater and later established his own charity to support children. Jean Rosa was drawn to the luxurious lifestyle, which was completely unlike anything she had known in her early life. She knew little about her father, only that he had been an Italian sailor. Her mother had traveled to Italy, where she had an affair with the sailor, resulting in Generosa's birth. When she was just 10 years old, her mother died of cancer, and her father never appeared in her life, forcing her to live with foster families. This was a difficult period filled with fear and despair that Jean Rosa preferred not to recall. Now, she experienced a new world of wealth and luxury. Her husband purchased a lavish mansion in the prestigious East Hampton village. Styled like an English manor, the house featured 6 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. The mansion featured numerous luxurious amenities, including a solarium, gym, library, and a heated pool, along with a guest house, all situated on a 90-acre estate that included its own pond. Jean Rosa remained connected to her roots and, like her husband, valued her past. She dedicated herself to helping others and chose to adopt two 11-year-old twins after she and her husband were unable to have biological children. Jean Rosa felt a strong desire to improve the lives of children facing hardships, similar to those she had experienced. The couple named their children Alexa and Gregory. Initially, everything appeared to be going well, but after a few years, Generosa's behavior began to change. Her first sign was cutting off contact with friends without explanation and acting as though she had been wronged, which she used to justify her actions. Her behavior became increasingly unpredictable, and she often became angry over trivial matters. On one occasion, a wealthy client had 600 tulips planted at their home, but Jean Rosa had them removed, claiming the colors were not what she expected. Unfortunately, much of her anger was directed at her husband, placing considerable strain on their once strong relationship. In an effort to repair their marriage, the couple decided to move to England to start anew. However, Ted soon had to return home for work. Jean Rosa began to suspect that her husband, Ted, was having an affair with a co-worker. To investigate her concerns, she took their children and moved back to the United States, settling in a townhouse in New York. In 1999, to confirm her suspicions, Jean Rosa hired a private detective who verified that Ted had a young mistress. This revelation led to the deterioration of their marriage. Additionally, Jean Rosa worried that Ted was not only cheating, but also attempting to hide some of their shared assets from her. She believed that Ted's wealth amounted to at least $1.3 million, although this was never verified. Lawyers spent significant time determining Ted's actual net worth, which was ultimately calculated at $1.8 million. Jean Rosa planned to claim half of this amount in the divorce. Jean Rosa and her children then moved into a luxury hotel while she began renovating their home, which was expected to cost about $1.9 million. To fund the purchase of materials and start the work, Jean Rosa borrowed $1.3 million. All expenses for the hotel, renovations, and loan were covered by Ted. Meanwhile, in central Long Island, a man named Daniel Pelosi learned from a friend that a wealthy woman was spending millions of dollars renovating her house. At the time, Daniel was an unlicensed electrician with a wife and 3 children. His family life was quite difficult. Despite financial struggles, Daniel remained optimistic and hoped to secure a good job in Manhattan to support his family. His circumstances changed when Jean Rosa noticed him and hired him to perform renovations on her home. They soon began a romantic relationship, giving Daniel access to both Generosa's bedroom and her wealth. The story of a wealthy woman falling for a man like Daniel attracted public attention, especially since Daniel was eager to flaunt the relationship, boasting about it almost everywhere. The news reached Ted, who decided to pursue a divorce. The marriage was over, and lawyers continued working to divide assets and resolve other disputes. Daniel and Jean Rosa shared similar backgrounds, both having grown up in poverty, which fostered empathy and deepened their relationship. Jean Rosa told Daniel that her husband was a traitor, fueling her anger. In search of comfort, she chose to pursue a relationship with Daniel. However, the renovation of her house became increasingly complicated and costly, consuming a large sum of money, including Ted's savings. Meanwhile, Daniel stayed with her and enjoyed a lavish lifestyle. Daniel's new lifestyle began to negatively affect his family. He developed an alcohol problem, which led to several drunk driving incidents. Daniel lived extravagantly, generously tipping $100 at restaurants and spending thousands of dollars on nights out with friends. He described his relationship with Jean Rosa as a blessing. By the summer of 2001, Daniel had completely replaced Ted in Generosa's life. Although the divorce was still pending, Daniel lived with her in the East Hampton mansion and drove Ted's luxury cars. On October 20th, 2001, Ted's lawyers finalized a deal to divide his assets. After settling debts, repair costs, and taxes, Ted was left with $1.46 million, half of which would go to Jean Rosa after their divorce. By then, however, the money no longer seemed sufficient for her needs. After the divorce, Ted's friends and family noticed that he appeared happier. That Saturday, Ted drove his luxury car to a restaurant for dinner, then took a walk on the beach while speaking on the phone with his new girlfriend. He returned to his East Hampton mansion late that evening. The following Monday, Ted was scheduled to attend an important meeting at work, but he did not show up, which was uncharacteristic of him. He also failed to arrange for anyone to pick up his children from school, raising concerns among those who knew him. His secretary attempted to contact him multiple times, but received no response. Worried, a business partner hired a helicopter to fly to Ted's mansion. Upon arrival, they found Ted's 3 dogs barking loudly in the backyard, but no one answered their calls. The garage door was open, and the house alarm was off. They entered and noticed that the door was unlocked. The partner and the secretary searched the first floor, but could not locate Ted. They called out his name, but there was still no answer. As their concern increased, they decided to contact the police. Eventually, Ted was found in the bedroom, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Nearby, a large amount of cash was present, suggesting that robbery was not the motive. During the autopsy, forensic experts determined that Ted had suffered at least 8 blows to the head from a blunt object, likely a bat, causing severe injuries and fatal bleeding. The evidence pointed to a brutal murder. When Ted arrived home that Saturday night, it was clear that he had been attacked. The perpetrator intended to ensure that Ted had no chance of survival. Ted's first wife then contacted the police. Although their marriage had ended approximately 20 years earlier, they had remained friends and were in regular contact. She reached out to share disturbing information. Just 2 days before his death, Ted had met with her. During that meeting, they discussed the ongoing divorce proceedings. However, Ted believed that their problems extended beyond the divorce. He felt tension and hostility in their relationship, and even joked that Jean Rosa would not calm down until he was dead. The police, hearing this account, were puzzled because Jean Rosa seemed too weak to confront Ted, who was stronger and larger than her boyfriend, Daniel. This raised the possibility that they might have been working together. Police focused on Jean Rosa and Daniel as primary suspects, but they found no evidence linking them to the crime scene. The murder weapon was missing, along with any fingerprints or other traces. Forensic experts worked diligently for weeks, but their efforts produced no results. In mid-November 2001, the lawyers opened the will. According to the will, Jean Rosa would have been disinherited upon Ted's death. However, the will had been newly drafted, and Ted had not yet signed it. As a result, Jenny received half of Ted's estate, while the other half was transferred to a charitable organization. This situation provided a strong motive for the murder, as Jean Rosa and Daniel believed it would be better to become an extremely wealthy widow than to receive nothing. The police wanted to question Jean Rosa and Daniel, but they refused to cooperate. The couple isolated themselves in a villa, avoided all interaction, and hired highly skilled lawyers. The media extensively covered the events. Although their lawyers advised them to stay away from journalists, the couple chose to ignore this advice. Daniel quickly divorced his wife and married Jean Rosa just 1 day later. Instead of appearing upset over her husband's death, she seemed remarkably at ease with the circumstances. Ted's murder, reported across newspapers and television stations, attracted national attention. Daniel and Generosa's lawyers were criticized for their extensive efforts to shield the couple from the investigation and trial. During this time, Daniel and his children moved into another mansion owned by Jean Rosa. Soon, they began spending extravagantly, thousands of dollars each day, thoughtlessly squandering money that Ted had accumulated over decades of hard work. Unfortunately, this lavish lifestyle lasted less than a month, as Daniel had to return to Long Island to stand trial for drunk driving. Police suspected that Daniel might attempt to flee the country, so they were cautious. For several days, he remained outspoken and seemed to enjoy the media attention, even though it was connected to serious allegations. He was far from discreet. Jean Rosa moved in with him at their East Hampton home, where neighbors observed loud behavior and frequent drinking. Jean Rosa was often seen intoxicated and acting inappropriately, making the couple a source of shame for the local elite community. The situation worsened further. By May 2002, Jean Rosa experienced frequent fainting spells, and by June, she was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. Meanwhile, Daniel pleaded guilty to drunk driving and received a 1-year prison sentence. He was released in June 2003, hoping that the Ted case had quieted down, but the investigation remained active and continued to attract media attention. Although no direct evidence linked Daniel or Jean Rosa to the crimes, circumstantial evidence suggested their involvement. Jean Rosa and Daniel had secretly installed video surveillance cameras in the mansion to monitor Ted. The cameras were intended to record the moment of the attack, but it was discovered that the hard drive had been erased. This proved to be a crucial clue, as only the two of them knew about the cameras, adding to the circumstantial case against them. Meanwhile, Generosa's health deteriorated as she battled cancer. Realizing her time was limited, she created a will assigning her assets to her late husband's children and a charitable foundation. She also allocated $2 million to her husband to cover his legal costs. In July 2003, Generosa and her children moved to another mansion, wanting to spend her final days with loved ones. Just a month later, she passed away from her illness, leaving the children orphaned for the second time. This sparked a custody battle between their nanny and Ted's sister over the twins. For a period, the twins were separated. Gregory went to boarding school, while Alexa stayed in East Hampton with the nanny. Eventually, Ted's sister won custody, and both children were relocated to Huntsville, Alabama. Daniel was thrust into the public spotlight when he was charged with the murder of Ted Ammon. The district attorney's office claimed that he had a motive for the crime and presented evidence they believed was strong enough to convince a jury. When the trial began, Daniel's lawyers prepared extensively. With financial backing from Generosa, he was able to hire top experts. The police spent 9 months interviewing witnesses, all members of Daniel's inner circle, and these witnesses helped the police gather incriminating evidence against him. Approximately a year before Ted's death, Daniel had made suspicious comments, stating he would do anything to get money from Generosa, even if it meant committing murder. Daniel squandered all the money Generosa had given him to support his lavish lifestyle. After the murder, he boasted to some friends that he had killed Ted, excitedly recounting that Ted had begged for his life and even cried, yet Daniel had shown no mercy. This story was later repeated by others, and he continued to brag about it for several days. The prosecution faced challenges with Daniel's alibi. On the night of the murder, his sister, who lived 60 kilometers away from the mansion, initially confirmed that he was with her. However, after further questioning by the police, she provided new information. She stated that Daniel and a friend had actually arrived at her home around 10 p.m., retrieved something from the attic, and left around 2 a.m., returning only at 8 a.m. This revelation exposed inconsistencies in his alibi, suggesting he had enough time to travel to East Hampton and back after killing Ted. Daniel's sister recalled hugging him before he left that night and noticing something unusual about his leather jacket. He then stopped answering her questions and suddenly left. It is believed that he stopped by his sister's house to retrieve the murder weapon. Daniel then drove 45 minutes to Ted's house, entered, and waited for Ted to arrive. The attack was sudden. While Ted was unconscious, Daniel struck him multiple times in the head, fracturing his skull and leaving him no chance of survival. The next morning, Daniel returned to his sister's house, where she was awake and able to provide details about the timing of the incident. This information was crucial to the prosecution, casting doubt on Daniel's alibi. Daniel's father reported that the day after the incident, he had a strange conversation with Daniel, during which Daniel seemed to ask leading questions about how to hide an object so that it would never be discovered. The father, not fully understanding the situation, suggested sending the object to be recycled and offered several other ideas, unknowingly helping a criminal dispose of a murder weapon. The prosecutor's office had gathered enough evidence and circumstantial information, so the police decided to question Daniel one final time just days before filing charges, hoping to obtain a confession by offering a deal. On March 23, 2004, Daniel still had not confessed to the crime. Nearly 2.5 years after the murder, the media and public were awaiting updates, but no major news had emerged. Daniel was charged with second-degree murder, which carried a sentence of up to 25 years. On the day of the trial, the prosecution introduced 2 new witnesses who had been in custody with Daniel after the attack. Prior to the hearing, the prosecution used these witnesses to obtain audio recordings of Daniel's testimony. In these recordings, Daniel described violently attacking Ted with a baseball bat, intending to break all the bones in Ted's body. During the trial, Daniel's defense attorney claimed that Ted was promiscuous, stating he was dating multiple women simultaneously. The attorney intended to suggest that this lifestyle could lead to multiple potential suspects, implying that anyone might have had a reason to harm Ted. Daniel unexpectedly chose to testify in his own defense, leading to a tense 5-hour standoff with the prosecutor. The situation drew significant media attention, increasing the pressure. The defense attorneys attempted to place blame on Jean Rosa. Daniel admitted that Jean Rosa had offered to kill Ted, but he refused. This defense strategy was meant to cast doubt on the jury by implying that Jean Rosa could have been the actual perpetrator. However, it remained difficult to determine Generosa's involvement and her true role in the violent crime. The truth may never be known, as her secret died with her. 2 years after Ted's death, the jury deliberated throughout the entire weekend and finally returned a guilty verdict. Daniel Pelosi broke down in tears and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He continues to deny any involvement in the murder, maintaining his innocence. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.